And I think we're good here. Boom. We're live. How's everybody doing? Can you guys see me? Let me know if audio and video is checking out. There's quite a lag with this. Wow. And I have moved my locale back into my office out of the greenhouse. It's too cold in there. And I don't really care to keep it warm because I don't really have anything in there that needs to be kept warm. So hello. Oscar Herna says 600K almost. Let's open a wine bottle. You know what? I wish I felt like celebrating that, but YouTube is just is a drag, man. I've been posting on YouTube for almost 10 years. And yeah, 600,000 subscribers is an amazing number. I just wish I could talk to those people. But YouTube doesn't, and that's one thing too. If you're subscribed to my channel, make sure you hit the notification bell. And if we're watching this on YouTube right now, but because those 600,000 subscribers I have don't see my videos. 5,000 of you see my videos. It's crazy how ridiculous YouTube is. I've been talking to some other YouTube content creators I know, and they're not all experiencing the same challenges, but they are experiencing challenges, demonetizations, and unsubscribing people from your channel, and then not notifying people when your stuff goes live or whatever. So anyways, yeah, I'd love to open a wine bottle for that, Oscar, but I don't really feel that excited about it. I'm more stoked on my Twitter followers, Twitter following growing, and it's a lot slower of a game than YouTube, but it just seems like there's so much more engagement in that platform. And it's not that there isn't engagement in this platform. You guys are all here on my stream. Thanks for showing up. I'm not complaining. Oscar's comment kind of triggered me a little bit. Hey, Mike Murphy, thanks for the super chat, brother. Thanks in advance for this evening stream. Always chock full of gravy. And hey, thanks, man. I appreciate that. I have no plan tonight, really. I'm just showing up, but I'm excited to tell you guys about some things that are coming up and things that are available now. One thing was just remind everybody, I've got that Freedom Farmers has our Black Friday offer going, and it's our biggest offer of the year. And it's the biggest value. And I'm just going to share this little thumbnail of it. Go to freedomfarmers.com. If you're interested, we're selling this one-time payment to get access to all of our content, all of our courses. And this is kind of how these courses are priced, actually. So the value you get with this is ridiculous. And I'll mention it a couple more times tonight. But if you like what I do and you want to learn from me and the other content creators that we have, and you want to support my voice, the fact that I can do these streams, the fact that I can do this for a living and showcase what my work and stuff is because of freedomfarmers.com. So, a lot of people have sponsors. This is my company. This is how you support me. And it's how you also learn awesome shit. And I don't want to just take your money so you can hang out with me and I can, read your super chats, but I want you to learn something. I want you to get yourself more situated on the land. And that's what my platform is all about, freedomfarmers.com. So we've got our Black Friday offer. It's a one-time payment, $899. And then you have everything in the platform. And it includes fromthefield.tv as well. It's all in there. And I'm going to just mention that before we steamroll through, and I'll probably mention it again a couple times throughout the evening. Elon Musk's, who is Elon Musk? Who really knows? Who really cares? It is interesting though, and you can't help but kind of just get stoked to see a guy get up there and just say "fuck you." Whether he's a psyop or not, I don't know. I don't really care. I don't really have any dog in the race because I'm rowing my own boat. But it is interesting to kind of, be entertained by that and talk about it in some way. But it is that was interesting. That video was awesome. That was awesome. But I think it's kind of The thing I'm getting a sense of with that whole this whole Musk thing, that he's the new persona non grata. It's just he's the new Trump. Whether Elon Musk is part of this big psyop or not, he's being vilified. And that's what the mainstream media psychological operation, Project Mockingbird, that's what they do, is they use an Alinsky tactic and they attack a man. So they go after an individual. They go after the man. And it's all about the man, the man, the man, the man, the man. And it's the same ramp up is to Orange Man Bad. It's the same thing. So I don't know if Trump is in on it. I don't know if Musk is in on the big new world order. I don't know. I don't really care. It doesn't matter. But it is interesting to discuss. It's interesting to pay attention to and kind of see what it also means in the greater collective experience, if you will. You see all these not right wing, but populist right wing guys getting elected all over the world, and it's all happening at a time. And then Elon Musk is saying this, fuck you, and Dana White is saying, fuck you, I don't care about your money. It's nice to hear. It's nice to hear. I'll take it. In the meantime, though, we're doing our own thing up here. So really settling into winter, though there hasn't really been much snow, but it is starting to snow now. And so I hope that this live stream doesn't get shut down. In that when we get really socked in and it gets really snowed in up here because we're so high, a cloud will just move right through us. And then the satellite just goes blink. So hopefully that doesn't happen tonight. So yeah, we'll see. Marilyn, yes, I do play bass. I play guitar. I play all kinds of stuff. I play drums. I play keys. Okay. I really can't wait to finish my house where I can set up a piano and kind of get back into playing piano. I play all kinds of stuff. I love music. I can't wait to actually get to a point where I can just do that more often and jam with people. I'm a big jammer. I like to just get into a groove and just sit in and improvise, and that's kind of what I enjoy doing. But I enjoy making music too and playing music with my kids. And B2 says, how come I never get a response emails for consulting? I'm sorry if you didn't. I'll check my email. I saw it maybe an hour or two ago. Would you mind emailing me again then? Because for some reason I didn't get your email. Just send me another email again, B2, and I'll circle back to you for sure. And my apologies for not doing so. We got some questions and comments from the field chat. If you want to not super chat me because you already pay me in some way for one of my services, don't super chat me and just go comment there, and then I'll read that one tonight. But yeah, this is going to be the last kind of long live stream I do here on YouTube. At least I'm going to try something new, and I'm going to try I like stacking functions. Okay, so a lot of people have asked me over the number of years, why did I stop doing that Liberty on the Land podcast, and would I consider bringing it back? And the answer is yes, I'm bring it back. I've just been so busy. It's really hard to do those things. But I think my idea is to do it in Twitter Spaces. Twitter Spaces is kind of a neat thing. I've done a number of them now, maybe 2 or 3 of them. And you have to use your phone, unfortunately, which is annoying. But I kind of got this cool handy stand that I got set up where I can just kind of do this with my phone, and then I won't have to just hold it. And so that's my plan for Twitter Spaces. But you got to use your phone. But it's like a call-in show. So anybody who's on Twitter can just call in. So you can join the space, and then I'll see you, and you can request to speak, and I can let you speak, and we can riff. So it'll be more fun, I think. And it'll be kind of a new, for me, I need to start diversifying onto other platforms that have promise. And I'm really looking at Twitter and Rumble. Right now, we're mirroring my whole YouTube channel onto Rumble. And then everything that posts to YouTube will also go to Rumble, as it does Odyssey already. And Twitter too. Now I'm posting all the videos that I post on YouTube or Rumble or Odyssey they also go on Twitter. And so I'm trying to just diversify on these platforms because they flip. YouTube is not what it used to be, at least for me. I think when I started, I think it was, I noticed it at a number of stages when I started talking about the scamdemic, but then I started talking more openly about the New World Order, and they've just kind of de-algorithmed me. But either way, Josh was talking about the MH370 videos, real or fake. Man, I was watching that on Harrison Smith. I was washing the dishes before dinner around 4:00, and I was watching that on Harrison Smith. He was doing the Owen Schwartz or the War Room, and he had what's his name on there of that. I think that's cool stuff, man. That is, I shared it on Twitter. What is it? Is it the Malaysian airline? Is that what it is? 370 with those orbs spinning around it, and then the plane disappears. Total US technology, total military industrial complex technology. These cronies have all the tech, and what incentive do they have to share it with society? You think about 0 point energy, you think about all this anti-gravity technology or whatever you want to call it. Of course they have that stuff. Of course they do. And why would they share it with us? Because if you shared the technology for limitless energy, which is totally there, 0 point energy, that stuff's totally legit and it's all there. Think about what a problem that would solve for humanity. Could you imagine if we just had limitless energy and anybody just had limitless energy? In a way, it would be such a decentralizer, because now their capacity isn't limited by anything really. So the elite don't want people having that stuff, because then they can't have their control grid, their whole racket, right? So no, I think that's totally legit, that stuff with that flight. Hey Mark, welcome. Hit the like button, folks. There's 250 people here already. Fantastic. So anyways, I was kind of rambling a bit, but yeah, this is going to be my last long kind of gravy stream on YouTube. And then we're going to start doing it as the Liberty on the Land Talks. It's called Liberty on the Land Talks on Spaces, Twitter Spaces. And I'm going to have guests. I'm going to run it like I did the podcast, but I'm going to do it a little bit differently. So the one thing that's interesting about it is you have to hold your phone. But it's kind of cool. So I went on Dr. Keck. If you're on Twitter, he's a big truther, really cool dude from Boston. Has a crazy story about getting just almost murdered by the hospital during COVID. And anyways, truther guy. And I liked the way he ran his thing, so I was kind of inspired. He just put his phone up to some music and it was like a Perfect Circle song. It was awesome. It's like, this is rad. It sounds kind of crappy, but it's a phone. It almost feels like it's a radio. Like it's I don't know. There's something kind of neat about it. And whereas if I were to play, like, I would love to open my stream with some of the kind of latest jazz stuff that I listen to share something with you that I like, but YouTube would take the stream down. You cannot play. And it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. But anyways, on Spaces, you can. So I'm going to open, when I did the Liberty on the Land podcast, I would open with a little guitar, I don't know, kind of 8-bar, 16-bar melody. And so I'm going to do that again, but I'll probably just play a 5-minute wicked jazz fusion song. And then we all get in the zone and get in the space. And then kind of get jacked up and let's riff. So that's how I'm going to do it on Spaces. And then the first one I'm going to do on Wednesday next week at 8 p.m. It's just going to be me. And we'll do some call-ins at a point. I'll kind of open it up. And then from there on, I'm going to start bringing in guests. And I've reached out to a bunch of people you've heard me talk to in the past, and people you haven't. but we'll have a whole lineup of people to talk to. And you can, of course, call in. So that's going to be the new format for me going forward. And so tonight is the last time I'm going to do a long live stream, because next week will be 6 and I'll shut it down before 8, because I might want to take a break, take a piss or something. And then I'll start the Twitter space at 8. And then we'll do that till the cows come home, and we'll see how that goes. So yeah, that's what we're going to do. And I'm back in my office here. I've kind of got a bit more of a setup because winter's here. Construction's season is over, and I can dedicate more time to doing stuff like this. And I really enjoy it. I actually really enjoy doing these live streams. Hey, Doug and Stacy off grid, you guys. Doug's in. He's on Twitter. So he's coming in. I've been watching his shit lately. They've been hammering him on YouTube. And those chemtrails, Doug, man, Missouri, you guys get hammered. I think most of the chemtrailing that happens for me, because I'm in a very rural area of BC, but fairly close to the US border. And the prevailing wind is always blowing in from the northwest, blowing southeast. And so most of the chemtrailing, I hate to say it, but most of the chemtrailing that goes on up here is meant for the US, because the prevailing wind takes it all down into, Idaho and Montana and such. So you guys in Missouri, man, you guys get chemtrailed like crazy. It's got to be you wonder why the hell they do it. You can look at the documents, right? You can read in Canada, it's the Weather Modification Information Act. It's a legit act that went through the House of Commons in Canada that discloses that Canada is actively engaged in weather modification, and they're employing all kinds of technology. They don't really say why they're doing it, though, which is weird, that they just say we're doing this, and they don't really talk about why. And then in the US, you can look at it's called Owning the Weather by 2025. I think it was like a State Department memorandum or something like that. But it discloses that the US is actively engaged in it too. So the question that I always have is why? Like, why do they do it? Because you could, if you follow your kind of logic, you go, well, if they do it to poison everything, how do they avoid not getting poisoned by that eventually? So you kind of rule out the logic of it being that way, unless it's something not human, right? Then it's, well, I don't even know where to go with that. But you start to really kind of think about why do they do that? And it's quite troubling, really. I wonder if my sort of apocalyptically optimistic viewpoint of it is that, or possibly speculation, I should say, is that they do it to demoralize us. And it's mostly a psychological operation to literally reduce the amount of vitamin D and sunlight that we get. It's not so much that the aluminum and the barium is direct poison, though it is a toxin. It is poisonous, but it's not like spraying Roundup everywhere, right? It's a thing that's going to take way longer. And yes, we're seeing effects of it. You can look those things up. People are talking about that stuff. But and if it is a psychological operation, then it doesn't scare me as much. If it's direct poisoning, then it's, I'm not scared, because there's no point to carry fear like that. But it is troubling and concerning, because then what the hell can you do? We've got our copper rods, our electroculture around the property. We were boiling vinegar for a long time, but the rods have seemed to replace that for the most part, at least. And so, yeah. Steve says, what is Spaces? Spaces is just a thing in Twitter where it's like a podcast. It's audio. It's a podcast thing. And so that's what I'm going to be doing going forward. And if you're on Twitter, you just listen to the space. It's called a space, big pink thing that pops up. And yeah, that's what we're going to be doing. And so the good thing is that we'll start on YouTube, And then I'll say, hey guys, we're going to shut this down. Go to @offgridstone on Twitter, and I'll see you there in a few minutes or whatever it's going to be. That's how it's going to work. Dane Wigington, the Dimmy, absolutely. Yeah, Dane Wigington knows what's up. He's yeah, you guys get it bad in Tennessee too. Lila says, I've witnessed that for many years going down to Tennessee. Tina says, living in a Soyuz this winter as a snowboard, the chemtrails are crazy sometimes. It is very ill for a couple days after inhaling that crap. I was very ill for a couple days. Yeah, right. Yeah, it is what it is. But yeah. Mike Adams has a good explanation of it, Lila says. It's one of these things where if you spend too much time worrying about it, it's gonna slow you down, and then that's their game anyways. That's what you got to remember with all this stuff, is that it's good to be aware. It's good to actually, I'm gonna riff on something actually that I was gonna make a video for, but I didn't. It ties in exactly what we're talking about here. I shared a thing on I posted a little thread on Twitter talking about kind of my journey as a truther and kind of why I have a certain outlook, why I have a pretty optimistic outlook, I guess. And I don't know, it was like 12 pages or something, or 12 tweets or something like that. You should go check it out. But I wanted to kind of riff on it. So there was a guy who shared, it was following that Isaac Cappy page on Twitter. It's not Isaac Cappy because Isaac Cappy's dead, but it's that Isaac Cappy page on Twitter. And it's just some truther guy. Anyways, he shared that video. I don't know if this is pretty dark, and I won't go into it too much, but there's a video that's apparently John Podesta doing horrible atrocities to a child, and there's the video. It's you can't see anything. You can't see anything at all. It's a light far away, and the sound is terrible. It will make your stomach wrench. Like it sounds horrible. But the thing is it's not evidence. And this whole thing that truthers do, where you get so wrapped up in how shitty things are. It's the black pill. Okay. So you get so deep into the black pill that you just feel really, really pissed off. And you can see people in social media, you can see it gets the best of them. And I try to say people like, look, man, I'm not your enemy. Like there was a guy, I commented on this thing with all good faith. I'm out there on social media. I might troll the odd thing or mainstream media thing, but generally speaking, when it comes to people, I'm polite and just cordial. And there's a couple leftist insane people in Kelowna that I troll a little bit because Kelowna is kind of close to my heart growing up there. But anyways, where the hell was I going with that? Yeah. So anyways, this guy shared this alleged John Podesta video. And look, I'm not defending John Podesta. I've read the Hillary Clinton emails. He most likely is that evil, but the video is not evidence. But all these truthers get so angry because when you hear this video, your heart wants to scream. Like it sounds like a child being tortured. It's fucking horrible. I don't suggest listening to it. Because look, evil's always been there. There's always been evil. That's nothing new. But to subject yourself to things that are not evidence at all, they're just totally speculative, but they're meant to just get an emotional reaction out of you. That's the point. That's the demoralization working on you. But it seems like truth or gravy, but it's not. It's meant to demoralize you. And that's what it does. And so I commented on this thing and I just said, it's just not, it's not evidence. Like, and I'm not saying Podesta isn't involved in that stuff, because he probably is, but this isn't evidence. Why present something like it's evidence? Why blur the lines of truth? If you're a truther, be honest, tell the truth. Don't be a bullshitter. Don't lie. You can't, that's not how it works. And so all these truthers get hung up on lies, which is ironic, isn't it? It's almost like an inversion. And, if you're a truther and you're telling lies, to me, it looks like I can see where your allegiance is. You're not claiming where your allegiance is, but I can see it. You're doing an inverted thing. You're doing what the New World Order does all the time, is they pretend to be leftist, social justice, whatever, and then they do the opposite of what they talk about. Don't do that. Don't be that, because then you're not a truther. Not that this is some club and I hold the keys to this club, right? It's not like the bear tard thing, but it's just be consistent. It's just, be consistent. And so anyways, I've been on this journey of being a truther, call it, for lack of a better term, for over 20 years. And I've told this story many times in the streams, and I'm not going to do the whole thing again, but I'll iterate it a bit. I've went this long way to have this sort of white pill attitude now, because that's kind of how I feel. I've called myself apocalyptically optimistic for a very long time. I have a really optimistic view of how things could go, because I've personally experienced being an active participant in the system per se, to get a good result out of it. And in my journey, my dad told me about the Federal Reserve and central banking just actually before 9/11 in 2001. He was driving me to go to college in Nelson, BC, at a music school there called Selkirk College. And we had this long talk. It was a 4-hour drive from Kelowna to Nelson. We had this long talk over the evening. And, we were talking about banking. He told me about the central bank. And I was like, he's like, and they just print money out of nothing. And I went, what? That's really how it's done? And that changed the direction of my life. When I look back, it was a fork in the road of things that I paid attention to and cared about. And anyways, that was the beginning of my journey. And, many years went by. I read lots of books, G. Edward Griffin, and watched, lots of Jordan Maxwell videos and all that kind of stuff. And Robert Bernard, and of course, Dean Clifford, who's a personal friend of mine now, but watched his stuff way back then in the early days. And many years went by. And then in 2014, I met this guy named Cal Washington. And Cal's been on the Liberty on the Land podcast. I don't think he's on Twitter, so I don't know if he'll be coming on to Spaces, but I have done podcasts with Cal, and I've known Cal for many years. And he was my first foray into learning about the law and the matrix, the so-called matrix, So anyways, this story, we're going to get in this story. I'm going to get to you why I have the white pill, why I'm white pilled and not black pilled. Even though I took the black pill, I've been down that rabbit hole, but I'm going to get to why I'm actually very optimistic about things. So I met Cal in 2014, because at that point I was a couple years into really learning about the law stuff. Probably 2012, maybe, I started listening to Robert Bernard in Canada. And I think Dean Clifford, he was doing stuff around then. Yeah, he was. I know he was. He came to Kelowna and did a workshop in 2010. I didn't go, but anyways, I was getting into that stuff. And this is all the stuff that kind of comes from Winston Shrout and the whole solutions in commerce stuff that comes out of the US. It was kind of, a lot of people in Canada started doing it. And anyways, I was all stoked about this stuff at this point. And I heard about this guy, Cal Washington, who was doing this, doing a notice of liability, which is a notice. You send a notice to a government agency, a person, a corporation, whatever, to notify them that they're doing harm. And we were part of this collective action thing, and it was cool. It was a total scene, and it took about a week. There might have been a couple nights. There might have been. It was on 2 nights. Cal Washington did a lecture at the Okanagan Mission Hall in Kelowna, where I used to go to play music and do gigs and went to all the punk shows when I was a kid. Anyways, Cal Washington was organizing the event. Actually, no, he wasn't organizing. He was the speaker. Some friends of mine were organizing the event. And I went and saw this talk Cal did, and it blew my mind because he explained the whole system better than anybody else up to that point that I had heard. And Cal does this thing where if you go on inpower.com or in what is his thing, inpower.net, Empower Movement, IN. Cal's got some great stuff out there. And he does a video where he explains the merchant system, the commercial system. He talks about all these rings of how you're just boxed in. And anyways, it was we've been through that stuff on many times of these streams, and I don't need to iterate it right now to side rail the story. But Cal had this way that really inspired me, the way that he explained it. And anyways, there was that talk that night, and then there was another event the next night, I think, where all of us, the 200 people that had been at this thing, filled out 20 or 30 pages of paperwork, 8.5 by 11, that was a big notice of liability written in some fairly esoteric language. I don't think Cal writes things quite the same way anymore. This was back in 2014. This is almost 10 years ago. And but anyways, it's a lot of ecclesiastical language, if you will, really rooted in Bible verses, and it's quite powerful when you read it. But anyways, we were sort of, what do you call them? Civil? No. What's a better term? We were taking an active stance against a policy, and that policy was to put smart meters on all the homes in Kelowna. And so this is all a bunch of people in Kelowna who are pissed off about that, myself included. And so Cal wrote out this whole notice of liability. And then he basically everybody had a copy of it. 200 people had a copy of it. It was 20, 30 pages long. Not kidding you. Not exaggerating at all. Like, it was insane. They had multiple printers, and it was a crazy event. All this paper flying around everywhere. It was so cool. And it was all these really hip people. It was all these truthers. And this is, a long time before COVID, but it was all these truthers who were into this legal stuff. And Kelowna had quite a scene for it for a long time. And that's how I got into it. But anyways, we did this thing. We all did it in registered mail. We all went to the same post office, and we took over this post office for hours, and it was just madness in there. It was hilarious. But we all got this paperwork out, and the next day, the CEO of Fortis resigned. He resigned. So the whole smart meter thing failed. We didn't stop them getting the smart meters on. But what I witnessed there was the power of the written word in law. And I was forever inspired by that. And that was a big turning point for me, because a lot of the things that I was looking at between, say, 2000, in 2000, when my dad told me about the Federal Reserve and central banking and the Bank of Canada and all that, that I was I was red pilled by that. And then I went through many years of being black pilled, listening to Alex Jones all the time, his early show, and just going down the rabbit hole, watching stuff on the Masons, and just, those kind of guys that went really deep into it, Santos Bonacci and Franco Collins. And then when I met Cal in 2014, it was the white pill for me. It was the beginning of the white pill. And then, so that happened. And then a couple of years went by. I got involved in some farmers that I met on the coast of Vancouver Island that were experiencing problems with the ALR. And I didn't do anything about this then, but it inspired me to start reading the law more. And so in 2016, I started going really deep into the Agricultural Land Commission and the Agricultural Land Reserve and all that stuff. And then I had the Canadian Food Inspection Agency come after me in that year, and they tried to shut the farm down. Basically, they did what they tried to do, what they do to farmers all over the world. And I've witnessed it in my consulting practice for so many years, of the same story, where somebody's farming. It's a family-based farm, homestead farm, whatever you want to call it, farmstead, small scale farm. And some bureaucrats show up with some paperwork and say, you got to do this and that. Otherwise, we're going to shut you down. And I'd seen that dozens of times, mostly in the US, I might add, actually. They're way less forceful in Canada, way less forceful. But nonetheless, I'd seen it. And so anyways, they tried to do it to me. And so they sent me an email, actually. This is all done in email. People think, do you have to actually write letters and send them through registered mail and all that? You don't. To interact with the state, no, you can email them. It all works the same, at least from what I've seen. And so this bureaucrat emails me, and then I emailed him back and I said, sure, happy to have you come by. And I'm going to need 3 things. I said, and the 3 things aren't really that important. There's only one of these that's really important. But I said 3 things. And this is me just shooting in the dark, because I thought, well, I know there's a number of things in the state of Canada that proves that it's fraud. And so you could kind of call any of these things out and potentially get a remedy. And so I shot off 3 buckshots, basically. And the first one was, so this is a conditional acceptance. I conditionally accept you coming to inspect my farm on this date. And so I said, first thing I want is I want proof of royal assent. I want proof that the Canada Food Inspection Agency Act has gone through the process of royal assent, and there's a signature by Governor General or Lieutenant Governor on that. The reason I asked for that is because I know it doesn't exist. And it used to exist, but they stopped doing it in Canada. And I won't pretend to know why, but they stopped doing it. And it was suspicious, because they started to, at first, a lieutenant governor or a governor general, which is the authority of the so-called queen, would sign off on things. In that, yes, I approve this bill through the House of Commons. So that would show that the queen has approved this, but they stopped doing it. And I think the reason fundamentally is because the queen isn't the queen, or the king isn't the king, because of the Statute Law Revision Act and the removal of the Dominion in perpetuity out of the British North America Act. It was called the Statute Law Revision Act. And anyways, but the years later, they stopped signing off on things. And I think it might have something to do with that. But anyways, that isn't important. So I asked for that. And then I said, secondly, I want a copy of your oath, because if you're working under Her Majesty, which is supposed to be what Canada is, you have to have an oath. And these bureaucrats don't have oaths anymore. And so I am asking for something I know he doesn't have, to kind of put some pressure on him, to kind of call him out. And then the third thing I said is, I need to be paid. You don't come and waste my time for free. I don't come and waste your time for free. You get paid to do your job. So if you're going to ask me to perform, I'm going to need payment. And the reason I asked for that is because there's a treaty called the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. And all the Western countries sign on to the treaties, most of them. Canada signed on to this one. The United States signed on to this one too. You can look up Article 8 on there. I believe it's Article 8. And it basically says that no person is obligated to perform without compensation. That's almost the words as verbatim. And the whole thing was guised as, we're ending slavery officially now. So you can't make people work for nothing. And so, again, I was kind of just shooting in the dark. I mean, I had an idea of what I thought would get me something, because what you ultimately want is them to go silent, because they don't want to disclose that any of this stuff has validity. So that's usually what they do. But so anyways, I said, yeah, then I need a consulting fee, $400 an hour. And then I asked that my 2 staff that were there be compensated at $50 an hour. And then we'll put aside 4 hours for you, and you can pay up front. And I said, you got 21 days to respond. And he got back to me in 24 hours or less, and was like, oh, well, he didn't know how to take it. And so he wrote back to me and And he said, well, I'm so and so and so and so. Here's he had a photocopy of his ID, and his job description and all that. And so, and actually never took an oath. And actually, I don't have a certified true copy. And apparently we can't even get one. And unfortunately, we don't have a budget to pay you. And so, and that's pretty much what he said. I can't accommodate you there. But he didn't really say much else. And so anyways, I responded, not quite knowing what to say, but I basically just said, okay, well then I guess we don't have a deal. Really. That's more or less what I said. And he just never got back to me. And it's been years, right? This is 2016. This is 8 years. Is that 8 years ago? Almost. And for the first 6 months that I did that, I was quite nervous. I actually didn't sleep much. But I learned then that there is remedy in the system if you know why you get it. It's either a loophole in the statutes, or it's you calling out that it's all commercial, and then they don't want to perjure themselves, I guess, if you will. They don't want to admit that it is, because then it's kind of like the Streisand effect. And so they don't. And so they go silent. And I'm not saying that you can get away with anything. This isn't about getting away with anything. It's about using the law as it is written. And so anyways, I've been ever since then, and I've had a number of other, and I only tell that story publicly. If we ever hang out privately, I'm happy to tell more of those stories, but publicly, especially on this platform, this is the only one I tell. And I told it for years. It's the only one you really need to know, in a way, because it's all there. And so I've had the white pill ever since that stuff, because I'm sitting here going, well, if they were just tyrants and they just wanted to round us up, why wouldn't they just round us up? Why are they letting me do these things? And I don't really have an answer as to why, except that it's legal. And so it's that. And maybe I'm not that interested in poking the bear so much. Other people are more than others. Some of the content creators out there, especially on Twitter, just go at, top people all the time and just fuck, man. Don't really care enough. But if you do that, you might piss them off. And so for me, I guess the thing that why I have such an optimistic view about it is that I've been able to compartmentalize the state in a way. I've talked about this before, but I've compartmentalized this, and this is so that I can have more of a realistic perspective of who or what I'm dealing with, opposed to just this amorphous thing that's got the deep state, and it's got, the FBI and the CIA and CSIS and Mossad and MI6. And it's all this amorphous thing that seems like the eye of Sauron, and you're freaked out about it. And if you don't compartmentalize it, you might have this perspective, because you don't actually have a realistic view on what the state actually is. Because the state isn't just the government, which is a corporation with a monopoly on force. That's literally what a government is. And that's not even a controversial thing to say, but that's literally what it is. And but what is the state? Because there's three parts to it. And this is why, again, going back, this is because I have this view that I'm going to share. This is why I have the white pill, is sort of the optimistic view of things. And I don't have the fear of the state, is because the state, there's three parts. The first part is the politics. Well, none of the parts are in any particular order for any reason, but one part is politics. That's the rhetoric. That's the political personalities. That's the podcasts about politics, the mainstream media narrative about politics, the politicking, even when they stand in the House of Commons or in the parliaments or in in whatever they're called in the US. And they yell at each other and do that whole dog and pony show. That's all that's the politics of it. Okay. That's the politics. And the politics can affect the other two things a little bit here and there. And then you have the administrative state, the administrative body of the bureaucrats, all the pencil pushers, everybody working in the city hall, the federal government, the whole apparatus of it, the administrative apparatus of it. It's the physical part of the government, really, because it's the part that consists of people, human resources. And then you have the legal side of it, which is the written word of the law. So there's three things there. And you can engage with the state in any of those three things if you wish, right? So for example, you can engage in politics by just talking politics and getting politicians' attention and becoming a media. You can just get involved in politics without even getting elected. You can get in, and then you can get elected, and you can run for office and do all that shit, right? So you get involved in politics, and just be a person in the arena of the opinion of politics. That's getting involved in politics. Then you can engage with the administrative state. You can write them letters. You can ask for things. You can sue them. You can go work for the administrative state. You can engage with the administrative state. Okay. And then on the legal side, you can engage with the legal side by understanding the law and then using it to engage with the administrative state. So you can use it to get you the things you're asking for because you understand it. And if you don't understand it, you'll find out real quick, because they'll either just tell you to fuck off, or they'll just ignore you. They won't even write back. But so the point I'm trying to make is you can engage with the state in any of those three ways. And there might be some other ways too. I may be missing something, but this is what I've observed, and kind of how I've come to the positions and the ideas that I have, is that because, and okay, so even further, actually, let's even say this, add another layer. It's the deep state, right? So there's the legal, there's the administrative, there's the politics, and then there's the deep state, right? So there's another one right there. But I can't engage with the deep state unless I go and do a dumb thing like January 6th or something like that, or if if you're Roger Stone or something like that, or Henry Kissinger just died, you got him coming after you, that's a big thing. And so anyways, you can engage with any of the three of these things. So the reason I have this great attitude about it is that I have engaged with the state many times in the legal route, which is different than everything else, because the legal route immediately gets you in the door. If you engage in politics, it's just opinions and yelling and screaming for the most part, and maybe going to parties and mingling and then running for office and all that, sure. And you can try to engage with the administrative state by just going, say, to the DMV or whatever, and then there's a process in that way that involves legal things too. But it's more just, sign this and sign that and get this or get that and pay for this or pay for that. But when you go at it from the legal side, where you have an understanding of what the thing is you're asking for and how you're going to get it, or how you're going to get remedy, because you've read the statute and you understand that in a statute, there is always remedy built in. And can I prove that there is a remedy in every statute? No, not without reading them. But I do have a fundamental understanding that the thing I mention all the time is equity in law. And in British Columbia, it's the Law and Equity Act. And many other countries, it's the Judicature Acts. And there's different names for them. But that equity, which is the root of Western law coming out of the Roman civil law, has these principles that are like the 10 Commandments, but there's hundreds of them. And they're basically just the framework, foundational principles that are used in law. And one of those things is that there always has to be a remedy. And I forget how that one reads, but it's something will suffer no wrong without a remedy. And it's kind of this principle that because the legal system, which is statute law, is the color of law. It's not real law. Real law is the Bible. In the Western world, real law, the law is the Bible. The word of God is the law. Everything else is color of law. And so because it's color of law, it means it's fake. It's not real. It's not real law. The word of God is real law, and it's the only real law. But right on the homepage of the Bar Association, I don't know I haven't checked it lately, but it used to just say, we practice color of law. That tells you right there that it's not law, it's color of law. It's something else. It's not justice, it's social justice. You know what I mean? It's something like that. Whereas, you tack the word social on anything, it all of a sudden becomes the opposite of what it was intended. Social justice is not justice. Color of law is not law, but it's this dog and pony show that we can play. And it's kind of the rules of engagement, whether you like them or not. Guys like Mark Passio, I talked about him a little bit last stream too, and I respect him and appreciate his work. But he gets into natural law and all that stuff, and that's all cool, and I agree with all of it. It's just natural law is how you'd like the world to be. Statute law is how the world is, and it is what it is. It's the system of money. It's the thing that's fake, right? But it is the game in town until that game's no longer in town. It's the game in town. And so I'm optimistic about everything because I'm just sitting here going, well, it seems to work okay. If you want to do all these things with the system, you can. If you want to look at other options, you can too. But when you play a political game or a radical game, then that's hammer you. And so people go, yeah, but there's injustice and all this, and there's these judges doing this, that, and the other. And I agree, look what they're trying to do to Alex Jones. But I would say that's more of a political game than it is even a legal game. It's all just a dog and pony show. He even admitted that actually recently, that it's a total dog and pony show because their courts have no power. They're like these, at least the ones that are coming after him, because they're in this civil thing. It's a civil claim. It's not a criminal. It's civil. And so it can only do so much, but they say you owe us $85 billion, some ridiculous number that's the GDP of, countries. He'll never have to pay it because he can't. And so I guess according to the way their system works with the bankruptcies, Chapter 11 bankruptcies, they will, if you can't settle, so they say you owe us $1 trillion. And it's like, well, I'll never make that much money in my life. What are we going to do? I can't just produce that for you. This is a civil matter, not a criminal matter. So you can't take me to jail. And so it's just this circle jerk where they just go, okay, well, I guess we're going to send the IRS in and you're going to have to give us a piece of the action from your business in perpetuity, I guess. It's ridiculous. But anyways, it's just a bunch of bullshit. And, so what I would say is that's a political game. Owen Schroyer going to jail too, another InfoWars guy. Same thing. That's a political game. It was a political game. And not to say that, it's wrong that Owen's in jail and it's and all that. It's injustice, but he'll be out soon. And he knows now not to do anything like that, because that's not going to change anything anyways. Running into the Capitol, into Ottawa, is not going to change anything. It was fun to observe, and there was a lot of excitement about it. And, I got stoked about it. I didn't tell people to go there though. But actually I told people to stop waving the Canadian flag. If you're there, stop waving the Canadian flag. But these things aren't going to accomplish anything at this point, because the New World Order is going to do what the New World Order has planned to do for hundreds of years. They're going to do it. The question is, are you going to participate and go along with it? You're not going to stop the New World Order. That's how I feel about it. We're not going to stop it. But that doesn't mean that we can't win, because them doing it is destroying their own. It's like that scene in that Batman movie with was it Heath Ledger who played the Joker? No. Yeah, was it Heath Ledger? Yeah, I think so. Was it Heath Ledger? I don't know. I'm not good with movie names and stuff. Who cares? But the Joker is doing this big bank heist, and he's got this school bus full of other Jokers all wearing masks. And there's a secret with the crew. There's like 30 guys going to rob this bank. And the secret is, if there's less of us at the end, there's less money to divvy up. So if you just whack the guy, once we get it all done and dusted, if we just start killing each other off, then, then there'll be more money for you, which is insane. But that's kind of, in my opinion, how they are. That's what the New World Order is. And it goes to all this mythological truisms that you see throughout Hollywood and books and all this stuff, is that the devil sacrifices his own. And I believe it's a spiritual game. I believe the whole thing is spiritual. And call it a spiritual comfort in that I believe God will win, and I'm on God's side. And we just have to get out of the way, protect ourselves, and don't take their bait, and just let them run their course and destroy society. And they won't necessarily destroy society, because all the stuff will still be here, but there'll be a lot of people that destroy themselves. And you can just see this in mainstream liberalism. It's not pro-human. It's anti-human. The whole liberal agenda in every way is anti-human, whether it's the social justice stuff, the Black Lives Matter, the transgender stuff, the environmentalist stuff, the bioengineering, the AI, the social media. Everything is anti-human. It is destroying us. And there's been some benefits to some of the stuff, no question about it. Technology, I use the social media to some degree, Twitter. So it's been, it's been good for some part, but for the most part, it's just been a train wreck that's destroying humanity. And some people in other places of the world are thriving, and their cultures are thriving. Look at, even in the US, look at the Amish. Despite being under attack, they're under the same attack that we're all under. They're just not, they don't subject themselves to the schooling and all that stuff and the media. So they don't see most of what we see, but they're getting chemtrailed, right? They're getting, if COVID was a bio thing or whatever, they're getting subjected to it in the same way as we are. They're crushing. The Amish are crushing. They're doubling. They're doing very well. So clearly we can thrive when this whole train wreck just keeps hammering. We can thrive, I believe. Oh, my wife. How do I look, Kate? My wife's chiming in on the chat. So smash the like, folks. How do I look, babe? I've got some lighting in here. My wife used to be a photographer. Some of our lighting equipment, so it looks pretty good. Yeah. So, anyways, I have a positive perspective about things, because I can see that if you can compartmentalize the state and you can engage with the one that is the least violent, which is the legal side of it, you can use that to get remedy out of the administrative state. Forget politics. Politics has got nothing to do with any of it. But I don't know. I'm just going, why don't more people figure this shit out? It's not that hard. And I've certainly done nothing new with it, but why don't more people just find freedom? And so I'm optimistic in that way, because I think ultimately most people don't want freedom. I think most people just want to go along to get along. Most people just want to mail it in, right? Most people don't want to do anything significant in their life. Don't have any ambitions. They just want to go to work, get a check, and then retire someday. That's what a lot of people want to do. And they'll take the shots in order to get that. They'll go along with whatever the latest thing. They'll change their Facebook profile picture to a Ukrainian flag or an Israel flag or a Palestinian flag or whatever it is today. Whatever the current thing is, they'll do. So most people want to do that, and I say, fuck them. Let them. Let them. And that doesn't have to change your life. And so it's easier. This is why I say get out of the cities, go off grid, or as best as you can, get the wheel in motion and just let the New World Order do the New World Order. And you can see that it's like that scene in Batman where they'll just kill themselves until the end. And then who's left? The devil? It's just him by himself? Well, then if that's the case, then we know who wins. And so I just have no fear of any of it. And I think going back to where this all started, when I was talking about that alleged John Podesta video, is like, there's always been evil. And so if I could give you the biggest piece of advice I could have, I would have of being a truther for 24 years, being on that journey for that long, is don't sweat all the bad stuff. Just don't get into it. And then people get really self-righteous. Truthers get really self-righteous about that because, and I saw it in the comments of this one Twitter thread on that Isaac Cappy page, is that people all of a sudden, well, if you don't want to watch, videos of all this dark shit, then you're throwing in the towel and giving up on us blowing the whistle on child sex trafficking or satanic ritual abuse or any of these madness or trafficking. And it's like, no, I don't think it's right either, but I'm just not going to subject myself to something that might not be real, for one, and two, witnessing something that's so horrible doesn't change the outcome of what happened. It won't change the outcome of what happened. It won't bring justice to anything. It'll just demoralize you. And that's the point. And that's where a lot of truther stuff, mainstream conservative stuff, it does the same shit as the liberal media does. It just demoralizes you. And if it's demoralizing you, that's, to me, that just looks like the New World Order, because that's just what they do. And so if you see people in the content space doing things like that, I don't know. I'm not saying I can prove it's all the New World Order. I can just say, well, if it looks like a pig and smells like a pig, it's a pig. And so I prefer to be optimistic. I prefer to have a positive interaction with people and the world overall. Sometimes it's inevitable to get in little skirmishes on social media, but I try to minimize them and just have a nice time and enjoy life. Okay, there's a lot of so that was my little riff. 484 of you guys in here. Smash the like if you're enjoying the stream. And two, I'm just gonna plug again real quick. Just mention our Freedom Farmers offer. This is ending tonight at midnight. I think midnight my time, or maybe it's Central Time. So it might just be in 3 hours. But our biggest offer of the year. So if you like my streams and you like my work and you want to support me, but you also want to learn something at the same time, check out freedomfarmers.com. Our Black Friday offer gives you a one-time payment to give you everything in our platform, which is 20 plus courses. These are the total values of some of the courses that we have. Access to our social network, access to our Homestead Accelerator directory, which is worth every penny if you're looking for property for one-time payment of $8.99. So freedomfarmers.com, check that out. And yeah, that's our biggest offer of the year. And again, if you like my work and you want to learn something from my company. I don't, I'm not asking money to come and hang out and, and, get into a special club or be part of a special cult. It's, if you want to learn something about being on the land, my company offers great products and services that can teach you how to do that. And so freedomfarmers.com is the place to do that. And that offer ends at midnight. And it's the biggest offer of the year, where you get access to everything that we have in the platform. And I do the Homestead Accelerator calls on Friday mornings, and I love doing them. I look forward to it every week. And it's really exciting. And there's lots of things changing in the real estate game too. I will say, we're starting to see prices move, starting to see prices go up in some places still in the US, like Tennessee is getting crazy. 6 months ago, you could find pretty good deals in Tennessee with pretty good homesteads. So that's getting harder because more people are moving there, right? So it's all supply and demand, but that's getting harder right now, which has been interesting to witness. Maybe it was because of us. I don't know. Maybe we had something to do with it, because we in the early couple months in the spring, we launched Homestead Accelerator in April, I think. And in the spring, there was, I don't know, I felt like a couple months of just a lot of good Tennessee properties, a lot of good Arkansas properties, a lot of good Oklahoma properties, no properties in Canada, very few. That's changing though. And then Tennessee tightened up, and then Kentucky opened up. Kentucky, hands down, the best place to buy property in the United States right now, hands down. If you want a homestead property and you can live in different states, Kentucky, absolutely number one. And here's another reason why Kentucky is sweet. So here's a bunch of reasons. Climate's nice. One of the nicest climates in the United States. If you like a temperate climate, you might want to be in warm weather, and so you might not be used to Kentucky, but Kentucky's warmer than Pennsylvania because it's a little bit south of Pennsylvania, right? And so, but it's a little north of Tennessee. And so it's temperate, has a winter, but not a ton of snow, great growing season, and it's green. And so the climate's nice. The topography is fairly nice too, because there's not a lot of crazy mountains in Kentucky. There's definitely mountains in Kentucky, but not like we get in British Columbia, where they're really topographically limited on what you can do with them. Kentucky, there's good land all over the place. And there's a high percentage of Amish people, which is great when times get tough. It's great when times aren't tough. The Amish are great people, and they like to do business. And so if you can find a property in an area in Kentucky that's got Amish people around it, chances are it does. That's good. The only one thing about Kentucky right now that I'm seeing is that the big lots are mostly gone, and we're just not finding big lots anymore. At the beginning of the year, or the beginning of the season, when we started this program, we did a lot of big acreages in Canada and the US, big acreages, 100 acres or more, always like many over 50 acres. Now we're looking at 10, 15 acre parcels, even less sometimes. We're even showcasing 5 acre properties. We actually recently started including what we call C properties, but they're opportunity properties. So they're like 150 grand for 5, sometimes 10 acres. In some states, we've seen 10 acres for 150, 200 grand, dump, total shithole house, but fixable, renovatable. Young guy, somebody who wanted to put the elbow grease in could do it. So we've been kind of showcasing these opportunity properties, because when we started the program, it was just A properties. Let's just show the best of the best for price and what you get. But it's getting harder to find good places, especially when you publish as many properties as we do. We do like 10 to 15 a week. And these are good properties. And so then we had some people asking, well, do you want to look at B properties? We want to see stuff that's good, but we can put some elbow grease into it. And it's still pretty good value, but it's not, and then it's like 350,000 US. Whereas some of the A properties are now 600, 700, 800,000 in the homestead category, food, water, energy, shelter. The B properties are in the 350 zone, maybe 250, kind of 300 to 400, call it. And then these C properties that we look at still have food, water, energy, shelter, the capacity for them. But the amount of resources you need to put in to get that up to an a turnkey homestead is going to take some elbow grease. But anyways, we started showing some of these properties just because there's a lot of people out there who would rather just put the work in. And hell yeah, if you got the time and you can do the work, you can buy a cheap property. And that's what I've done here. I bought this property cheap. I won't tell you the price, but it was cheap. It was half the price of everything else I was looking at. And it was cheap because it was off grid, had a long driveway that needed work, and a variety of other reasons. Didn't have a well. It was cheap for that, but I wanted to put the work in anyways. I wanted to do those things anyways. And so I put the work in and spent a shitload of money at the same time. But that's how it goes. But that's why I've saved my house for last. I prioritized on my homestead build. I prioritized food, water, and energy first because I already had shelter. I already had a house that we're still living in it. It's fine. Be nice to not be in there for much longer though, but it's fine. It's comfortable. Our kids are still relatively young, and so it's fine. And so I'll live in the Shangri-La at some point soon. But because I've done all this without debt, I haven't been able to just dial it up. I could go take out a HELOC, like a home equity line of credit. I could go do that and leverage my property. But then the interest rates suck now. And I know they want to pull the Great Reset. So I don't want to take out a HELOC. I don't want to go and just take on $600,000 of debt at 6.57% interest just so I can live in a cozy house. It's like, no, I'll do that when I can, because right now I'm, my family is close to, I'd say we're getting as close to as sovereign as we can. We're resilient, but we're getting to sovereign. And that's a scale. I've talked about that a lot lately, that there's this sort of a scale of anything. And this is sort of some ideas I've been working on for a course or a book I'm going to write, kind of how to find sovereignty in a variety of different ways. You think about food, water, energy, shelter, number one, but then sovereignty in finance, sovereignty in your community, sovereignty in your communication, sovereignty in the legal sense of the word. There's all these ways to be sovereign, but the path to get there isn't just 0 to 1. It's more like 0 to 5. And so the way I look at it is it's on the far end of it, you're dependent. So you're dependent on water, food, shelter, energy. You're dependent. You live in the city, you turn things on, you go to the grocery store, you're dependent. Then you can become less dependent. So then you can start stockpiling, diversifying, having a backup for things, become less dependent. Then you become secure in that now you've got a buffer for things, you've hedged yourself. And I'm being very broad because you can think about this in a multifaceted way. You can become resilient, secure. Then you can become resilient, which is to take another step. Now you're producing things. Now you're doing a bit of that. You've got a lot of surplus, you're producing things, you're starting to interact with the systems. There's some more holistic context to it. Things are synergistic. Then you get to sovereignty, which is the goal. And we're not there on all across the board, but we're getting pretty close. And that's kind of how I think about things these days is, how sovereign are you? Because, and that word is, you can play this game of, what do you call it? Semantics with that word. And some people, sovereign is this or that. It's like, who cares? The basic premise of what I'm trying to say is that whether you want to use the word sovereign or you want to use the word, I don't know, completely independent or whatever, it doesn't matter. It's just that you're at that state where you pretty much own your own system, and Klaus Schwab can't turn you off. They can't take away your food. They can't take away your water. Your finances are diversified and independent, and that's kind of how I've been thinking about it. And it's pretty neat because I've been working on this matrix. Matthew, who works in Freedom Farmers, he's kind of point guy, him and I work on content together, and because I'm somewhat unorganized in some ways, I'm really good. I'm a good thinker. I can come up with ideas, but sometimes I get kind of scattered, as you've seen in these live streams probably. But Matthew can take my ideas and just lay them out in a spreadsheet, and it's amazing. So him and I have a really great creative flow, but we were working on this matrix of going through all these things, and it's pretty cool because it education is another one. Are you dependent on the education of your children, as in that you take them to the public school, daycares and all that? Are you less dependent, where you start to go, okay, well, maybe we take them out of school, or no, maybe that less dependent would be maybe they go to a private school. And then secure would be kind of, this is all just going towards sovereignty. And so the terminology sometimes could mix it up, because what does being secure mean? But anyway, secure might be a step of, okay, homeschooling now. And then resilient might be a step of homeschooling plus they're doing things with the family more. And then maybe sovereign is your kids are integrated into your lifestyle in every way, and they participate in the family business, and they're active participants of the family at a young age, and that's more or less their schooling. And that's kind of, I think, our goal with our kids. Maybe my wife will chime in. Maybe she'll come in. Maybe she gets the kids to bed. She'll come in and make a cameo, because there's been a lot of requests for my wife to make a cameo. A lot of requests. I'm looking at some of you guys. How's the riff going, you guys? You guys having a good time? I had no plan. Okay. I've just been winging it. And this is great. This is the most amount of people I've had in a stream in a long time. And the cool thing about this is I could technically cut this off at 8 and this would have been a great stream, but I won't. We'll go for longer. But going forward, that's what's going to happen. So just to remind, because a lot of you guys weren't here when I talked about this at first, but going forward, this is the last long live stream I'm going to do on YouTube. And the reason for that is I'm going to start streaming on Twitter. And the reason I want to start streaming on Twitter is to diversify my content. I've been active on YouTube for 10 years, and they just shadow ban the shit out of me, and it's lame. And so I'd rather go and put my efforts into places that that reward a bit more. I mean, I have almost 600,000 subscribers on YouTube, and maybe 5 to 10,000 of you see my videos actively, unless they just hide the numbers. And maybe they do that just so that they can pay me less money. Maybe, I don't know. It just seems hard to believe that I have that many people subscribe to my channel and that few people actually see my videos actively. So that being said, hit the notification bell if you are subscribed to me on YouTube and you want to see my stuff more often than you don't, because that will probably help you do it. But anyways, I'm going to be splitting my time up and doing, so going to be live streaming every Wednesday now. We're going to do Wednesday, and we'll keep this going for the winter and kind of see how it goes coming into spring. But every Wednesday, I'll be streaming here at 6 p.m., just like we did tonight, started. But then I'll be ending it before 8 to jump into Twitter Spaces, which is basically a podcast form. It's a podcast platform in Twitter. And if you have Twitter, it's a little pink thing that pops up in the top right of your screen. And anybody you're following, if they're doing a space, you'll see it there. And if you follow anybody, I can set a reminder for it. I have one set for next week, and you can just listen to it. And you can also call in. So if you have it, and it's a neat platform, I have to say. It's really cool. I've done a few of them now, and I've really enjoyed them. And it's kind of this new thing where it's kind of like radio, because it's just audio, and I like that. Video is cool too, but the audio thing's kind of cool, and the platform works quite well. You have to use your phone, unfortunately. But you can call in to my show, and I can bring you in, and you can riff. We can riff. And so it'll be fun. And so I'm going to do that, and I'm going to bring in guests. I'm going to bring back Liberty on the Land, but it's going to be Liberty on the Land Talks on Spaces, 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time every Wednesday. And so I'm going to have guests. I've already got a number picked out. I've already reached out to a bunch of people I know. So I'm going to have guests, and it's going to be similar to the format of Liberty on the Land. The guests and I will talk for a while, we'll go back and forth, and then we'll start bringing you guys in, and you can just weigh in and just lay the gravy. just tell us what's up. and I'm excited. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I've been really enjoying. And I'm on Rumble too, Tom. I'm on Rumble. Somebody says no Rumble, please. Yeah, I'm on Rumble, and I eventually might just stream on Rumble too. If YouTube keeps just being lame, and I don't expect that they won't be, so maybe I'll just start streaming on Rumble. But I don't have even close. I have very few followers on Rumble. I hope to change that though, because we're actually right now uploading all of my YouTube videos to it, and it's going to mirror my YouTube channel. And I'll just start paying attention to it more. I'll look at the comments more and stuff. But you can follow me there. Just search Off Grid Stone at Rumble. I am on there. All my streams are there, but I'm also going to start putting everything else there. So Rumble and Twitter. But anyways, we're going to do these spaces on Twitter, and it's going to be fun. Camille Rose says I'm banned on Twitter. Just create a new account. Just get around it. Just create a new account. I wonder what's up with Ron Finley. Somebody says, no shit, hey. I really liked Ron. I went to his place in LA. I went to his house. It was hardcore. That guy was hardcore. And I'm afraid that he got woke, and I just don't want to, it's kind of like COVID kind of did this thing where, not that COVID did it, the government did it with their massive psychological operation, but it created this thing where people that you would have normally put up with their retarded liberal views, you just won't now. And so Ron and I are totally different politically, and that's okay. I didn't care. Ron is at least that's how I knew him, is a leftist, but never really seemed to take too much of a political stance on things. So I would get into some banters with him on Facebook back when I was on there years ago. But I still respected him, and he respected me. And I went to his house in LA, and it was badass. It was a compound. It had 10-foot concrete walls all the way around it. It was some kind of building that he'd repurposed. But he had me over. We went out for lunch. He actually paid for lunch, and I wanted to pay for lunch. And he was like, no, I insist. I was like, okay, wow, thank you, man. Generous guy. Went at a really nice taco place in, I forget what part of LA it was. I think not quite West Hollywood, but somewhere, I forget what the area was. He still lives there. And we hung out for a day. And then I went to his place and we hung out and looked at art and garden stuff. And it was rad. The dude was totally cool. And yeah, what is up with him? I don't know. Somebody says, is Twitter the same as TikTok? No, there's Twitter and there's TikTok. They're two different words. So chances are they're two different things. Yeah, no, Twitter's not banning. Twitter's is a whole new platform. And I get, maybe that's why Elon Musk called it X. The only time I call it X is on Twitter, because then I can use less characters in my tweets. But I just don't like calling it X. I just think it sounds retarded. But anyways, it is a new platform. Basically, it's completely different. It's so much better. It's what social media should be. And, Elon Musk coming out and saying F the advertisers last night was kind of cool, whether he's legit or not. Just cool to see that. And also, I post on Twitter fairly actively. I write every day on it, and I'm starting to write more because I'm kind of using Twitter as sort of a biofeedback loop for me to bounce ideas off people and see what clicks with people, because I'd like to write another book. And so I'm kind of using, I write these threads on Twitter that are, like 2 pages of text, basically. Sometimes they're 12 to 15 paragraphs long, and I like it. It's fun. I enjoy writing, and it's cool because I like the written word, and Twitter seems to reward good content, whether it's shit that people will click on, or if it's truth or stuff. Like, there's so much gravy on Twitter. It's amazing. Like, follow Dr. Keck. I went on Dr. Keck's spaces, and he has a huge following. Which is hard. It's hard to get followers on Twitter. It's which is kind of neat about it, actually. It's a bit more of a slow grind. Unlike YouTube, I had benchmarks where I'd get like 20,000 subscribers in a week. Back in my earlier days. You don't get that on Twitter, really. Maybe some people do here and there, but I don't see that on Twitter. But the followers are engaged. So Dr. Keck has something like, I don't know, 600, no, maybe 300,000 followers on Twitter, which is a lot for Twitter. But you'll see his views on his content get at least that many views. So that means that he's getting 1 per 1. He's getting his subscribers who follow him, who want to see his stuff, are all seeing his stuff. That, as a content creator, that's important, because you work hard to build trust with people and build a following like I have here on YouTube. Happy to have all you guys here. And it sucks when they want to watch your stuff and then they don't see it. That sucks. It's if you put all this work and spend all this money to do all this stuff, you'd like to see it work. And so what I'm witnessing is that is working on Twitter. Is there's really good truther content. Twitter right now is like YouTube was back in 2008 and prior to that, where you could just go and look at so much gravy on Twitter, on YouTube. It used to be that way. It's not like that at all anymore. That has been gone for 10 years at least. That's been gone since I started. No, not quite actually. No, I started in 2014. So no, maybe it stopped. It really stopped. It started being really shitty in 2017. Yeah, it was 2017, 2018, 20. Yeah. Anyways, Twitter is a total truther gravy train. There's so much awesome stuff on there and it gets views. It's not just being shadow banned. It's not just being, and so that's cool. And so I know some people like to hate on Twitter and I get why you would hate on Twitter, because when Jack Dorsey was running it, it was a garbage. And I wasn't even, I had an account one time. I barely used it. I just didn't like it. I didn't like how it was censoring everything. I didn't like how it was so politicized. Twitter is now completely center. Like it's no longer leftist. It's just center. It's neutral. I know they're censoring some people. I know that. But with my experience and how I use it and what I see on it, it seems to be very neutral, which is good. So of course the leftists are screaming that it's far right, but that's because they're far left. So if you're far left, everything is far right. So of course they're saying it's far right. But I see leftists posting shit. I troll the odd leftist. I'm following Cornel West, who actually I kind of like Cornel West, and I kind of always have liked him. I just like his demeanor. I just like him as a character. Call it. I like the way he talks. I like how he's so cordial with people that he talks to, whether he's debating them or not. He's so, hey, brother, how you doing? I try to be that way, actually. I kind of was inspired by Cornel West a long time ago in that sort of way. And I like him that way. But he does say retarded leftist shit. He completely buys into climate change. He completely goes along with most of the things. He's hardcore anti-war, though, and he's always been consistent in that way. And so I at least respect him for that. But I comment on his things every now and then. He doesn't read them. It's more just for me to do that. But I see other leftists in Kelowna and stuff. There's this guy, Wilbur or something. I troll him a little bit. He calls himself a queer grandparent. A queer grandparent, as if that leaves sort of a weird, it's like, what? Why would you associate those two things, being queer and then a grandparent? And so anyways, I troll him a little bit and he actually comes back at me. He hasn't blocked me, but that's because I don't hammer people. I don't say nasty things to them. I just ask them questions and try to be polite as best I can. I don't get into these emotional things with people. I just try to be polite, but I like these interactions. I kind of like to call some of these leftists out. I'd love to debate some of these old leftists from Kelowna, because I used to be a golden boy there until I started saying libertarian-esque things. And then the CBC completely boycotted me, or they basically blacklisted me, because I used to be on the CBC all the time. I must have been on CBC radio and television 20 times. Not kidding you. Radio mostly, but been on CBC television maybe 3 times. Been in the Globe and Mail. When I was a peer, when people thought I was a leftist and I was doing the urban farming thing, And I was sort of a leftist for a period of that, but I woke up and just didn't say anything for a long time, basically. But they loved me. And if, as long as I just went along kind of with the climate change thing and, capitalism sucks. And I kind of went along with that and then showed up for these urban farming events, I was getting huge speaking gigs back then. Huge. I had a very high rate and they never hesitated to pay me. And I brought value. So that's why they were keen to pay me. I'd tell these guys at these conferences, just work me. I'll do talks the whole time I'm there, just whatever you want me to do. Because I enjoyed it. And I like people and I like helping people learn about farming. And so I was always sincere in what I was doing, but I got invited and was a speaker on a lot of these leftist, environmentalist, sustainable development things. I did it for years. And in the last couple of years I did it, I really had a hard time keeping my mouth shut. I just go to Boston a lot. And, first time I saw the transgender or the gender neutral bathroom. Actually, I was like, this is great because I could just go to, if I need to take shit, I'll just use that bathroom. It's clean. Nobody's using it. Nobody's, knocking on the stall. Just use the gender neutral bathroom. Yeah, sure. But I started to see these things that was like, this is ridiculous. I started to see this stuff. And then at the conferences, it started to become a regular thing where they would do the either reparations type thing, or not reparations, but that whole dog and pony show of we need to all be guilty for being white and we need to prop up everybody who isn't white, and this whole dog and pony show. And then the ones in Canada, like, I used to do workshops at Ryerson and Concordia and University and UBC and places like this. And they do the whole First Nations thing, the whole, what do you call it? Land acknowledgements, that whole dog and pony show, that whole exercise and complete futility. It means nothing. It's just completely trite and insincere, and it doesn't mean anything. It's not going to change anything, but people go through the motions on this. So I started to see that stuff more often, and it started to piss me off. And I was like, this is lame. I can't even be around these people anymore. And then I was invited to do a workshop, and I won't say where it was because I don't want to piss anybody off, because what's the point? But I was invited to do a workshop, and then I saw that their organization really made a big deal of the pronouns, and their policy at their education center was that at the beginning of every event that was a more of an intimate, it wouldn't be if it was a lecture with 500 people, but if there was a workshop, and I would do these workshops, 40 students, but they'd all pay a lot of money to be there, and they'd get a really intensive education on the whole nuts and bolts of my farm, that they wanted to do the pronouns rounds. And I'm just like, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. So I canceled. No. And I never told them why or anything. I just, I'm not doing this. This is ridiculous. Because I know if I was there and they did it to me, I would say, this is fucking retarded. And I wouldn't go along with it. And so that would obviously piss people off, and it would create, and so I'm like, not going to bother. But that's what I started to see with all that stuff, and why I don't really do the urban farmer thing anymore, because that scene for the most part sucks, and the whole, and a lot of the market gardening scene in general has just kowtowed to this ridiculous stuff because people are cowards. And they just, most of the men that I know in the market gardening scene, I'm not going to name any names, there's lots of players out there, are good guys. And if they had just a little bit more balls, they wouldn't have gone along with any of that stuff, but they do. And they get themselves into trouble too, because once you give the devil an inch, they take a mile. He takes a mile. And that's that whole social justice stuff. You give them an inch of, oh, I'm sorry for saying this, I shouldn't, and repent. And, it's original sin without redemption. It's a religion. And if you don't go along with it, then they try to cancel you. But the thing that I'm glad that I did is I called that shit out early. I was an early adopter into calling out woke stuff, and I didn't care. And it probably did in retrospect cost me in some way. It probably did cost me in some way that I may have. Of course I lost followers along the way. How could you not? Of course I did. Oh, is the stream jamming up? Okay, looks like it's all right. Of course I've lost followers along the way and all that, but who cares? Life to me, and the reason I do what I do is because I actually care about people, and I actually care about prosperity for as many people as possible. I don't care about prosperity for all, because most people are retarded and they want to go into the new world order, so let them. But I care about people who don't want to go along with the new world order. I care about people prospering, and so I genuinely want to help people. And that's actually one thing Elon Musk said in that video. Again, whether Elon Musk's a psyop or all that, I don't give a shit. I'm enjoying my life, and I can enjoy the show. Okay. And I did enjoy a tidbit that he said, is that, you people, because he's calling out all these advertisers, right? If you haven't seen the clip, it's entertaining. It's better than Trump's rhetoric. I think it is Trump 2.0 in a way. They need a guy to effigize, and that's what Musk is right now. But he says, F you, don't advertise on Twitter. I don't care. Don't blackmail. I'm not going to be blackmailed. He says, go F yourself, and then later he says, all you companies are just trying to look good when you're doing evil. He's like, I just want to do good. And, he virtue signals about climate change and all that. And yeah, that's all bullshit. And he probably knows it, but he has to look at the numbers, and that if he goes against that too much, then he could destroy Tesla. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Who cares? But that's refreshing thing to hear from somebody, to just say, I don't care, go F yourself, and calling people out for doing evil. And so let's do good. And so, yeah, I want to help people and not just pander and virtue signal. And that's what I saw in that whole space. And again, that's why I left that. That's why I'm not the urban farmer anymore. I'm on to the next thing. I don't need, for me, there was I couldn't contribute anymore to that whole space anyways. It was like, this stuff's done now. And that's the thing, I think, why there's a bit of a slump. There's all these content creators out there in that space now, but there's really nothing new to show anymore. It's there. It's great. Market gardening's awesome. There's just not much else new to do. So for me, I get bored with that. I like new things. I like to be on the frontier. I like to create new content and try to get into new ideas and offer new perspectives. And so I kind of got tired of that whole space. And I kind of feel the same about the permaculture space too. I see somebody commenting about permaculture. Is like, what's the point of rowing that boat? That's why I've always just done my own thing. I love permaculture. I love Bill Mollison and David Holmgren. Love David Holmgren. Really, really cool. He's the philosopher of permaculture. And I love all that stuff, but I've never felt the need to take a PDC or be involved in that whole PDC thing. I think it's kind of lame, actually. Just do your thing. Why do I have to jump on the permaculture bandwagon? Why can't I just be Curtis Stone and this is my stuff. Call it whatever you want. I don't give a shit. But so that's why I never really got into that stuff either. And I did get into it, but just tried to jump on that bandwagon of doing PDCs, because that's what a lot of people in the space do. If you want to somewhat make a living doing permaculture, you take a PDC and then you go and get your little piece of paper that says you took a PDC with me, and now you can be a bona fide permacultural instructor. But most permaculture instructors don't do shit. They just teach permaculture. They don't have their own farm. They don't. A lot of them will have their own consultancy, which is good, And there's a lot of great permaculture people. Not to slander anybody individually, because I know a lot of good people in that space. But they'll even agree with me that there's just a lot of posers There's just a lot of fakers who are just jumping on the bandwagon of a thing because they don't have the balls to do their own thing. And so they just jump on the bandwagon. Right. And again, not to say that anybody who's teaching permaculture, that's what they're doing. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that in that whole space, you get a lot of just, I don't know, grifters. Like, they're not grifters, but posers, just posers. Here today, gone tomorrow. I'm into this thing. And so much of that whole permaculture thing is, I kind of find there's a bit of an elitism of it, which is I've always just kind of laughed off, kind of like how in the jazz music scene in Montreal, or just jazz music scene in general, you'd experience this in Boston or New York, Montreal, Toronto, and the jazz scene. Some jazz players, not all of them, but some have this sort of elitist thing of like, oh, where did you go to school? Did you go to Berkeley? You know, where did you go? Oh, I was in the McGill, classical music program or whatever. This is this thing that they brag about. And people that brag about that kind of stuff are posers. It's because they, instead of you being just struck by their raw talent or their information or their ideas or whatever it is they're doing, they have to inform you that they're accredited, right? And this is what leftists always do, is like, you debate some leftist about climate change or whatever, and they're always start with giving their accolades, right? Or kowtowing to others' accolades. That's where the whole expert thing comes. Well, I'm not an expert. You ask a leftist who's telling you that climate change is an existential crisis, and you say, what percentage of carbon is in the atmosphere? Oh, I don't know. I'm not an expert. So no, I'll tell you. You don't need to be an expert to know. 0.03. So you're telling me that an increase of even 300% in carbon is going to change the temperature of the earth globally in a uniform way, like how they predicting for my entire life, to say that in the next 10 years, it's going to be, we won't be able, it'll be a furnace. We won't be able to live here. It's the same old bullshit. Is they just, all they have is, oh, I just trust the experts. Oh, the IPCC has a model that says this, that, and the other. Leftists do that with all kinds of stuff, with social justice stuff or whatever. But people, they do it in the music scene too, where it's like, oh yeah, I was at Juilliard, or I was at, Berkeley and whatever, the music schools. And permaculture people do it too. And it's fucking so lame. And I saw a lot of that when I was the new guy on the block getting into the United States. That space, that scene, the permaculture scene and all that, I was, I met Diego Fuder, and he was a big, he was my, forever Diego gratitude for really bringing me into the United States. And he helped me build a career in the United States because he invited me down to Permaculture Voices, the first one. And I went down there, and I went to everyone ever since then. There was three, I think, and had a great time and just loved everybody, but saw in the permaculture space this whole cliquey thing of just, oh, where did you do your PDC? I didn't do a PDC. I'm just a badass. I don't need a PDC, And I wasn't a badass. I was faking it till I made it. But I wanted to appear as a badass. And I had something to offer. I was doing something interesting. But the permaculture and regenerative agriculture people get a little bit self-righteous about stuff. Well, how is it that your farm's regenerative? It's like, I don't know, man. I turn lawns into gardens. Sure, it's not 100-year-old food forest, but it's getting people excited about food. And I think that was actually more regenerative in some ways, because it kind of gets people on the track of thinking about it, which could change their life and change their decisions and at least their consumer behavior in many ways. And so that was kind of my angle with it. And it was, so Diego was a great guy to get to know in the US. And I started going to these conferences, and there was this one, I'll tell this story. I haven't told this on a stream. I'm going to tell it though, because it is funny. And anybody who was there could bear witness. And I'll say the name too, because it's not really a terrible thing. And it was a long time ago. I think it was at Permaculture 2 or 3. It was in, I think, was it the one in Temecula? Anyways, Diego Fuder, great guy. And he ran a conference better than anybody, and he paid everybody, or mostly everybody, very, very generous. And he paid speakers like me who nobody knew to come down and talk, and he would pay for all the expenses and combinations, and lovely. Most people, I discovered this way later, don't pay. I'd always got paid to go to conferences, always got paid to get as a speaker. And Diego facilitated that very well. And anyways, there was a bunch of people at that conference that year, and there was this permaculture group out of, I think they were out of the Bay Area or something. They're a bunch of leftists. This is when the leftist stuff started to really penetrate. I remember when I was on Facebook at the time, me and Jack Spirko would just be trolling these social justice warriors in the permaculture space, and just always be so much wasted time on social media. But anyways, and Jack was there that year too. And anyways, a bunch of these speakers got involved. But there was this women's permaculture group that put pressure on Diego that said, you need to invite more women of color. And so he said, okay, give me a list. And they came back at him at the list of, I think, 5 women. He invited all 5 of them. 4 of them basically said, I don't want to speak at your conference because you don't have enough women of color. And the one woman of color did want to speak at, was name was Pandora Thomas. And she was actually all right. I liked her. I met her and hung out with her a bit at the conference, and she was friends with Darren Doherty and stuff. And I was like, this is cool, and there's this night we're in the hot tub. And this is all because this is the night. I forget when the night was, but it doesn't matter. A bunch of speakers and people that had been invited to the conference were in a hot tub together at this hotel. It was a really nice hotel. And actually, no, this was the one in San Diego. This one is right on the ocean. This is in San Diego. And we're in the hot tub. And there's myself and a bunch of other people. Just as many men and women. There's a lot of people. It was a big hot tub. It was the kind of hot tub where you could have like 15 people. And I think it might have been somewhere around there. And there was these women, Pandora Thomas being one of them, were talking shit about Diego. And so this is a funny story because this kind of shows you the poison the well attitude of these social justice warriors and how everything they infiltrate turns to shit. And that's why I'm no longer in urban farming and don't really care to associate with permaculture directly, is that these people poison the well. And so there's these women in the hot tub talking shit about Diego and saying, and Diego's the host of the conference who generously paid for everybody to be here, including the women that were talking shit. And so they're here talking shit and saying, this is an old boys club. It's a white boys club. They need more women of color, all this bullshit. And I couldn't keep my mouth shut. I piped up. I said, you guys are full of shit. You were paid to come to this conference. I know you're getting paid the same as me to be here as a speaker. You had all expenses paid and you were paid an amount to be here as a speaker. Where's this white privilege? You were invited. Well, there wasn't enough women of color. And because I knew Diego personally, we were friends and business partners at this point, actually, in some ways. And it wasn't our tools company yet, but we were involved in multiple things, business. And I said, you're full of shit. He invited, you guys gave him a list. I called them right out. I said, you gave them a list. He asked you said, you need more women of color at this event. He asked you for a list. You gave him a list. He invited all of them, and most of them turned it down because they said there's not enough women of color. This is insane. So I called them out, and it got really uncomfortable. And basically, it could go and basically she backed out by being, well, I don't feel comfortable anymore. I don't feel safe anymore. Right? Pull that card where it's like, hey, come on, you're telling lies. I'm calling you out. Stand your ground. Come on, I'm challenging you. And they backed out, and that was it. And it was this hilariously awkward thing. And I totally killed the party. That was it. Like, why did you say that, dude? I'm like, because they're talking shit about my friend, and you're poisoning the well, and you're trying to create this thing that there's all this racism when there's not any evidence of that whatsoever. You're talking shit and you're getting paid the same as me, and you're saying there's a white boys club. Come on. Come on. And so that's that story. But basically, that's when that whole space really started to suck. And then that's where I'm just like, I'm done with this. I don't care. I'm rowing my own boat. And Diego, to his credit, he lost a lot of money on Permaculture Voices that he has still not recovered. And I hope people remember that when they support him, and if they choose to support him too, because you should support him, because he's a guy who's done a lot of good things for a lot of people for a long time and never asked for anything. And he lost a lot of money in those conferences because he wanted to do something great. Yeah, he had his own self-interest in mind. Everybody wants to make a buck. Everybody wants to build their brand and whatever. But what he did with those conferences was really important to the, call it, Southwest permaculture space in the US at that time. What's his name? Paul Wheaton was going all the time. Jeff Lawton was there. Michael Pollan was there. Salatin was there for a couple of them, I think. A lot of great people, a lot of great minds. Darren Doherty, all these great permaculture people. Yeah, they're mostly men. Sorry. So what? Who cares? Yeah, they're mostly white. Sorry. Agriculture is mostly white. Sorry. Who cares? Moving on. Yeah, you don't have to be white to be in agriculture. Oh, sorry, there's not enough people of color here for you. Oh, I guess you'll have to find a way to live, It's just so retarded. And I just got so tired of it. And so I just kind of focused on my thing. And then I don't have to row a boat. I don't have to row the permaculture boat. I don't have to row the urban farming boat. I can just do my thing. And so that's kind of where we are now with it all. But Diego Footer. Yeah. I think he's still doing Paper Pot Co. So we started that business together, and I was involved in that and helped do all the research and development and start the first manufacturing we did in Kelowna, which is still going today. I built a manufacturing team there and everything. Something I don't really talk a lot about, but something that was really part of my life for 3 years, really actively working in a business in a different way than I had before, because I just always done content and created ideas and stuff. I was still creating ideas because we were inventing tools, and we were doing we had a fab lab basically in Kelowna. I built a little team, 2 guys, Warren and Dan, great guys. And we had a garage that had a laser cutter, CNC, all the stuff you need to do basic manufacturing of steel and plastic. We could do plastic molding and injection molding and stuff. And we built a bunch of tools, and it was cool. I would work with these guys 3 days a week. I would drive up to the warehouse or the workshop, and we'd be demoing new tools, and they'd be making prototypes for me to run in the field. And then I'd make videos and send them back to Diego. And then we'd be on the phone for hours a day, going back and forth on ideas. And it was a fun time. Didn't make any money. That's why I had to get out, because I'd worked too many years and not gotten any reward. And I wasn't involved in the warehouse stuff. We had the warehouse in Carlsbad, and that was all Diego. So Diego made more money in the company, of course, because he was running the business and shipping all the shit. And so anyways, so I sold him back my shares, and it was all good and all amicable. And Diego's a great guy, and I hope people support him. And what he did at those conferences it was an exciting time, man. It was an exciting time. And that's when I met Justin Rhodes. First time I met Justin Rhodes. We hung out many times, but not many times, actually, maybe 3 times, but we've talked on the phone and been friends for years. But first time I met him was down there, and all these people. First time I met Joel Salatin. No, actually, it wasn't the first time I met Joel Salatin. The first time I met Joel Salatin was in Vancouver. But met all these great people, Darren Doherty and Jeff Lawton and all the permaculture greats, and Alan Savory. And, that event was such a good time, man. The 3 years in a row, I was just so stoked to go down to California, Southern California, hang out with all these rock stars of permaculture. It was awesome. It was awesome. Diego is an OG, BM says. And yeah, it was a great time. It was a gravy train. It was so much fun. I remember hanging out with Larry Santoyo and Toby Hemingway. One of the greatest permaculture books for homesteaders, or kind of, yeah, homesteaders, is Gaia's Garden by Toby Hemingway. He's a genius. He was a really philosophical thinker too. I was hanging out with Toby Hemingway. I had a party in my hotel. I just bought all the booze. I just bought like a few $100s of booze, and my wife was there with me. This was before we had kids, and I just hosted a party in my hotel. Diego gave me I guess this is my white privilege. The one thing I did benefit from white privilege for Pandora Thomas is he did give me the best hotel room. I think it was the best hotel room 1 year, and I think it was year 3, because it was a double room, and my wife was there with me, and we had a party, and I bought all the booze, and I just invited all the cool people I wanted to hang out with. And I remember just hanging out with Toby Hemingway and Larry Santoyo, who's a fantastic Southern California permaculture guy, old school guy, totally politically incorrect. And we were just bullshitting and just having and totally drunk and just having a great time. And it was just an awesome time. It was an awesome time, and all good things must come to an end. But yeah, R.I.P. Toby Hemingway, man. He was a cool dude. He was a really cool dude. Anyways, that's my my little trip down memory lane. B2 says the day Curtis got canceled. No, this is a great thing. This is what brings it all back, is that I got ahead on cancel culture. I got canceled before canceling was cool, and it didn't affect me in the slightest, because the social justice stuff hadn't gone to the threshold at that point. It was still somewhat fringe. To say white privilege at a permaculture conference was still quite fringe. It wasn't that people would just debate you. It'd just be kind of like people would just kind of didn't really care, and they wouldn't really say much. And then I think, a point that it did get to the mainstream in the permaculture space was when there was a big scene at Stone Barns, which is the Rockefeller organic small scale farming center. They poison you with everything else, but then they invest in small farms too, because they want a little fiefdom of small farmers to grow food for themselves while they poison all of your food. But anyways, at the Rockefeller Stone Barns, I wasn't there that year, but every other guy that went to conferences around the time that I did was there. I didn't go that year. And they told me this scene, and it was recorded. And I remember I listened to the recording. It was before it went crazy. It might have been 2015 or 2016. It might have been around the time Jordan Peterson was starting to get a little bit in the mainstream with Canadian politics and that whole Bill C-16 thing. But there was another thing at this Rockefeller event where somebody called people out for being white privilege, and then it descended into madness. And I remember hearing from Elliot Coleman how that went, because I know I've met Elliot a number of times and had been in communication with him about issues like this, because his daughter is fully in the cult. And anyways, just hearing this, and these guys, these old guys like Elliot Coleman, who's older than Joel Salatin, and Joel, I've talked to both of them about this stuff. They're just going, Joel's actually a bit more actively calls it out because he's got a bit more fire in him. Elliot's a lot older. And so Elliot's like, I just don't know what this is anymore. I thought we were talking about market gardening and winter greenhouses, and now people are calling me an old white guy, and that I'm unredeemable because of my skin color. And he's just like, I don't know. He's like, I don't even know. His daughter is completely in the cult. She called, and that's when I started to get her off Facebook, because she was calling me out. And I was like, your father is like my biggest inspiration, and I have a huge admiration for you for being his daughter, but now you're you're calling me white privilege and all this, and like, you're a rich girl from Maine. What the fuck? Out, out. So I got out before they could cancel me because I got on it early, and I just, I don't care what you say. It's all BS. Thanks for the super chat there, Dave. Yeah, 483 people holding strong. Hey guys, smash the like and let anybody in the chat know that I'll be right back, because I'm going to go take a whiz, and I'll be back shortly. All right. Well, there's a 1/4 inch of snow on the ground since the time. Well, maybe not a 1/4 inch, maybe 1/8 of an inch of snow on the ground since since I started the stream. So that's something. Lance Wowitz says Larry is very fond of vodka. Yeah, that and a couple of other things. So you know what we'll do? Hey, somebody says, do you have any pee break music? I wish I could, but YouTube will take the stream down. If I play music, YouTube will take the stream down, because that's the lame copyright thing of YouTube. So no. Jeremy says, is JM a social justice warrior? No, he's not. He's just a nice guy that doesn't want to call it out like I am. I'm not afraid to be an asshole, but it's not being an asshole. It's just standing up for what's right. JM just kind of wants to do his thing, and he goes along to get along a little bit, I guess, but he's still my buddy. I still love him. And so, but he's not a social justice warrior. No, when him and I hang out, we're having a good time. We're not talking about and arguing about dumb bullshit. Yeah, so no, I wish I could play music on my stream, but because I've always wanted to do like a radio show and just play kind of like post rock, fusion, classic jazz, some neoclassical music, new classical music, I mean, contemporary classical music, and just play that kind of stuff, because that's kind of the music I like. But I know that most of my followers that follow me don't give a shit about that, and I don't blame you. My musical tastes are very music for musicians, if you will. That's what I used to call our band, music for musicians. It has no pop sensibility whatsoever. It's completely academic music, which is kind of pretentious, I will admit. But at the same time, I just enjoy the music. And so I think what I'm going to do now is take super chats and read some of the from the field. Where are they here? Comments. I'm going to move it into this window here and see where that is. So yeah, folks, just a reminder that freedomfarmers.com, we have our biggest offer right now. One payment, $8.99 gets you everything we do with 20 plus courses from the field.tv. You get everything for a one-time payment. You don't have to pay anything else ever. And you get access to all of our stuff, the Homestead Accelerator. The value of that course, I mean, I hate the only reason I mention it all the time is because it's so valuable. Because I've been looking for property for a dozen years. Ever since I wanted to be an agrarian, I've been looking at property. And I learned a lot of that stuff foundationally when I was doing that, but I've visited and worked on farms for so long and designed and things like that, that I have more of a, advanced perspective on it now. But, when I look at what we do on Homestead Accelerator and what we show people and the mapping software, you can look at all these properties that are for sale right now that are food, water, energy, shelter, that we filter out anything that filter out 98% of your workload by serving that up for you. It's insane. That service is worth $1,000 a month, because even if you're a realtor, I think we're starting to see more realtors join our platform, because if you're a realtor, the value would be insane too, because you could find all these listings for your clients and then just be like, hey, this is what you're into. But anyways, it's so valuable. So that offer is up. I got to do those property reviews tomorrow morning, actually. And like I said, yeah, there's some interesting trends that we're seeing. And one thing I was going to say when I was talking about that earlier is, and I'm going to read some questions and super chats here, there's some interesting opportunities in Canada already starting, and Alberta is you can find really good value in Alberta right now. It's crazy. 600,000 Canadian can get you sometimes 100 acres with a nice home. And 600,000 Canadian is like 500 US. And so this is comparable to what we're seeing in Kentucky, actually. It's dollar for dollar. And you get these nice acreages. Yes, they're all up around Edmonton, but Edmonton's a better climate than Calgary. Calgary sucks. Calgary's got to be the worst climate in Canada because it's so unpredictable with the Chinooks. But anyways, Edmonton, zone 3, maybe zone 4, maybe in some parts. So it's cold climate, but still a pretty good growing season. You can use greenhouses and, it's country living, and there's a lot of freedom-minded people out there, but you can find these places in Alberta now they're quite good. So we're finding the odd one each week, which has been kind of cool to see, but very little in the rest of Canada, like Ontario, next to impossible to find decent properties. Quebec, some in the Maritimes, some PEI, and some PEI. We've had a couple lately. But anyways, interesting trends. And I still think, unless the government does some big Hail Mary, Canadian real estate is going to tank in a year. It'll start the tank and it'll last 3 years, because there was a 3-year period from 2019 to 2021, where interest rates were really low. And so people that got in at that time were on this gravy train of, wow, this is so cheap. But then triple the mortgage when you go to renew on $1 million house. Don't think so. So I still think that's going to happen, unless they pull some big move where they, I heard what they're going to do is they're going to allow them, instead of just not increasing the interest rate or just getting rid of the whole 5-year thing, because they could do that too. Just keep your interest rate. That's what the Americans get. Keep your interest rate. Cost the bank nothing. They don't want that. So they're going to I heard this, and I can't prove this. I don't know this yet, but that they're going to amortize the mortgages for another 10 years. So you just it's a mortgage times 10 plus 10 more years of the scam. This is absolute criminal enterprise. But anyways, let's read some of the super chats here on the from the field stuff. Okay, so we got Daniel here. These glasses are annoying me. Give me a second. I changed my glasses. Oh no, I can't. These ones aren't very clean. They're driving me crazy. They're slipping down my nose. That's why I keep adjusting them, because they keep slipping down my nose. It's really annoying. Anyways, Daniel says, hey, Curtis, are you getting a lot of requests for Sarasota, Florida area in your Homestead Accelerator course? No. No, not that I know of. I asked because some baby boomers cannot stop talking about that area, and I don't know if if it's a generational thing or if it's popular with everyone. Well, oh, these aren't any better. Florida is a very tough place to find homestead real estate in because a lot of Americans still want to move to Florida. So it's really difficult. The only good place in Florida we can find real estate, we had a couple last week, was in the Panhandle or whatever you call it, the northwest side of Florida, kind of up by Georgia. We've seen some good properties there, but not big acreages. You can't really find any new big acreages anymore. I mean, in Florida at least, and less in the US. I mean, the thing is that people don't realize is that this real estate thing that's happening right now, and it's going to get more hairy. And this whole thing, I talked about this for a year now, with the BlackRock's going to buy everything up, and it's just going to be yellow, nothing to be happy. That's all happening now, and these numbered corporations just buying up properties, and they're just holding them, and you can see it. Just there's just less stuff, and that's why the service we offer is even more valuable, really, because it's getting harder and harder to find stuff. And so we put the resources in and have a systematic way of kind of batching these things. And I've got a team that does this. The large acreages are there's just nothing. You can get 10 acres. You can get 10 acres, no problem. Most states, anywhere, actually. Yeah, pretty much any state you can get 10 acres in, and less, even more. But you need 10 acres at least to homestead. You need, I think, I mean, because of my topography, I need 40 acres. Like I couldn't, if I had a small acreage here, I mean, technically you could take my acreage and squash it down to 10 acres. And my experience in here would be mostly the same, because that's the main zone. Those are my zones 1 and 2 that I live in. That's a permaculture term for you. So I kind of could, but yeah, I mean, you need more, generally you need more acreage if your, topography is not perfect, and mine isn't. But, there's some places, I mean, like these kind of places in Kentucky that I was talking about, where you can get 10 acres in Kentucky, and it's very well laid out because it was an Amish farm, and Amish are really smart with how they lay out their buildings and their roads and their farms and their ponds and all that. They're really smart. And they just have experience. And so you can buy those properties, and they're really valuable. They're really sweet. So, but anyways, yeah, I can't say much else from that about Sarasota there, Daniel. And yet another one, you said, do you store petrol? If so, which one? And do you get petrol delivered to your property, or do you put it in a gas tank on your truck and take it somewhere to fill? Yes. Yes to all those questions. I store petrol and diesel, both. And I have 2 tidy tanks for each, so I can store 1,000 liters of gasoline fuel at once. Though I don't always get it because I don't use that much gas. I use mostly diesel. I use gas for my truck, but that's it. And gas doesn't hold as long, but you can get stabilizer in it. Stabilizer in normal ethanol fuel will last a year fine, in my experience. And so I do that. And then diesel, I haven't needed to put stabilizer in. I guess I cycle it enough because I use it for my machines, which is a lot less right now. I'm kind of shutting things down. Actually, I was doing earthworks just 2 days ago still. Now that's over because it's snowing, but, and then my generator runs on diesel. So yes, in the summer, the guy will deliver gas and diesel to me both at the same time if I want. And but the truck's a little too big to come all the way up here, so I'll meet him at the bottom. Or sometimes if I don't want to get the fuel when they're delivering it, because I think they do it on certain days, Thursday or something like that, they'll come out this way every second Thursday or something. And so if I want fuel before, I've got my tidy tanks on skids, on 4x4 skids, strapped to the skid, so that I can just lift it up really easy with my skids here, and then I can just put it in the back of my truck. And I've got it built. I've got the skid set so that my tidy tank goes above my wheel wells, because I have a small truck. It's a Toyota Tacoma. It goes above the wheel wells, and then that way I can get it right up against the back of the truck, and I strap it down, and I can take it and just go fill it up myself and then bring it back. So that's what I do for the most part, if I don't want to wait for delivery. But I only need to do that Diesel twice a year. And I got enough fuel now to last me a long time. So that's what I do. Yeah. And then Andrew says, have you considered taking part in the Homesteaders America or similar convention groups? I think there is a Curtis shaped hole in these organizations. What additional courses are in the works for freedom farmers? Regarding Copenhagen 2016, located at 4 mile 6 wide hanging chat of BSK with DFB. I don't know what the hell you're talking about here, brother. You're talking about, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you put a link or something in here, it's not in here. And so I can't see what you're talking about. But to the first parts of your questions, Homestead America, yeah, sure. I'd love to go there. I don't think they've ever invited me there. No, I'd love to go. And maybe Doug and Stacy, they do an event down in Missouri. Maybe I'll go to their event too one time. Excuse me one sec. Maybe I'll go down there one time. And then you said what other courses are in the works for freedom farmers? Well, I've got one that I'm pretty confident we'll be able to publish next year. And then I got another one, I'm not sure when. And other stuff that's in the works, I'm not sure actually. If it's not a course made by me, I'm not necessarily involved, because we find creators to make courses now. And so I've got a course coming on water, which is going to be a big course, and it's a broad subject, but it's going to be water on the homestead. So how to store, move, shed, and capture and do earthworks, water. So there'll be a big section on irrigation, so how to move water across long areas, how to irrigate for certain types of farms. So how to irrigate for livestock, how to irrigate for gardens, how to irrigate for orchards, and then how to do kind of broad irrigation, how to get water across long distances. All the irrigation components, and what are check valves, what are manifolds, why have on-off valves here, all the details of irrigation. It's a big subject. And then how to capture water with the earth. So how to do constructive earthworks, how to build a swale, how to do French drains, how to do positive swales, all that kind of stuff, how to build ponds, how to everything with water. It's going to be a big course. So that's one thing I'm really keen on doing. Though we're not doing much on it at the moment. But yeah, there's stuff coming for sure. There's stuff coming for sure. And we always have other content creators too. So what's newest for us, yeah, we'll see. I'm not sure. But thanks for your question. And I'm sorry I couldn't really answer the other part of it because I don't know what you're talking about there. But Sean says, good evening, Curtis. I have one more comment or a public service announcement. Henry Kissinger has passed away at 100 as of yesterday. Yes. I saw that everywhere today and I mentioned it earlier. Let's have a moment of silence to remember his decades of stellar public service to the American people and humanity worldwide, and both the bagman for the international bankers as well as the emperor of growlers. May he roast in peace, dry as tanqueray. What is that word? Anyways, that's great, Sean. That's hilarious. Yeah, the Henry Kissinger was the Rockefeller man. That's what he called himself. That's what they called him. He was the Rockefeller man. He was the front man of the Rockefeller machine. Yeah, a true piece of garbage, a true evil man who just profited off the deaths of probably millions of people. Just an absolute despot in the American capitalist form. Andrew says, another PSA, archive.org is a free access repository for books and media. First edition, Black's Law, Wendell Berry, Tragedy and Hope, Permaculture Design Manual, Creature from Jekyll Island, etc. are there, even Curtis Stone episodes. Right on. Really? Archive.org? Dude, that's a really good public service announcement. Thank you for sharing that. Oh, Wayback Machine. Cool. No way. Yeah, this is great. Got to use this stuff more often. Well, thanks for that public service announcement there, Andrew. Another one from Sean. Okay, here's another question regarding the current riff that you and Cal Washington have mentioned before. Why did Queen Victoria repeal the section of B&A? No one I listened to has ever given a possible explanation as to why she did this. I don't know why she did it. I don't know why she did it. One can only speculate. There's no written, at least to my knowledge, maybe there's a journal or something, who knows, but there's no written explanation as to why she removed it was called the enacting clause, why she took out the enacting clause of the British North America Act. So for the Americans who aren't familiar, and most Canadians aren't familiar either, the British North America Act is the foundational document of Canada, which established Canada as a bona fide nation state, though it's been a corporation all along, but yeah, establishes Canada, the British North America Act. And yeah, it's a big document, and it still is the main document for Canada, kind of. But yeah, so Queen Victoria, before she died, and I forget the dates, I think it might have been 1867. Doesn't matter. Go look up when Queen Victoria died. She removed the enacting clause from the British North America Act, and the British North America Act had a clause that said every sovereign, which is the king or queen, here and thereafter will inherit the dominion of Canada and be the head of state. That's essentially what the enacting clause said in the British North America Act. She took that out, and this is all on the record. This is just legal fact, historical legal fact. She removed the enacting clause, which meant that when she died, the dominion would not be inherited or carried on from the other sovereigns, that there would be no more sovereign. It was over. And so, because that was never ratified, call it, or it was never recognized. No, it was ratified. It wasn't recognized it was a legal thing done that, I was talking about politics, administrative and legal side of government. This is a kind of a thing that Canada did a thing legally, but it was completely ignored politically. It wasn't ignored in the administrative state, though, because you can get legal remedy based on this in many things. And perhaps it's the main reason we can get legal remedy in Canada for things is because it's all color of law and not real law. Whereas the US has a bit of real law because the US still has a fabric of its constitutional republic, in that there are still states, physical states, that have written their name in title case in the common law jurisdiction. And then there's the legal state in all caps, the state of Arizona, all caps, registered on Pennsylvania Avenue in Washington, D.C., just like Canada's there too. But yeah, why did she do it? Who knows? One can only speculate. And I don't really see the point of it, really. Well, she did it. Maybe she had a change of heart. I don't know. But it is crazy. So I don't know, because nobody knows. That's why you don't know, because nobody knows. Lila says, watch this sometime. It's quite amazing. She put God in front of you in the most amazing way. So you guys are sharing links and I can't see them on this. This is why we're going to change this platform, is the commenting and the community section of fromthefield.tv isn't as good as the Freedom Farmers one. And so we want to get from the field.tv into Freedom Farmers because it'll save us money, because this platform that we use to have these videos hosted in here is way too expensive. And then it'll integrate with the community aspect of Freedom Farmers. So nothing will change. It's just going to be better. And so, yeah, that's what's happening there. So those are those questions there. If you guys updated it, if you want to throw any more at me, you feel free to do so. And yeah, we're at 8:30. So if this would have been a Wednesday, if this was a Wednesday like next week, we'd still have a great 2-hour stream, and I'd just start the next thing in Twitter. And I'll probably only be able to go as much as I have water, and I don't want to walk back to my house to get water, but I have this much water left, and I drink when I do these podcasts. I know maybe that's annoying to some people, and I apologize if it is, but I just have to wet my whistle, and I get really hoarse when I talk for long periods, and I have talked for long periods of time because I've been a public speaker and teaching workshops and doing lectures and stuff for as long as I have. That I get really hoarse if I don't keep drinking water, which means I have to go take a piss every now and then too. But it is what it is. Okay, I'm looking at you guys' chat. Super chat me if you want me to have anything jump out, but I'm just going to look at a few things here, and I might just riff on some more stuff. Could a homesteader 6 million feet down the rabbit hole learn anything from the kibbutz practice? Not really. Not really doing anything. They're not really doing anything else that you haven't seen in before. The kibbutz in Israel, there's a bunch of communists. This is commune. Sucks. I know a guy who lives in my area here who spent many years of his life in the kibbutz, and it just sounds like shit. Maybe it just sounds like communism, but maybe there's some good examples out there. I don't know. I don't know much about it beyond from what I've heard from some people that I've consulted for in Israel in the past, or some people that I've met. But I don't think there's anything new to discover as far as homesteading with that. Israel's not really a good climate. Like the Middle East isn't really a good climate. I wouldn't want to live in Israel. It's harsh. It's a harsh climate. I don't like the Middle East. Maybe parts of the Middle East, actually, let me pull up that map. It's kind of interesting to think on that for a second, actually. I find topography very interesting. That's partly why I enjoy doing this Homestead Accelerator program so much. I love looking at Google Earth, and which I'm doing now. And I'll share it with you in a moment here, once I just put some certain things away on Google Earth. But we'll do some map gravy here, folks. I'll move this over here and then share my screen. Oh, wait a second. No, don't do that. Okay. And that, sorry, folks, just one second. There we go. All right. We're on Google Earth. I want to look at the Middle East. Let's spend some time actually riffing on places to live, because I do find it interesting. And if you're a prepper, where you live is very important. And here's Israel. There's the West Bank. There's the Gaza Strip. I mean, this is a harsh climate, man. Look at it. Just look at it. Egypt is, the Nile Valley is sweet. Kind of. It was sweet. But this is just harsh. It's just harsh. It's a harsh climate. There's no green. I like green, certainly the best land in Israel is in these areas. That's why they kicked the Palestinians out of there first. They took all the good farmland. Don't mean to laugh about that because it's not funny. It's horrible. It's horrible what's going on there. And for 100 years, it's just genocide. It is what it is. You can sugarcoat it all you want, but it's a shit show. That interview, Norman Finkelstein with Candace Owens is really good. If you want to get some really good talking points from Norman Finkelstein, who's been talking about that issue for 40 years. But there's some sweet parts of Europe that I really, I've got a friend who moved to Hungary recently, back to Hungary from Canada. And, all of Western Europe is very temperate. This is all mostly what's called a CFB climate. In North America, you'd be familiar with these regions here. This is all what's called a CFA, and it's all green. So in North America, I'll just show you. This map's called the Köppen Geiger, and we use this map all the time in the Homestead Accelerator. When I do reviews, we always tell you, and if you take that program, you get access to my course, Finding the Perfect Homestead Property, and I explain all this stuff in great detail. And when I do these streams, I just kind of show it, and I might glance over it a little bit, but it is important to learn this stuff if you want to understand climates. It's super, super useful, and understand what a place is like without being there. So you might be from South Dakota. So what's it like to live in Kentucky? Well, I can tell you, it's a CFA. It's a very nice, temperate climate, and it means that this is temperate. So it's wet winters and mostly humid and somewhat wet summers, but lots of annual precipitation. And it's warmer than up here. The DFBs, the boreals, the DFAs, the DFBs, the boreal climates that have dry summers and cold winters with lots of snow. Temperate climates have humid summers and wet winters. And so this in the United States, a lot of people, in fact, the majority of Americans live in a temperate climate. And this is all CFA, and this is CFB, which is colder. It's temperate, but colder. And that because this is all that mountain range that goes through West Virginia into Tennessee and stuff, that's higher elevation, and that's a CFB. But if you've ever been in a temperate climate in the United States, you know what most of Western Europe is like, because it's very similar. Germany and all these, this is all CFB. So this is kind of like those colder climate regions. And there's parts of Canada that are like a CFB. In British Columbia, Salmon Arm, Armstrong to Salmon Arm, in that area, the what do they call it? Three Valley Gap area. That's all CFB, which is cold temperate. So if you're anywhere in France, most places in France and Germany, Poland, it's all the same type of climate. And it changes a lot when you get up into Sweden, because then it becomes more boreal. And Sweden is cold. The only good places to live in Sweden, in my opinion, from the climate, are below this. The temperate parts, Gothenburg, this is all nice. But when you start to get up here, this is DFC. This is cold boreal. DFB, this is what I live in. And so Oslo, and it's fairly nice. It's like most of Canada, much of the United States. But yeah, it's neat, because when you understand climate zones, you can look at a map of Europe, and I haven't been to most of these countries, but I can get an idea of what it's like, because I can compare this to other places. This is more useful than zones. Most people who talk about climate just talk about the climate zone. They'll typically use the USDA climate zones. And so those just tell you basically the Canadian one is a bit more of a combination of the Köppen Geiger and the USDA zones, but USDA zones, all they tell you is plant hardiness at what's the lowest temperature that place experiences. And that's useful to know, no question. But you get a far more better view of where to live by understanding the Köppen Geiger and the USDA. If you can use both of them, you can understand what any climate is like anywhere, which is super, super useful. But, looking into these parts of Europe here, these are some interesting climates, and even part of Russia is kind of interesting. So you look coming down here, Russia, mostly DFB, which is actually pretty good. Looking at Canada, that's all DFB. And so Russia's got actually more geographical area that is just like the habitable parts of Canada that's bigger. That's quite interesting. And then you got this whole Siberian area. This is all DFC. This is too cold, in my opinion. I wouldn't want to live in a DFC. It's too cold. Winter's too long. But this whole DFA area here, or DFB area here, and DFA is even nicer. This is like southern parts of Iowa, South Dakota, places like that. It's a warmer boreal climate, but this is nice. So this whole chunk of Russia is quite hospitable and quite nice. And then you get down here, and this is real gravy. You come into this temperate area here, CFA. This is North Carolina, Georgia, Kentucky, Pennsylvania, CFA, quite nice. And then you get towards this mountain range, and this is kind of a neat climate too, because you get into these subpolar areas where you get beautiful mountain ranges. I imagine this area would look a lot like Calgary when you're looking up towards the Rocky Mountains, when you're looking west of the Rocky Mountains, or anywhere along the Rocky Mountains, going into Colorado, Montana, going along there. That's what this would be like. Is this a beautiful place of Russia? And it also has this whole section of BSK area, this is like Montana, Wyoming, all the way down to New Mexico. That's what this is like. And then you get here in the BWK. This is like the parts of this is just harsh desert. This is Southern California, Southern Arizona, parts like this. This is just harsh. And then now you go BWH. This is high elevation, harsh desert. That's what that stuff is. This down here is more like Southern California and Southern Arizona and whatnot. But, going back to this, when you understand this Köppen Geiger thing and how this all works, you can now, this is liberation, right? This kind of information is, I look at this same stuff as the legal gravy. It's liberation. Information, knowledge is powerful. And when especially if you value living on the land and you want to live a land-based life and you want to be an agrarian in some capacity, the more you understand about the climates, the topography, water, soil, access, all that kind of stuff really gives you a better understanding of land so that you can pick the best piece of land to live on for yourself, but also then take the best of the things that you see around when you can transpose an experience. So if I watch some gardening tips, say I want to learn about gardening online, and I live in a boreal climate like myself, and then I go and watch Justin Rhodes videos, not a lot's going to transpose as far as soil, pests, and what plants will do best. Is not much is going to transpose from his climate in North Carolina to where I live in southern British Columbia. They're very different climates. However, if I lived in Pennsylvania and I was watching Justin Rhodes videos, I'd go, yeah, a lot of that stuff will work here. So what the information does for you is it allows you to transpose things to your context. If you understand these tools like the Köppen Geiger and the USDA climate zones, you understand those things, you can better learn online, because now you can have a firm understanding of what the climate is you're going to live in is like, and then you can find information based on that climate. Because some people think it's all about zones. It is not. It's not about zones. People think, oh, if I live in a zone 7A, USDA zone 7A, if I watch videos or learn from other people that are in a zone A, 7A, a lot of it will transpose. Marketing stuff, business stuff, absolutely. Stuff that I used to teach with market gardening, absolutely. All that stuff will work. But the specifics of, again, the specifics of plant varieties in which do best in the climate and pests and diseases, those things don't transpose. So the pests and diseases you experience in, like a good friend of mine, Eric Schultz, runs a fantastic market garden down in Mesa, Arizona. What he would do there and problems he would encounter would be completely different than what another good friend of mine, Ray Tyler, would experience in Eastern Tennessee or Western Tennessee. Totally different climates. It's similar zones, actually. I think, Eric might be a zone 8 in Mesa, and Ray might be a zone 7A, I think, in Western Tennessee, but one's temperate and one's BSK. So semi-arid to temperate, totally different climates. The boreal, if you're thinking about things to draw from in gardening and where to look or where to learn, boreal climates are more similar to semi-arid climates. So I'm in boreal. Things that work in Wyoming, Montana, Idaho, higher regions of New Mexico and Arizona will transpose better to my boreal climate than a temperate one, because temperate is just so different from everything else. So different. And especially when you get into the hot, then things really get different when you get into hot, arid areas. So what works in Southern California will be different than what works in Arizona, because Southern California is arid, but it gets more precipitation from the ocean, whereas and just in the form of mist, basically, and very little rain, than what they'll get in Arizona. Way interior, way harsher. When you get into those harsh, hot climates, arid climates, interior land, like away from the ocean, it's just punishing hot. Every time I go to Arizona, I never use chapstick ever. I don't get chapped lips very often. And even if I do here, it doesn't bother me. It doesn't last long. But as soon as I step off the plane, when I go to Arizona, I immediately need chapstick. The dryness is tough. It's tough on the skin. It's tough. It toughens you up. I can see why Australians are so tough. It's harsh. Whereas you go to I like the temperate. I love Tennessee. I love Kentucky. I love Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Florida, Georgia, Eastern Oklahoma, Eastern Texas. I love those parts of the United States. It's my favorite climate, hands down. And if I had a climate like that here, I'd live there. And why don't I move to the United States? Well, I'm more comfortable in my legal capacity in Canada, so to speak, than I would be in the United States. Yeah. USDA zones, Idaho Girl says, are misleading. They are. And that's why I say you got to factor in your climate zone, your Cope and Geiger. Just going to reading through your comments a bit here. I'm running out of water, so I might not go too much longer. We'll see. This says, Curtis, look up Mollison's map, soil types, Iowa, Argentina, Ukraine. Cool. Yeah. Is that in the big book? I got the big book. Haven't looked at it in years. Love Bill Mollison. Pray for the Christians in Gaza. Pray for everybody in Gaza. Gaza is just terrible. It's just terrible that people have lived that way for that long. It's absolutely insane. It is amazing to me how that whole Israel thing, it is amazing to me how all these people that you thought were truthers during the scamdemic are now toeing the line with whatever. It's the Ben Shapiro narrative. It's the whole Daily Wire narrative now, pretty much lockstep, except Candace Owens. Most truthers didn't, though. Really, Alex Jones and David Icke and those guys, they don't kowtow to that. They call BS. They know Israel is committing atrocities and has been for a long time, and then virtue signals about it, that they're victims. It's like, you occupied a nation and you have for almost 100 years. And so it's like Norman Finkelstein says, if you occupy somebody, expect resistance. And that's what Hamas is. Well, it's controlled opposition, actually. But yes, if you force people into a cage for 100 years and you grow up in rubble and a police state, and your siblings, parents have been murdered in front of your face, you had your property expropriated, you just lived in shit your entire life. Is it surprising that there's terrorism? That's the thing that I just find so ridiculous about the whole Israel thing. I can't believe that even guys, Douglas Murray and all these kind of conservative thinkers that I used to enjoy listening to, I just can't even. I turned them all off. I unfollowed all of them. I don't care what they have to say anymore, because they've lost all my respect. I still respect a lot of the things that they said or propositions or positions they put forward in the past, but on this issue, they're wrong. And they're doing what they were accusing social justice warriors of the last number of years of doing, of just completely ignoring the facts and only listening to the established position. And it's a guy like Benjamin Netanyahu lied America into war for easily the last 20 years, if not more. Stood in front of the Congress and the Senate and said, yes, we need to go and bomb this country preemptively. Like, he's on the record saying that dozens of times. And you go watch the videos. They're all there. All these congressional things that they sit there and do that little dog and pony show. And Americans have died senselessly in the Middle East just to make bankers rich for a threat that is a threat. Sure. Yeah. Terrorism is a threat. When you subjugate and occupy and terrorize and subvert governments and people for so long, expect resistance. I mean, it's so insane that even all these other, I don't know. I don't care. I see people that I was with all through COVID, and I was, we're on the same team, man. And then they just take this ridiculous position with this thing and ignore all the facts and just take the they trust the experts. Like, for the last 2 years and 3 years, you were saying, don't trust the experts. It's all a bunch of BS. Woke is all BS. The transgenders thing. Okay. Yeah, I'm with you. And then Israel comes along and it's like, you're just doing what you said you shouldn't do. And you're just ignoring the facts, because the facts are that Israel is a ethno-state, mostly a white ethno-state, if you want to put it that way. Nobody else would ever tolerate a white ethno-state. Nobody in the world would tolerate an ethno-state. If somebody came along and said, we want to create an ethno-state, nobody would tolerate it. Maybe it's not a bad idea though, really. Maybe, Japan is sort of an ethno-state. Like, Poland is a bit of an ethno-state. That's why there's no crime there, But to go create an ethno-state in a place that wasn't an ethno-state for that. I mean, there was always Jews in Palestine. That was nothing new. There's always been Jews and Christians and Muslims living together in Palestine for hundreds of years going back. And then you go in and just expropriate all these people's property and then put the rest of them in the Gaza Strip confined. They can't leave. They can't bring in. They're starving to death right now. They're starving to death. And Israel has a policy called Starvation Plus. That's the policy for Gaza. starvation plus. That's on the record. That's what it's called. And so you do that to people for 100 years, and then you're surprised when there's terrorism. And that's the thing that I just find so, if you're going to talk about issues, okay, sure, this is an issue to talk about. Is it really that important? Not really. I'd actually rather talk about land, to be honest, but I feel the need to, I don't know, throw my voice into the hat of this issue. I don't know, to kind of point out that there's an atrocity, there's a genocide happening for 100 years in Israel with Palestinians. Palestinians just procreate so quickly that they can't genocide them fast enough. And maybe that's why they're ramping this up, because Palestinians are out producing Jews or Israelis like 100 to 1. It's insane. But this has been happening for so long, and all these conservatives like Douglas Murray and stuff, and Ben Shapiro's always been a shill. I never had any faith in him to begin with, but Douglas Murray I thought was a pretty compelling intellectual that I really had a gift of the gab, that I've enjoyed a number of his lectures and debates and such. Just to take this stand that he's like wearing a bulletproof vest in Israel and then pretending to dodge, it is such a dog and pony show that this whole Israel thing, in my opinion, from a truther perspective, call it, is just another layer of exposing a bunch of lies that maybe we should have caught earlier. Maybe we should have called some of these people out earlier, myself included. I missed it with Jordan Peterson until quite a while, admittedly, because I was really inspired by his early work. And I met him on one occasion, really liked him, and had a really kind of cool experience at one of his first talks, or one of his talks in Vancouver years ago in 2017, something like that. And just didn't pay enough attention, I guess, because I was busy to see him starting to look like shill. And I think it happened for him when he signed with Creative Artists in Los Angeles. And that's when I started to notice it. But anyways, wow, there's still 445 people here. I feel compelled just to stay on because there's so many of you here. I appreciate you guys hanging out and listening to me rant for this long. Gary says, will you start a worm farm anytime soon? No, I don't think so. I got more important things to do until then, but I'd like to do that. I have a guy I can get worms from. I've talked to him about it for years. And I'm like, dude, I got to get a bunch of worms with you. Every time I see him, we have the same conversation. But it's just, doing a project like this is all encompassing. And it's like people ask me, like, how come this isn't done sooner? It's like, dude, can you see what I'm doing here? It's fucking hard. It's, I'm kind of excited to be in the winter now and just not have to think about stuff, because now I can spend more time with my family and stop getting in trouble for being a workaholic. And being a workaholic isn't a good thing. It really isn't. It's helped me in some ways get it, because I can just dial it up. I can just do the work and just crank it, and then just do a bunch of things that I don't want to do, but just do the work and just get it done. I can do that. I have the ability to do that. And it's a blessing. It's also a curse, because then I'll just work, and then, my wife's yelling at me for dinner, and I'm somewhere on the property, and I'm in trouble, because I'm a fucking workaholic. And so one of my flaws, we all have them. Max Bernier, man. Yeah. Somebody says, what about Max Bernier? I like Max. I met him a couple occasions. I met Maxime Bernier twice, actually. I met him. Well, yeah, I met him on 2 occasions in 2 days in a row. I believed in the PPC, actually, when they first came out. I was disappointed that they called it the PPC, because it sounds Communist People's Party of Canada. But whatever, it doesn't really matter. I just supported them. I donated, I don't know, $300 or something. I donated to their campaign and went to a fundraising event where Patrick Moore was a speaker. I actually called him out at the event, which was kind of good. I enjoyed that. because I think he's a bit of a shill. But he was there, and Maxime Bernier was there, so I met him. Also met a bunch of the PPC people, like Laura Lynn Thomas. I met there. I met a bunch of the main candidates at that event in Kelowna. And then the next day there was a barbecue event, and I went and I hung out with Maxime Bernier a little bit, and I did a video with him. It's still on my YouTube channel. So, I supported them, and I think they mean well. I just think they don't really know what Canada is. And so, just like all political parties, they don't know what Canada is. And so they're not going to do anything. They're not going to do anything that goes outside of the same old boring political rhetoric that doesn't change anything. Because even Maxime Bernier, like I said, I think he has good intentions. He's saying the carbon tax is bullshit. He should be saying the income tax is bullshit. It's like what David Icke says. It's like here and no further. It's like, call it all out. Who cares at this point? Because it's not like they're going to get elected. It's all rigged anyways. They're not going to get elected as much as I'd like them to be. But even if they did, there would be so much political dissonance. Like, the problem with Canadian politics, in a way, is what's good about Canadian politics. It's good in Canadian politics, in my opinion, that there's multiple parties. It isn't just Democrat and Republican. I think that's a good thing. I like that there's a Bloc Québécois. I like that there's, not that I like the Bloc Québécois, but I like that there is one. I like that there's a PPC. I like there's an NDP. I like that there's a Green Party. I like that there's Liberals, and I like that there's Conservatives. I like that there's more choices. However, it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit, because they're all saying the same things. It's like, we need a carbon tax. And then the opposition is like, no, not that much carbon tax. It's just so ridiculous. We need to support Ukraine. No, not that much support to Ukraine. That's Canadian politics. It's so lame. And that's American politics too. It's ridiculous. And so I don't have any faith in the political system. I don't vote anymore. I don't support candidates. I don't bash candidates. I don't care, because it's all bullshit. If Pierre Poilievre gets elected in Canada and they get a conservative majority, it will be the exact same globalist agenda that we've had under every conservative government in Canada, going back to the 80s when Brian, if you want to look at some of the most egregious globalist policies, look no further than the Canadian Conservative Party. NAFTA under Brian Mulroney, FIPA under Stephen Harper. Even under Stephen Harper, they wanted to bring in the whole North American Union. It's globalism. It's all globalism. And I think fundamentally it comes down to the fact that the political, not the legal, and this is why I don't care about politics, but I care about the law. I do law. I don't do politics. I do law. And so then they're not the same. And so, but in Canadian politics, it's all the same bullshit, because there is a deep state and there is a revolving door, just like in the US, it's all the same. A revolving door of bureaucrat to CEO to minister to prime minister, whatever. There's a revolving door in the elite class that serves themselves and serves the best interest of their class. And that's how it is. And the PPC won't get elected because they are too much of a challenge to that. And even if they did get elected, the problem in Canadian politics is that there's so many voices that it's just like nothing will get done. And in a way, maybe that's a good thing. But all these people thinking that a conservative majority is going to change anything in Canada, it will only change the optics. It'll only change the optics. It'll be, Justin Trudeau's not saying retarded things like, hey, it's not mankind, it's people kind. You know what I mean? Like some of his zingers, which are just as good as Joe Biden's or George W. Bush's and, or Trump's. It's all the same BS political rhetoric. It's just meant to, it's entertainment. It's a dog and pony show. Politics is like WWF wrestling, right? It's just entertainment. It's the Super Bowl halftime show. That's what politics is. That's not what law is. Law is is more legit, in my opinion. If you're gonna, but that's the thing. But it's not sexy, and it doesn't get clicks, so nobody talks about law. And there's also a risk to talking about the law too much, in that if you give away too much remedy, you might get yourself killed. And so I'm not. That's why I only say certain things about what I know in the law that I feel comfortable with. And in private conversations, I'd blow your mind with stuff. But and so anyways, whatever. But so politics gets clicks though, because the algorithms of social media track trends. And this is the same, more or less in the same in Twitter as it is in YouTube, though YouTube's just way worse. But all social media promotes trends. So when Elon Musk thing is happening, everybody's tagging Elon Musk to get in the trend. So talk about the thing that's trendy so that the algorithms come to you. I hate that shit. And that's probably why I'm not as popular of a YouTuber as some, is because I just don't want to kiss ass to the algorithm. I just don't care to jump on the current thing and throw my hat in the ring, though I do on some issues like I have with Israel. But I just don't care to do it with every single thing all the time, because I don't know, I'd rather just show people how to crush it. But it's all, yeah. And Dr. Shiva, he's cool too, but he's not going to get elected. And maybe that's okay, because maybe, and this is why I think this is why Maxime Bernier and the PPC should just be more hardcore, is that they're not going to get elected. So you might as well just stir the pot. You might as well just say the most outlandish things that are reasonable, but they're outlandish in the sort of the Overton window of the mainstream media narrative. Or within, not the Overton window, but that are within the confines. You might as well say it hardcore and then wake people up, because that's almost more valuable than running to win. Kind of like that guy in the US. What was his name? Adam something. He was on RT for a while. He had his own show on RT. He was pretty good. And he ran for president a couple of times just to stir the pot. And maybe that's what Shiva is doing, because Shiva says some real shit. He's the only one that says real shit. But he's not going to get elected. And so you're almost better off just sharing his content than you are voting for him, because voting for him he will not win. And even if he did, but for some miraculous reason, win, he's outnumbered. That they just look what they did to Trump, but worse. The deep state has the ship, and so it's the same in Canada. The deep state runs a show, and so my whole angle has just been, let the train drive itself off the cliff, and just get off. That's it. Just get off the cliff. Just get off the train. Because to try to convince all these idiots on the train, or like the sinking Titanic, or whatever analogy you want to use, to try to convince all these idiots that they're going to die, means that they carry you, like the longer you stay on the train, the closer you get to the edge. So the longer you take to try to wake up all these idiots and participate in this political circle jerk, means that the chance of you getting out is less. So that's my position, is you should spend, if you care about the issues, and I care about issues, you care about the world, you care about people, you care about humanity, you care about prosperity, you're not going to get prosperity by playing a political game. That will not bring you prosperity. It will bring you a life of misery. And all these people that chase this political dream are chasing a carrot stick that they'll never achieve. And most people that have been in politics their whole life will tell you that they just burn out. Look at guys like Dennis Kucinich or even Ron Paul. They just can't. Dennis Kucinich was one of the good leftists, in my opinion, and the Democrats in the US. Can I back up everything he ever voted on? No. But I just, going on his rhetoric and the way I had seen him behave, he seemed like an all right guy. And but these guys just give up because they just realize that it's a complete swamp. And Trump didn't drain the swamp, nor will he ever. because it's way too big for him. That even if he is a good guy, and I'm not saying he is or he isn't, I don't really care. But it all comes back to you as the individual, is that, are you going to get remedy from a potential chance that somebody's going to come in to change the system? Or are you going to create your own remedy and start taking responsibility for the things in your life? Food, water, energy, shelter first, then things like the education of your children, your finances, your community, your culture, your spirituality, all those other sort of 8 forms of capital, call it. Are you going to move towards more sovereignty with those things? Or are you going to roll the dice and kind of hold on, live in the dependent system? This is why I can't believe so many people still living in some of these, like a lot of these big cities, and just fighting with leftists all the time. It's like the tide is not going in your direction. So why bother? Do you think you're going to save it? All these people still, protesting at the public school stuff, despite endless amounts of resistance. They're not even wavering. All these parents showing up to these hearings with the school trustees and stuff, they're doing this all over the world, or at least they're doing this all over the West, Canada, the US, and Europe. And people are like, the social justice warriors are a minority. The majority is now on our side, for sure. It's just that the majority is silent. That's the problem, is the majority don't have the balls to call anything out. And so the minority just get away with whatever they want because they're the squeaky wheel. It's like the old saying, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. And they have enough institutional power now because they've worked towards institutional power, because that's their ideology, is to achieve power, because power is the ultimate thing in their world. And the only way to get it is just take it, and then take it from people, opposed to winning the free market of ideas. And so despite all the resistance at these school board trustee meetings, they're still pushing all this SOGI stuff, what we have in BC. And all these people, you're fighting this. It's like, don't you see the writing on the wall? Don't you see what the UN is saying? UNESCO, the WEF, the UN, the WHO, Johns Hopkins University, the Rockefeller Foundation, the Carnegie Endowment, the CFR, the Bilderbergs. They're unanimous. All of these people who control the vast majority of resources in the world, at least in the commercial world, they are moving lock in step towards the New World Order. And you think by a vote for Trump or Pierre Poilievre or Maxime Bernier, you think that's going to change it? It's just, I don't know. I guess I've gone down the rabbit hole too deep, that I just go. And then people will rag on me who really believe in politics. They'll say that that's the black pill thing that I'm saying. They're like, no, it's not. It turns back to you now, is that, no, you can't mail it in on this one. You can't. You will not win. You want to play a political game and fight these people? The good news is, all the people that are working towards the New World Order's agenda, which is the anti-human, anti-prosperity, totalitarian, technocratic system, that's all voluntary. All the people that are supporting that system are destroying themselves. So your enemy is destroying himself. And your enemy's numbers are reducing significantly. Unfortunately, it also means that we lose loved ones along the way, which I have lost too, and to the shot. And they're going to destroy themselves. And I guess we just have to kind of live with that and move on and live your life and prosper and create abundance for your family and for people, instead of trying to fight leftists. It's just a complete waste of time. And yeah, I guess you'll get clicks, and I guess you'll get lots of followers, and maybe you'll make some money as a content creator doing that, though that's becoming the content space is so saturated that Ha! Is it back? Hilarious. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, folks. There's still 200 of you here. Hey, I'll give, wow. Thanks for being patient, you guys. We're snowed in. I just went out to go see why the stream disconnected, and there's already half an inch of snow on the ground. No, not quite, but yeah, so I'm, the internet is sketchy when we get snowed in, because we're at such high elevation. Well, not that high, 1,000 meters isn't that high, but we get these clouds that just move in and stalked in. Satellite doesn't work, and so, but it seems to be, I went out and scraped some snow off it. Sometimes it gets too overloaded with snow, and anyways, we're back. So where did I cut off? I don't even know. Where did it even cut off? I don't, I have no idea. I was riffing on the political state of things, not the political state, but just how I think it's so pointless to engage in politics in any matter. And so that's what I was riffing on. But what are you guys saying? Give me a thumbs up, and maybe retweet or blast it out that I'm back. Oh, you know what? I'll do that too. How do I do that? Oh yeah, I'll do it on Twitter. I'll retweet it. Stream went down, but I'm back. And for the haul, there, it's back up. So hey, people coming back already, because we were at 300 and we were at 455 when that went out. But anyways, yeah. So, oh, wait a second. No sound or less sound. That's why I moved the microphone. There, now you can hear me. Now we're good, right? Jeez. Corvette Moonboy says, so when looking for an off-grid property, you need to have internet redundancy. Yes and no. I know they're going to kick us all off here eventually. And so maybe, yeah, it would be nice to have some redundancy. I will tell you, though, that Starlink is way better now than it was. They sent me a new one, and I was complaining last year about how just much electricity it was taking. And it's because I had the first gen. It is day and night difference in connectivity, consistency, and power consumption. Unbelievably different. I got one of the square ones now. It's smaller and it works so much better. And this doesn't happen that often, though this did happen. But it doesn't happen as often, I should say. And the consumption is half. I haven't run my generator in days. We haven't had sun in days, but I haven't run my generator because I can get my consumption down to almost less than 200 watts an hour, which is fairly for us because we're a family of four and there's kind of a lot of things going on up here. So 200 watts is pretty good. And I haven't needed to run the generator. Even today, I only brought in 3 kilowatt hours of power, but I only consumed 15, maybe a bit more now because I got these lights going on and stuff. But I looked at the batteries when this went down, I still got 50%. So it's quite amazing. Starlink is a lot better. Strongman says, great interview with Adapt 2030. Real estate will eventually get tokenized pretty much with every other asset right now. Yeah. And that's another one of my big motivations to do our Homestead Accelerator program is that we're helping people get on the land, and you're going to have less opportunities to get on the land. And your children, like my kids, will probably have no opportunity to buy land. And that's just market forces. It's not going to be UNDRIP, the UN Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People. It's not going to be anything more than typical predatory capitalism through the rifle of a bank, of central banks and big banks like BlackRock and State Street and Vanguard and that's all those big financial institutions. They're just going to buy everything up, and they already are. And so, yeah, thanks, man. I really love talking to David Dubine. He's a great guy. He's one of these guys that can go along with me the whole way. So I'll get, I've been on all kinds of podcasts, and another one of them might be Alpha Vedic. Those guys can go along with me the whole way. Bear and Mike Winner. Those guys can go along with me the whole way. I could talk about land stuff. I could talk about legal gravy. I could talk about whatever, and they'll go along the way. David Dubine is like that too. That's why I really like talking to him. He can go with me the whole way. Talk about farming because he's a really good homesteader. He's the real deal. And we can talk about Agenda 21. We could talk about Klaus Schwab. We could talk about, we don't get into the legal stuff too much, but he can go with me to many places. And I like that because I'll go all over the place, talking about stuff. Maybe that's why people follow me. But yeah. Regular bulbs or low watt bulbs? Well, I don't like LEDs, but I'm using some. These are all incandescents here. The house, I'm wiring it where the lights that we use a lot. So lights that we used a lot in our last house when we redesigned our kitchen was we had these lamps that kind of hung over the breakfast bar that's at the kitchen. Those I want incandescent. But then some of the just big not ambient light, but just big lights. So we'll use the LED pot lights in the high roof. I didn't in here. I did these in incandescents, but in the house, I'm doing some of those. So I'm doing a mix, but the light that we use a lot, like say it's the 90-10 thing, those are incandescents or halogens, not LEDs. LEDs are not good. They're not good for you, but it's kind of in construction, they're a lot easier. I'll tell you that, holy crap, putting light ballast and stuff like that into the ceiling is a royal pain in the ass with the wiring, insulation, the drywall, everything. LEDs, how efficient these pot lights are these days are amazing. They're not good for you though. Looking at LED light too long is not good for you. It's not good for your eyes. Look into it if you haven't already, but what are you guys saying about the sound? Is the sound okay? Is it okay? It's my microphone. It should be good. It should be good. And people talking about the internet going down. There was that document that came out, Cyber Polygon, that that World Economic Forum document that talked about how, there's going to be a Russian attack on the internet and they're going to blame Russia for something. But I could see that coming. And oh, thanks, Christina. Sounded good. I could see that coming. And I think that's why it's so important to get in the real world. And I'm in the real world. I'm online here too, but I'm also in the real world. And I have a lot of people in my sphere, in my world, in the real world that I associate with. And, I have a whole life offline. And I would encourage more people to do that as well. Have a life offline, because one day they're going to try to take away the online world, and it's going to be a digital ID or something like that. And we might not be able to do this in the way we are now. And so let's be grateful for the times we have. Let's be grateful for the technology as we have access to it and can use it. And I'm sure there will be alternatives at some point, but what the New World Order wants to do is to entice you in, build this super convenient apparatus for you, and then make it so that you won't want to live without that convenient apparatus. That's how they're going to get you in. And so that's the thing. Like, one guy, before the whole stream crashed, I noticed he said, resistance is futile. And maybe that's true, but instead of resisting, we can also just walk away. And so to me, I kind of visualize the idea of resistance as the government's doing something retarded and you don't want them to do it. And so you have a standoff with them in the city, like they did in Ottawa at the trucker rally. It's like, okay, that's resistance. But then my position is just walk away. And so I'm in the mountains of beautiful British Columbia in a very nice climate. And I don't see any woke shit, except when I go online and look at Andy No's Twitter feed, which I don't pay attention to much anymore because he got woke with the whole Israel thing too. So I have a hard time watching him anymore. And so why resist when it's not, and maybe there'll be a time, maybe there's a time when they're going to come for all of us, right? Everybody seems to think that. But again, I feel a broken record saying this, is they don't tell us that they're going to do that. And so why would we assume that they would? Because they tell everything else. They tell us everything else they're going to do. Everything. COVID, all the different wars, they gaslight us in the media about lying to us. And then, the Twitter files revealed that they were in on the whole thing, and they tell us everything they're going to do, lockstep, the Rockefeller document, everything, all these psychologists and psychiatrists that have been working for the New World Order and write about all these psychological techniques, and Project Mockingbird and MK Ultra, and I mean, they disclose everything. They tell you everything that they do, but they don't tell you that they're going to round you up. They don't. Find me a document. Nobody has presented to me. I've put this challenge out many times. Nobody has presented me here's the Carnegie Endowment document that says they're going to round up people in the country. Nobody has presented me that document. And so I'm a pattern recognizer. This is one of the greatest things that permaculture of all things has served me as far as being a truther is being concerned. And I've triggered some people by referencing these two things, because some of these lefties who hate the truther stuff that I talk about, but maybe like my gardening things or whatever, and they get really angry when I say things like this. But I just draw the analogy because I just see it and it seems to work for me. So the permaculture is thank you, Gary. resistance is futile for the other side, Chris. We're on this. Thank you. And I didn't think you were on the other side anyways, but I was just making a point. Is that permaculture is a design science based on observation. And that in and of itself is not a new idea at all, because most things, even in engineering, say, well, they're design science is based on observation, but permaculture, to take it further, is design science based on observation in natural systems. And that's probably where you differentiate from, say, modern engineering, where you have it, where you heat, beat, and treat everything, which is not necessarily a natural process. It is in some ways, because molten rock shapes things and whatnot. But that's not typically how you make a car. You don't look at nature and then, but more people in engineering are. And this is where the ideas of permaculture have sort of permeated a lot of things in our society for the better. But anyways, I always say this thing, I use my observation to come to my conclusions. I do that in the garden. That's why I've been successful in my land projects, because I can observe and interact and use my observations to make estimations or calculations on how things could be better in the future. And then I do them. I do the same thing with the New World Order. Is I read their documents, I pay attention to what they're saying in Foreign Affairs magazine, and I listen to guys like Richard Grove, who I'll be on with, I think in a couple weeks. His assistant Stephanie just emailed me. I love Richard Grove, and Grand Theft World podcast. Always have a good time with him. But listen to these guys that tell you what these cronies are doing, and I base my actions, my macro actions, if you will, some financial actions too, based on what I see them telling that they're going to do. And so they tell us that they want a totalitarian technocratic state, medicalized. They want you taking shots. They want you on universal basic income. They want you in the CBDC system. They want you being part of their whole social credit score. They want you living in the 5G smart city, hack, track, stacked, and packed. That's how they want you. And there's hundreds, if not thousands, of documents and books that have been written from these cronies for the last 50 to 100 years where they talk about this stuff, all starting from eugenics. And that's where the whole technocratic movement came from, was the eugenicists, was rebranded into basically modern environmentalism and leftism. But they tell you what they're going to do all the time, but they don't tell you that they're going to round you up in the country. Show me a document. And people get angry. Some truthers get angry when I say that, because then it challenges them, because a lot of people just want to mail it in with an excuse to say, well, I'm not going to try to find freedom and liberty because they're going to take it all from us anyway. So what's the point? And so, okay, yeah, I guess you've now just excused yourself from having to take responsibility for your life. And maybe you're single and that's easier to do. And you know what? If you want to just go to the gulag and eat the bugs now and you're single, fucking go. I don't care. But if you have children, that's not an option for you. And I don't really know anybody who says that and has kids. Everybody I interact with online or in my life who has that sort of negative attitude, because I see it on the left and the right. On the left, it's the hardcore environmentalist leftists who think human beings are a virus on the planet and we should just be extinct. Therefore, I'm not going to have children. Therefore, I'm depressed. I'm an alcoholic, and I don't really do much with my life. And I just poo-poo anybody who wants to make a go out of it. What's the point? We're all going to fucking die from climate change in 10 years. That's on the left. And then on the right, call it right, whatever. Truthers on the right go, you're going off grid and you're going to grow your own food. What's the point? They're all going to come and round you up anyways, right? we're all going to end up in the gulag anyways. It's the same thing. Klaus Schwab got you believing the same thing on the left and the right. That's the game. That's the trick. The outcome is the same. These political cronies, these Henry Kissingers, these Zbigniew Brzezinski was way more prolific than Henry Kissinger. Henry Kissinger was just more of a social guy and got a little bit more, people credit him as being like architect of the New World Order. He's not. And neither was Zbigniew Brzezinski solely, but Zbigniew Brzezinski was far more of an architect than Henry Kissinger was. Just Henry Kissinger was more in the limelight. I guess he was more charismatic. Zbigniew Brzezinski looked like a scary Nazi and is quite a scary looking guy, actually. He's a real ghoul. They all end up as ghouls. You drink enough adrenochrome and all that shit, you're going to end up as a ghoul. And they do. But Zbigniew Brzezinski was far more prolific than Kissinger, at least in my assessment of all that stuff. But where the hell was I going with all that? Basically that, they don't tell you. So I'm a pattern recognizer. I learned that from Bill Mollison and David Holmgren. And so I take my same logical pattern eye that I use and have most success with in nature and agricultural systems and water and things like that. And then I apply that to the way I analyze geopolitics and the law and politics at large. And I go, okay, I can see a pattern here. Going back to Bertrand Russell, I was reading Bertrand Russell in the late 90s. And he was a globalist too, and an atheist and a eugenicist. And anyways, I've read these guys' words for a long time. And they tell you everything that's happening now has been explained in books and white papers and whatever for a long time. But they don't say they're going to go and round up all those people in the country living off grid. They don't say it. So why would you assume that that's your doom scrolling? That is the New World Order working on you. If you believe that it's all hopeless and you believe that there's no point of even trying because you're going to end up in the gulag eating bugs and, being subjected to drag queen story time, then that's where you'll end up, because that's what they want you to believe. They want you to walk in. And so because the whole system is about commerce and consent, it is. That's why when I did that thing with the Canadian Food Inspection Agency back in 2016, why it worked, because it's all about consent and commerce. And I don't care what you want to philosophize about how the system should be and how it could be better. I don't care about that. I'm a political atheist. I don't even care about the politics. I just care about the law. And I go in the law and I just see what it says. And they don't say this. So I've put this challenge out to many people. I even put it out to Richard Grove. I should actually ask him when I'm on the show. Have you seen a document that says they're going to do this? Like, where's the event 201? Where's the Agenda 21? Where is it? Where's the document where they say, what are we going to do with all the people who don't go along? They don't say anything, nothing. And so all these people who think that it's pointless to not resist, but to walk away because they're going to get you anyways, that's how they're going to get you. Is because they're gonna make you believe that it's so hopeless that you won't even try. Then when the time comes, when they've economically bankrupted you and got you into a real pinch where you have no choice but to take the universal basic income and the CBDC, and you got to wait in line to get bug gruel, that you'll go along with it, because that's how it works. Is they can't make you do it physically. You have to have free will. That is the rule. God gave us free will, and the devil cannot take it away. That is the rule. That is the number one rule. in the spiritual battle that we're in, is that you will volunteer or you won't, because you've built up the courage and the capacity and the ability to not. And until you do, you won't. You'll go in. And so that's where it is. Jason Booth Strider said the SPARS pandemic. Doesn't say that in the SPARS pandemic. I read the SPARS pandemic. Doesn't say that. Show me the page. Tell me what page. I'll pull it up. Doesn't say that. Kevin says, Curtis, you mentioned Alex Newman as a source for gravy. Do you have a website or Twitter handle? There are a few of them. Yeah, Newman. Yeah. Let's do some real-time Twitter. Right there. You got to be careful for fake Twitter profiles. I've noticed. Yeah, this is him. You got to be careful about fake Twitter profiles. It's been amazing. I know a guy in Montreal who got scammed by a fake Jeff Berwick out of a bunch of Bitcoin. You got to be careful. That's where the blue check is. You got to hand it to Elon. Again, whether he's part of it or not, I don't know. But I have to say, there's so many just bullshitters on Twitter, and I've witnessed a lot of these bot accounts that the blue check is a huge filter. And so, anyways, but no, there's Alex Newman. He's all gravy. Oh, look at this. He was on InfoWars. He is. If you ever got into the John Birch Society on Twitter, I don't even know. John Birch Society was some of the first gravy I got into a long time ago. Look at this, JBS. Yeah, I'm following them. I guess they just don't post that much. But John Birch Society is the OG of the truther community, call it. They're the OGs. And G. Edward Griffin was part of the John Birch Society. He had some kind of falling out with them for some reason. I don't know about anything about it. I don't know. It's not really that important. But I was watching, my dad gave me stuff from John Birch Society years ago. And John Birch Society were calling out the New World Order in the 1960s. Might even been back as far as the 1950s. The John Birch Society was calling it out. And so if you don't know who the John Birch Society, you should. If you don't know who they are, you should. And Alex Newman was part of them too for a while. I don't know if he is anymore though. Anyways. Harry Vox. I don't know who Harry Vox is. Brother Nathaniel. Man, he is funny. I have to say, he is. He's a Jew who figured out making fun of Jews was funny. That's Brother Nathaniel. He is hilarious. He's a Russian Orthodox ex-Jewish guy who looks like a real classic Jewish guy. Like if you were to caricaturize a Jewish guy, that's Brother Nathaniel. And he is hilarious. James Corbett, absolutely an OG of truther. Joshua says, have I met Jeff Berwick? Yeah. Oh yeah, I talk to Jeff all the time. Actually, I haven't talked to him much lately. Talked to Ed Bugos actually more than I talked to Jeff. Yeah, I know Jeff. He's a good guy. He's he means well. He's doing his thing. He's still not done his homestead property. I'm even though he's got 100, if not 1,000 times more resources than I have. He kind of challenged me once. It's like, who's going to get it done first? I'm like, well, you got a bunch of Mexicans working for you for cheap, and you got tons of money, far more than I have. But I don't think he's on his property yet, and I'm on my property. I might not have my nice house finished, but I am growing my own food. I got 3 sources of water now, independent, that cannot be turned off. I've got my own power, independent, that cannot be turned off. Um, oh yeah. CC says here, you may want to familiarize with the BC Civil Forfeiture Act. I am familiar with it. I haven't read fully through it, but yes, I am very familiar with it. And it's civil forfeiture is a serious thing. If you're dealing with that, the remedy is limited, so to speak. But you got to be careful how you get involved with those things. And civil forfeiture just in the US too is the real deal. It's very scary. Gary's asking me about Ice Age Farmer. Every time I do a live stream, somebody asks me. I don't know. I have no idea what happened to him. I hope he's all right though. Oh, here, let me refresh the if there's more in the from the field chat. Let's see, it's almost 10. How long have I been going on this? Started at 6, so we're going on 4 hours. So yeah, I'll probably wrap this puppy up pretty soon, folks. You got minutes because it actually closes at midnight Central Time. If anybody wanted to take up the Black Friday offer that we have, which is our best offer of the year, one payment for the Freedom Farmers platform, everything in it, Homestead Accelerator, our social media, our mapping software, our 20 plus courses that we've produced, all future courses, all the from the field.tv content, everything. $8.99 one-time payment, freedomfarmers.com. You've got 9 minutes to take that offer if you want it. And then that's it for the Black Friday week or whatever, whatever Monday we call it. I lose track of all these things, but it's the game you play when you're in the business of selling stuff, right? So, it is what it is. But if anybody wants that offer, you've got 8 minutes to take that offer and forever hold your peace. My channel says Curtis has his property in California attacked and got scared off the internet. No, I don't know what you're talking about there. Hey, thanks, Zen. It's a great deal, folks. It is a great deal. I'm very proud of what we've created from the field at Freedom Farmers and from the field. Though I will be honest that my efforts have changed a little bit, and it's why we're kind of consolidating the things. And it's Freedom Farmers is more valuable than from the field in the sense that the depth of content is far above and beyond what I could create myself. And that's why it's a collection of people that have made epic courses on how to get you on the land. And so it's the value is insane. And the Homestead Accelerator program in and of itself is worth the money. And when we first launched Homestead Accelerator, and even if you were to just try to sign up for that alone, it would still be $297 because that is a month. That's how valuable that program is. Though we're going to have to change that because it's just the way the team manages the marketing and all that stuff. We can only do so much at a time, but we will change that. But the value is insane. So freedomfarmers.com is that, we got 7 minutes left on this offer. I'll do a countdown. No, I won't do that. That'll be cheesy. And then we have Freedom Farmers Plus now. Thank you, Eric, for mentioning that. If you want to just be in the community, you can pay something like right now we've got an offer. It's $80 a year or something like that. And you can do the coaching calls too. Cause I do a coaching call. I've got mine coming up next month or next week. I do a Homestead Accelerator coaching call, and there's a lot of people in there now, but it's pretty cool. Everybody's very respectful and people don't try to like dominate airtime. And so you can talk with me, you can throw things at me and whatever. And then it's on Zoom. And so you can call in just like this. And then there's a bunch of other live coaching calls that David Burchard does and Jonah Kroc-Walnick and a few other creators do coaching calls. So even Freedom Farmers Plus, if you don't care about the courses per se, but you just want to be in the community and be in the live coaching calls and stuff like that, and you want to be the mapping software and stuff like that, you can just sign up for that too. It's $80 and that offer ends tonight too, or in 6 minutes now. So that might be something that interests you as well. Joshua says, what do you make of David of Adapt 23? Well, I like him a lot, and he's a friend of mine. We talk a lot, actually. We send Telegram messages back and forth all the time. Do I have any concerns about his theories? He's predicting serious weather doom next year. I don't know. David's got his theories. I got mine. I'm not one of these guys that has to draw a line in the sand on issues with people. Like, I don't care if somebody has. I don't really find the I'm interested in David's hypothesis, and Ice Age Farmer was the same thing with the whole mini ice age that we're apparently going into. I'm just not afraid of it, I guess, because it's kind of like climate change, right? It's okay, the climate's changing. Why that's changing, who cares? NASA says something, we can observe something, we can see geoengineering happening, we can see them lighting fires and all kinds of crap. Why it's happening, it doesn't matter to me. Is it happening? Yes. So I'm actually not afraid of the grand solar minimum. That's what it's called. The reason I'm not afraid of the grand solar minimum is that if you look at grand solar minimums and look at David Dubine's information, it's really good. Throughout history, people have survived grand solar minimums. There was, talking about, when in England, the Thames River was frozen for many years at a time. So we've had cycles in climate. It's been colder, it's been warmer. It will continue to do so. The reason I'm not afraid of it getting colder is that Canada is very well set up to handle cold. So a little bit colder of a winter or a little bit shorter of a summer doesn't really affect us that much. It does in the sense of commodity agriculture. But that doesn't affect me because I can grow most of my own food now. And so it would affect me tomorrow, because my farm isn't completely sovereign in a way yet. But I'm a pretty good food grower. And so I'm worried about that, because I'm not going to be one of the guys waiting in the grocery store to buy a bag of rice. So if there is a grand solar minimum, it doesn't worry me at all. The way we build things in Canada is all based around a cold winter. So our infrastructure doesn't get affected with a little bit colder of a winter or a little bit longer of a winter. Whereas the infrastructure in Tennessee, Kentucky, Texas, with a cold winter gets massively affected, as you witnessed a few years ago in Texas when they had that big freeze. So if I was David, yes, I'd be more concerned about the grand solar minimum than I am. I'm not worried about it at all. Like, I'm winterized. I'm as winterized as you can get. Albeit I would never want to live in Alaska or any climates like that. But so so yeah, I mean, to your question about David's theories, yeah, I mean, I respect them, and David and I might have varying opinions on one thing or the other. Not that much though. But for me, I'm not worried about that at all. Not at all. Like I said, weather's far more radical than this down in and so that's another one thing. I love the temperate areas of the States. I love Kentucky. I love a lot of Alabama, some of Oklahoma. I love northeastern Texas. I love the panhandle of Florida. Don't like the politics of some of the other Carolinas and stuff, but the climates are nice. But they're also a lot more volatile. Temperate climates are in general more volatile. And when they experience unpredicted swings, temperate climates that turn into cold climates get really shitty really fast for a lot of people, because people just aren't prepared. People don't have snow tires. People's piping is only dug in a foot or less deep. So if there's a big freeze, all these pipes freeze and it's a total mess. Infrastructure in cities collapsing. Those things aren't an issue for me up here, because a hotter summer for long periods of time isn't going to make a difference for us because that doesn't damage our infrastructure. Well, fires do, but that's a whole other conversation. But colder winters don't affect us either because we're already prepared. My well line that goes from my well to my pitless adapter to the back of my house is 8 feet deep. So I don't give a shit about -40 winter. If that's what's coming, I'm prepared. So to your point again, if you're worried about weather extremes, prepare for them and start, if I were to build a house, and this is actually something that I'd like to do in the next number of years, is once I'm done this project, and I would like to get into doing more real estate development. It's been something that I've wanted to do for a very long time, and I really have enjoyed the process of building this home, and I've learned so much and about the trades and everything else that I would like to just do it again. I would like to go into the United States and build a home down in that region. I'd like to be in Northeast Texas, some parts of Oklahoma. Basically, if you look at a map in Northeast Texas, the other states, I forget if it's Oklahoma and Georgia or Mississippi that touch Texas. Anyways, that region, I love that region. I would love to build a home and a homestead in that region. And if I were to do that, I would build it like a Canadian. And I would put my irrigation and plumbing lines deep in the ground. Why? It's not that much. It's not that much of a big deal to do it. Just get a nice machine and it's done. And then you don't have to worry about pipes freezing. You don't have to worry about that stuff. I'd prepare for that because it is possible that cold weather, especially with all the geoengineering, they're hammering you. Like it seems to be getting colder, whether it's geoengineering or whether it's, as David and Christian from Ice Age Farmers say, it's a grand solar minimum. I don't know. I don't care. I just go prepare for the worst, hope for the best. So that's what I would say to that. Oscar says, do you remember Jason from Seeds Homestead? No, I don't watch really homestead content on YouTube. I watch Doug from Doug and Stacy because he riffs on things that I enjoy listening to. And no offense to Doug, but I'm not learning a lot of homestead stuff from him because I'm knee deep in it myself. But I enjoy his political rants actually on things, and I enjoy that he actually is trying to wake people up, and he still gets 100,000 views on his videos. I'm amazed that he hasn't been shadow banned like me on YouTube, though he's getting there because he's demonetized now. So I don't know. I don't watch too much stuff. Joe Max says, hey, Curtis, are you still connected to Wally? He's about 20 minutes south of me in Saskatoon. I'm not. I haven't talked to Wally in years. I have no idea what he's up to. I haven't even talked to him since COVID. I didn't even talk to him up until COVID. So I haven't talked to him in a long time. RJ says, isn't grand solar minimum to do with not enough energy from the sun for growing crops and food? Yeah, it is, which affects temperatures and it affects growing seasons. So yeah. Integrity Grow says, I buy greens from Ray Tyler at Franklin Farmers Market. Him and his family are the best in business. They're crushing it right now too. They're just crushing it. It's never been a better time to get into farming. I've been saying this my entire career, and it's more than ever now. There's never been a better time to get into farming. Investing in a farm, investing in that infrastructure, in the biological capital, in the soil, investing in the water systems. There's never been a better time to get into it, and it might be your last opportunity. And that's why you should take my Homestead Accelerator program. And I think our offer just closed, though I'm sure if you tried to sign up for it, they wouldn't turn you down. But yeah, we just finished off our month and our offer. So that's nice. But yeah, it's There's all kinds of ways you can go about doing it. And, everybody's got a different take on one thing or the other. Got to be the magnetic reversal or the chemtrails making all this happen. I don't know. And it doesn't matter. Who cares really? Because it is. You spend a lifetime. My dad knew about the New World Order and shit my entire life. And he wasn't telling me about the New World Order until I was 20, but he was always telling me that the shit's going to hit the fan tomorrow. I heard that my entire life. And he was wrong his entire life. And so I guess that's part of my optimism too, is that it's always kind of been this way. It's just that now it's more obvious. The New World Order has been around your entire life. If you're alive today, the New World Order has been around your entire life. And they've had the run of the show for your entire life, pretty much too. Though, yeah, you could probably make the case that they have it in the bag more now, especially with all the technology and the surveillance stuff and all that. But fear not, because evil has always been around and it'll always be around. And that doesn't mean that you can't find prosperity and liberty and freedom. Liberty, freedom, and prosperity. Those are my three things, I think, right now. Liberty is the responsibility. Freedom is the choice. The freedom to choose, like Milton Friedman said, free to choose. Freedom is the ability to make the choice. Liberty is to have your own self-determination and to be able to choose to be free by responsibility. And then prosperity is to take that responsibility and move upwards to make a better life for yourself as you go along. Because if life's great and life's worth living, which I think it is, I want it to be better all the time, because it can get better. It does get better. The more better people you surround yourself with, the more positive things that you do, the more contributions that you make to life that make the world better, all come back to you and bring you prosperity. And that's where I'm at. Freedom, liberty, and prosperity. That's what it's all about for me. And so, yeah. Says Curtis, this is not the final Shemitah cycle, 2022 to 29, when Revelation playbook takes place and the Messiah takes over from 2030 to 3030. Then boom, fairy conflagration, they coexist in slavery. See, I appreciate what you're saying. I appreciate that. At the same time, I don't care, because what does that information do for me? Oh, it's the Shemitah cycle. Oh, so that just explains everything. Like I just don't find these things useful. It's too much speculation. Whereas I can just read the words of the New World Order and then they tell me what they're going to do, because they have to do that. I don't know why they have to do that exactly. I think it has something to do with equity, but it might also have some kind of Luciferian contract thing in there too, some esoteric thing. Who knows? Who cares? Who cares? So I just kind of look at the facts that I can verify with my own eyes, and I don't care about anything else. If I can't verify it with my own eyes, then I don't care. It's like what I was saying earlier, way back earlier in the stream, I was talking about that alleged video of John Podesta doing a terrible thing to a child. It's just, if you can't prove that it's real, then the information should have zero value, at least in how do you want to spend your time? Where do you want to allocate your attention and your resources and your time? And if it's to something like that, well, then I guess all the power to you, but it's not a nice place to exist. It's not a nice place to be. So how much how much, do you, of your life force, do you want to give that? Oswald says, hey, Curtis, do you realize that as a homesteader channel, you could have 10x the YouTube subs if you focused the camera on your wife in yoga pants for the majority of the videos? I do. I do, Oswald. And I appreciate that comment because I know exactly who you're talking about. And that's pretty damn funny. And yeah, I do. And that's why I don't care, because I don't want to sell my soul and sexualize my family and participate in the wank fest of most content. It's not worth the money. Yeah, sure. I could be making, I'm sure that channel Off Grid with Jake and Nicole. And you know what? At the end of the day, I got no hate for them. They do their thing. If they're happy, if she's happy showing her tits and ass, and that's, at the same time, I like the way they're living. I'm pretty sure they live in a nice mansion. I'm pretty sure that yurt that they have is just a playground set for them. Because if you know anything about YouTube algorithm, and I know a fair thing, I know how to figure out how much money people make on YouTube. It's not hard to do. They're making $50,000 to $100,000 a month on YouTube, guaranteed. Where's all that money going? It's not spending on that property. So I'm pretty sure that they live in a really nice house and then go to that property to make videos. I'm pretty sure. But anyways, to your point, yeah, sure, I could do that. My wife's attractive. She's a nice looking woman. I'm blessed to be with her and love her to death and happy that she's the mother of my children. Yeah, I could exploit and prostitute my wife out on YouTube. She wouldn't want to do that. That's why she doesn't want to come on these streams. She doesn't care. She doesn't care about the limelight. She doesn't feel the need to weigh in and do all that, though she will from time to time. And, but that's just not what motivates her in her life. She's a mom. She's motivated to be a mom. She's not motivated to be a YouTube personality and chime in on something. So, but yeah, that's a funny comment, Oswald. And it's just so true. If you want to whore yourself out and talk about family drama and bring and turn, and yeah, if I wanted to make my channel into a soap opera, sure, I could make $50,000 to $100,000 a month on YouTube easily. The top end creators make so much money. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. People that have, in my channel, if I got the views, because views come from here's the thing too, 80% of your views come from non-subscribers. That's why people use clickbait. And I've used it myself too. I still do, because you want to get views, right? If you don't get views, then people, whether you're monetized or not, if you don't get views, people won't, support you, buy your stuff, whatever, right? So yeah, I could just do that, but I have a soul. I don't want to do that. I'd rather just help people crush. And I'm actually blessed to work with my team because we have found a way to do that. And that's what Freedom Farmers is that I have found a way to do what most other content creators haven't figured out how to do, is that I have found a way to make a good living as a content creator. We've done fairly well for ourselves, and I'm very blessed and worked hard for it. But we found a way to to make money from content without whoring out my family online, which is I do not want to do. I don't want to have my children in my videos. I don't want people who are fans of mine on YouTube to feel like they have a relationship with my family, because they don't. That's just not the reality of it. So don't think that, I see people who obsess about, I see it in comment sections because I read comment sections of other channels and followers and creators that I follow. And I see people in the comments being like, oh, wow, the kids are so cute. The kids are growing up. It's like, it's just focus on your own kids. live your life. Don't get emotionally invested in me. Invest in my content that can help you in your life, but don't get emotionally invested in me. That's because that's just not real. This isn't real. Like, I'm online. You're in your own world, and you should be the king or the queen of your own world. And don't obsess about internet personalities. It's just not, it's not healthy for you. I want people to do what's good for them. And I'm happy to inspire and give you some information along the way that can help you get there. But that's what I want. I want the best for people. I don't want what's the best for me. I mean, yes, I want to make money and be successful at this, but at what cost? And for me, it's not worth prostituting my family in videos and taking Instagram photos of my children and then writing little narcissistic things about them. It's disgusting. And I don't follow people that do that. I have zero interest in people's personal lives. Zero. All the people that I follow on Twitter or that I pay attention to on YouTube, I could give a shit about their personal life. In fact, I get turned off, but this is just because it's me. Most people probably aren't this way, but I get turned off when people try to rope me into their personal thing. I'm just like, you're whoring out your family? No, that's for you, man. That's sacred. That's like, I don't want that. That's your family, not mine. And maybe that's because I have a family and I'm very content in my life that I don't want that. And I don't want people to want that from me. And I think anytime people have been kind of, I don't know, I can see people in comments sometimes kind of getting emotionally invested in things. And I appreciate, because I know that that's coming from a place of love, generally speaking. And I appreciate that. But I don't think it's healthy for you to do that. If you're listening to me and you find value in the things that I say, I hope that it's in the words and the content, but not my personal things. Yeah, I have trials and tribulations in my life, and I've had troubles, and I've had a recent challenge with a thing, and my dad died not too long ago, and then his wife just bit the bucket too, because she took all the shots. And it's just, but don't get invested in my thing. Sure, you can listen to my story and find something of value of it, and you can empathize, and that's all great too. But you don't have to say, "Oh, I'm sorry, Curtis, that you're going through something like that." I don't need that. I get that in my own personal life. I don't need that from people online that I don't really know. And so, I don't know, I guess I don't have any illusions about what this relationship is, because it's only so much of a relationship, but it's something. And I just hope that people can take my words and my information, not my personal stuff. Take my words and my information, and that's what I'm hoping can inspire people. And so that's what I would say to that. Just looking at your guys' comments. Nero says, "So impressive, boy. You feeling insecure?" ? No. I don't need your agreement. Your character says it all. Hope you learn to engineer peace one day. At Drops Family Garden. I'm very I don't really know what that comment means at all. I don't know if you're kind of being mean. I don't know your tone. When you call me boy, I don't know. That's not how I talk to people, that if I respect them. So I'm assuming that that's a mean comment, but am I feeling insecure? No. If I wasn't, I wouldn't be doing this. I have very little insecurity in my life. With me, you see what I am. I wear my heart on my sleeve. I wear my values on my sleeve. I'm the kind of guy that I'm in the same mood all the time. I wake up in the morning, I'm stoked. I'm pretty much stoked all day. If I'm ever in a bad mood, it's because I'm hungry or I haven't slept. but that doesn't, I sleep well and I eat well, and my wife takes really good care of our family, and we, live a very blessed life. So no. Um, says it's their timeline, Curtis, when they own everything, king/nations, and sin will be over as a concept when they can't act without having to conceal their abuses against God's law. Yeah, I think I'm picking up what you're putting down there, and in a sense. Joshua says, Curtis, you mentioned on Twitter that you aren't a Christian. Can you expand on that and what God means to you, if you're willing to share? Yeah, a little bit. I mean, this conversation has a tendency to trigger Christians, and then when people hear me say I'm not a Christian, they think that I don't know what they think. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I choose to not call myself a Christian because I don't feel the need to join a club, and because I'm so content in my spiritual foundation and my family's spiritual foundation, though we are learning spirituality in a different way as we bring children into the world and have discussions about God with our kids. And we do prayer at the beginning of every dinner, hold hands, and we do a prayer and we say grace. But I don't call myself a Christian because I don't want to pretend that I know it all. And though I have great reverence for the Bible and the written word of God, and I do believe that the Bible is the written word of God, and I do believe that Christ, I believe that Christ is the Son of God. I do believe that. I do believe that in my heart, and I do believe that in the literature that I've read. But I don't believe that Christ is God in the sense that the only way to God is through Christ. I don't believe that. My heart tells me that that's not true. Because what about all the other people in the world that have different spiritual beliefs that never heard of Christianity? It just that whole thing just doesn't add up for me. And so that's why I don't call myself a Christian. And so you might believe that, and I respect that. And that's that. I mean, we don't have to, I'm content in my belief. And if others get offended by that or think that I'm going to go to hell, then that's fine. I know that I'm not going to hell because I don't believe that a God would say the only way to find God is through this individual, this vessel. It just doesn't make any sense to me. It's never rung true with me. Though again, I have great reverence for the written word and the Bible, and the way I found all that stuff was through the law. And there'll be a time, maybe at some point in the next number of years, where I'll have the time to sit down and read the Bible and get into that. And I'd like to, and maybe I'll come around and I'll change my position. My good friend Stephen Cornett sent me a book that I would like to read this winter. It's called I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist. Apparently it's a book that really changed his perspective on Christ, and I'm all for that. Every Seventh-day Adventist I've ever known has given me a copy of The Great Controversy, and I've read some of it, and I think it's a pretty cool book. It's got some pretty neat gravy in there, actually. And so, yeah, that's it, really. I mean, I just don't feel, really, it just comes down to, I just don't feel the need to be in a club. I don't feel the need to wear a badge that says I'm a Christian. I find that when you do that, you sometimes get people coming after you to say, well, you're not a Christian because Romans this and this and this, and you just get this endless debate of biblical scripture that I just find so masturbatory. I just don't care. Like, I know what's in my heart, and I know my relationship with the creator and my family's relationship with the creator is ours and ours alone. And so I don't feel the need to justify, debate about it. I don't care what you believe. I really don't. Some of the nicest people I know are Muslims. Some of the nicest people I've met in my life are Muslims. And apparently the Quran says some really horrible things. But so does the Old Testament. And so I don't know what to make of that. You know, people like to talk shit about Muslims. I get that. But I honestly can tell you, most of the Muslims that I've known in my personal life have been extraordinarily kind people and generous. I don't see what Andy No and all these other people are reporting. I don't see what Tommy Robertson is reporting on, because it's just not my world. It might be that way in England. In London, it might be a shithole, with all these North African migrants. And I saw a little bit of it when I traveled through Europe a couple of years ago, or through Germany and Sweden, and saw a bit of that. And it was kind of weird. A lot of just men hanging out that don't have anything to do, and they're collecting welfare and they're committing crime. Yeah, okay, whatever. But that doesn't speak to Islam. It doesn't speak to individuals. And so I don't have a fear of jihad taking over, at least in where I live. It might in the big cities. And I think that's, very possible. But so I don't know, going back to the spiritual thing, I respect everybody's personal belief. And it doesn't change my life in any way to care about, like, why would I care about what somebody believes if it has no effect on me? If you told me you were a Satanist in this day and age, I probably would keep at arm's length. But most other things that are reasonable, I just look at the way a person acts and orientates themselves in the world. And if they orientate themselves and act in a way that I do and that I try to aspire to be, or then I go, that's a good person. And with a lot of Christians who think Islam is this, that, and the other, or other Muslims that say Christianity is this, that, and the other, or Jews, or whoever you want to talk shit about, I just look at the individual. And if the individual orientates themselves in the world in a way that I think is harmonious with my path to prosperity, then I'm game. Happily have dinner and break bread with a Muslim family, a Jewish family, a Catholic family, a Buddhist family. I don't care. If you orientate yourself in the world and you walk in the path of Christ, if you walk the way that Christ led by example in, then I think that's good. And I think a lot of people, whether they're Christians or not, live a lot. I actually would say a lot of Muslims I know walk the path of Christ as far as just the way they orientate themselves and how I can observe them behaving in the world, better than a lot of Christians that I've seen. And so that's what it is for me. And so that's where I'm at. Any ideas on implementing gardening programs in all the schools in the country? No. Get your kids out of school. No. That's the school system and all that. That's the New World Order. The medical system, the school system, the economic system, industrial agriculture, big pharma. That's the New World Order. That's the apparatus of the New World Order. So I have nothing to do with that. So I have no interest in going into schools and talking to parents and teachers or students. No, get your kids out of school. I empathize with people who are kind of stuck in the system because they're divorced and stuff like that. I get it. But if you're asking me if I have interest in trying to change the school system, absolutely not. It's done. It's the New World Order. The New World Order is here. It's in almost in every facet of our life. Zoom is probably owned by the New World Order. YouTube is absolutely owned by the New World Order. But some of these things we have to use to have these conversations, and so it is what it is. Harbor says it's a matter of denying what Christ said. Yeah, and I don't know. I don't care. Believe what you want to believe. It doesn't matter to me, So debate side. It is, this is, you're absolutely correct. And maybe if you're on Twitter, you can call in next Wednesday, because the first space on Twitter that I'm going to do starting at 8 p.m. on Wednesday Pacific time is just going to be me. I'm not going to have a guest on that one, but I will have guests going into the future. And sometimes I'll have a guest, sometimes I'll do it myself. But I'd like to have guests because I love talking to people, and there's a lot of cool people out there to talk to. So you're welcome to call in sometime, and I would extend that invitation to anybody here if you're on Twitter. And if you're not on Twitter, sorry, whatever. But I'm going to try something new because it's kind of a neat platform, and I'm getting better results on Twitter than I am on YouTube. But I'll keep posting to YouTube. Don't get me wrong. I know I've said some sort of butthurt things about YouTube from time to time, and maybe that's just because I get kind of frustrated with it because I've been on here for so many years, and I just get so shadow banned. And I don't really totally know why, because I haven't had strikes. I had one strike on my channel a long time ago, but no, I'm looking at Twitter and going, well, I'm getting a lot more rewarded for my work on Twitter than I am on YouTube. Though I still make some money on YouTube, not very much at this point, but I don't make any money on Twitter. But just when I look at how many views I get on Twitter, I almost get 1-to-1. When I write a good tweet or write a good thread, every single one of my, I don't know, I'm almost at 6,000 followers there now. It's growing quite quick for Twitter. Almost every single one of them sees it. Whereas on YouTube, I'm lucky if 1 in 100 people who watch my channel see my content. And so it is what it is. I feel like a broken record talking about that stuff. Okay, Neuro, thank you for clearing that up. That wasn't to you, Curtis. Come on. Okay, thank you, sir. All good. It's hard. It's hard, it's hard to manage. It's hard to, and I think I'm doing a pretty good job of it on this stream. Sometimes I just get so scatterbrained. That's just kind of how my brain is. And it's hard to keep up with the comments in the chat. And then if I'm on a train of thought and then I see something that distracts me, it pulls me all over. So thank you for clearing that up, Nero. And at the end of the day, I don't get none of this is personal for me because I don't actually know you guys. Like, I've gotten to know some of you for sure over the years. But I don't take any of these comments personally, whether you're hating on me or not. If you're one of Owen Benjamin's fucking cult follower trolls, and I just hide you, it's like, whatever, I don't take any of it. I don't take any of it personally because it's impersonal. Corvette Moonboy says, have you read the Tao Te Ching, Curtis? I have not. Um, Josh says, appreciate your comment, your perspective, and not wanting to label your beliefs. Hope you can look more into Gnosticism at some point. Gospel of Thomas. Totally. Sure. I was actually watching a really old truther video last night. I should share it with you guys. It's pretty sweet. Can I pull it up here? I was watching this thing on YouTube of all places, on the Masons. And there's a guy who I watched this dude's videos years ago. I can't even remember how long ago. Bill Schneubelen, this guy. You guys seen this guy? This is gravy if you haven't seen this shit. It's total gravy. Who's texting me at 10 o'clock? My goodness. This dude, man.
All have to understand, or else you're going to get confused later. And that is the oaths. Masonry requires its people to swear oaths.
This guy was a high-level Mason, was in the Knights of Malta, was in everything. And he talks about Gnosticism in this. And I think you might have been the one that mentioned Gnosticism before, and I made a comment that seemed like I disregarded it, and I apologize for that. And I think you got offended by it. I didn't mean to offend you. But yeah, I mean, from what I've seen about Gnosticism is that they were the original, it all connected into the Illuminati and the New World Order. And so I was skeptical of it from that and that alone. And so take it for what it's worth. But no, I appreciate what you said there. And yeah, I might look into that at some point. But you know what? I don't really need to look into stuff much anymore. I mean, not to say I know it all. I don't. I'm learning all the time. And I think the older I've got, the more I've learned, the more I've realized the old cliche is there's so many things you don't know. But I only have so much time in a day, and I work a lot. Less now, which is nice, but this is work in a way. And I only have so much time, and I'm trying to be more available to my kids and my wife. And so Pandora Wake says Owen is too worried about his documentary making. I know, what a train wreck that guy is. He just can't maintain a good relationship with anybody. It's just so telling. The guy who was filming, like, I just don't get how people go through life and just burn so many bridges. Like, how is that? All these people worship you and they come to help you and volunteer for you, and you end up burning them. Like, how is that possible? I haven't paid attention to Owen in a long time, ever since that whole thing blew over. But, people say things every now and then, or I hear things, I don't know, from how I've hidden him and blocked all of his little cult members. And so I don't see anything. I blocked him. I blocked his cell phone. I haven't had a friend in my life where I've had to block their cell phone number because of their abusive narcissism. But Owen was the first person I've ever had to do that to in my life, because I'm a pretty amicable guy. Even my worst breakups with girlfriends, I see those people today and, hey, how you doing? Give them a hug, and amicable, Owen is the only guy that I have ever had that kind of thing happen with. The only guy where I've blocked his cell number because he was bitch texting me for 48 hours straight. Like, I don't even think he was sleeping much. And the guy who made his documentary is suing him. Like, how bad of a person do you have to be for that to happen? Like, why is that happening? It's because he's not a good guy. He's a bona fide cult narcissist. And I'm kind of glad that I exposed him a little bit, because he's a bad actor. He's not a good person. And I really would encourage young men to stop following him, because he is not leading you to prosperity. He's leading you to a dungeon of incel behavior. And it's pathetic. Yeah, whatever. Who cares? He's not even interesting. He just doesn't even say any good things anymore. All he talks about is gay stuff. It's like lame. Oh, gay dick joke. Oh, he said squirt. Oh. I can't believe anybody calls himself a truther pays attention to him. He's a truther who tells lies every day. All he does is tell lies. He just lies about people. How can anybody respect that? I don't get it. And I actually am embarrassed that I actually was on his stream as many times. And I'm embarrassed that I actually got into his little world. I mean, I'm not embarrassed. I don't care. It's all water under the bridge, and it's all made me a better person. But I can't believe that so many people listen to him. He's a complete, I don't know if it's like, if it looks like a pig and smells like a pig, it's a pig. He acts like the New World Order. He behaves like the New World Order. All he does is lie. All he does is burn bridges. If it looks like a pig and smells like a pig, it's a pig, but that's him. That's what he does. He talks shit about, and I'm talking shit about him publicly. I'll get that. Okay, I'm a hypocrite for the time being. Generally speaking, I try to not. Though I did a little bit tonight, didn't I, when I told that story about Pandora Thomas, but it was in good faith and it was funny, and I have no ill will towards her whatsoever. And I don't have ill will towards Owen. He has ill will towards me because of the amount of effort he put in to try to harm me, which didn't in any way. Didn't cost me a dime. It didn't hurt me in any way. It's just useless. But he has ill will towards people, and you can see that in his relationships. Who has public fallouts with 30 or more people? Who does that? Like, it's insane. And I'm sorry to rant on about him, but I think it actually, speaking to it in sort of a more of a macro way, brings attention to things that could help people or prevent people from hurting themselves and hurting their loved ones. Is that, like, there's a lot of these guys, these beartards, I call them, who they have a family and they just watch on. And I've heard testimonies of women who are like, my husband is this loser who's just listening to this idiot talk about squirting and gay shit day in and day out. And now my husband's starting to sound like this retard. And it sucks. It's ruining our family. I've heard that many times from people. It's like, the Coke mirror. That was a tea set that my wife inherited when her grandmother died. It's not a Coke mirror. Only Owen would say something like that, because it distracts from the thing that it was meant to do, which was to expose him for being a hypocrite on every single thing that he criticizes people for. That's why I brought that. And of course, he made a straw man by calling it a Coke mirror to now make it not about him, to get the attention off him. Right. And that's what he does. That's why he's a manipulator, and that's how it works. But it's it's sad that there's so many people that, well, I don't think there's many people that follow him now. I think he's losing a lot of money. When you bash your fan for not giving you enough super chats, and then you talk shit about your biggest supporters, and you act so entitled, and he had the audacity to try to spread a lie about me that I don't pay my guys and that I don't pay people. And it's just like absolute lie. He has no evidence whatsoever. And then he reveals that he doesn't pay people. It's like, if it looks like a pig and smells like a pig, it's a pig. So the guy is gaslighting you. He's gaslighting his audience. He's sitting there and he's talking shit about me, who I have a fairly good reputation because I've helped a lot of people. I'm not like a guy like Owen who just has a trail of burned bridges behind me. If you talk to anybody who's worked with me and taken my workshops or consulted for me, you'll hear nothing but good things. And if there was ever an issue, I always followed up to try to fix something. That's how I am. But that's not how the big bear is. He's a narcissist who doesn't care about anybody but himself. Probably doesn't even care about his wife or his family either, because they're just a set in his play. And he objectifies his family that way too, by putting his kids in his videos and trying to look like a really good dad. But he streams for like 8 hours a day. So how can you be a good dad when you do that? So, but it's just sad that so many people follow him. But I don't know if they do anymore. I think most of his subscribers actually follow him to watch the train wreck. That's what it seems like. When Owen was bashing me that one time, that little 2-week period where I went back and forth with him, or it was a week maybe, or whatever. I went on his Reddit page and I basically got all the ammunition that I needed, because he is his own worst enemy. And he has a Reddit page where people actively post. I kind of feel sorry for people that are doing this, because it's like, why would you obsess about a guy you hate? You know, I guess I'm talking about this because I feel there's value in understanding relationships and the toxicity of relationships, and that toxic relationships are toxic and they don't serve you. And that's how he is. He's a toxic individual, and all of the relationships that he gets in eventually turn toxic. And I pray that doesn't happen for his family, but I wouldn't be surprised if it did, because just look at the direction. It's like, you want to, it's again, just back to observation. You know, if I want to know what the New World Order is going to do tomorrow, I just go and read their documents. They're all published. It's all open. And so I can recognize patterns and observe trends, and you can see a direction, right? It's like David Icke says, knowing the journey or whatever. You can see that in him, is that he's a train wreck who hurts people that are close to him and people that support him. He hurts them. He hurts his fans. He alienates his fans all the time. It's like, how much of a sustainable business model is that? Even if you're just a content creator he's a content creator, right? Whether he's a comedian or not, I don't give a shit. He's a content creator, and he has to sell something to do that, because you can't just do 8-hour live streams every single day and not ask for anything. He's got products and things to sell, right? He sells his membership, his unauthorized TV. He sells that, right? I can't imagine their subscriptions are anything notable. But he does his super chats where he gets to read to his little bear cult, and they get all excited because they read his super chats, and then he lambasts his audience when they don't give him enough money. And then he sells, a $10,000 offer to spend a week on his property, probably doing his chores. And then they'll make a little bench at Bertaria with your name on it, but probably not if you talk shit, then they'll probably take that away. So that $10,000 investment is only worth as much as your fandom with hanging out with your favorite comedian. I mean, he had the audacity to call me a grifter, and I sell products that help you. And he sells fandom for $10,000, and he has the audacity to try to call me a grifter. And then he calls a guy like Jim Bob a pedophile, because at one point 10 years ago, he made a piece of art with a pizza on it. And you have the audacity to say something like that could potentially destroy a person's reputation. It just shows you the level of narcissism and perhaps psychopathy, of just absolute disregard for anybody but himself, that he would try to make a claim like that. And he tried to do that to me. He tried to say, "Oh, I heard somebody texted me and said that you were unfaithful in your wife. It's like, dude, you're so slimy. You're so slimy. And when I was on his stream, which I should have never went on, but I did. And I think I got some good zingers off there, despite the fact that he muted me. Anytime I was making a point, he would mute me because that's how he has no honor. I don't know where the fuck I was going with all that, but yeah, it's funny. It is funny. And I was disappointed in myself that I didn't see it sooner, because the minute I met him and connected with him, I had a lot of high level people in my sphere text me personally and said, dude, don't associate with that guy. Don't associate with that guy. And I should have listened to them. And so I would say that to anybody else. If you haven't taken that advice from anybody else, don't associate with that guy. I don't expect anybody else who's been on Owen's live streams or anything to take a side, because that's not a nice thing to do, and that's not an easy thing to do. And I would never ask that of somebody. But giving you a piece of advice so that you don't have to deal with bitch texting from your crazy ex-girlfriend, gamma male, narcissist cult leader, texting you at like ungodly hours and just writing the most heinous things and saying and trying to defame you. Save yourself and just walk away quietly. Not going to name names, but Owen has talked to some people that I like and would still happily associate with. And if they ever hear my words, I would advise them to just quietly back away. Just don't, because he'll turn on you. You'll say one thing he doesn't like at some point, and he'll turn on you. And that's kind of why I think he is a controlled opposition agent in some way. Because it's just like, you just know them by their fruits. And so there's a number of other people out there in the space. I'm not going to name any other names because I don't need to just talk shit. I'll talk shit about Owen because he spent weeks talking shit about me. And so I don't really feel bad about saying bad things about him, because I think he's just genuinely a really awful person. But I would say there are a number of people in the truther space who, if you judge them by their fruits, you will see them in that they burn bridges all the time. And there's not that many of them, but there are some. They talk shit about all kinds of, they immediately talk shit about people who have a slight variance in opinion on them. And you see this in the social media space, and this is why it's just so stupid. But there are people that do that. And I would just say, if it looks like a pig and smells like a pig, it's a pig. And so, if you look at a guy like Owen, for one, he's just a compulsive liar. He lies so much he believes his own bullshit. And you can go back, if you go on his Reddit page, and people just do this. There's people that spend endless hours reporting on what Owen is doing today, and they hate him. And I kind of feel sorry for them. I just feel like that's what a waste of time to just watch somebody that you can't stand. That's just terrible, but whatever, people do it. And in a way, it gave me the best ammunition when I went up against him on his stream. I will admit that. But he just lies. He calls himself a truther, and he's interjected himself into the truther space by associating with guys like myself and Crow 777 and even Vox Day and that whole thing and all that. And I think all those people are all right. But he's associated himself in that truther space. He's injected himself into that, but then all he does is lie. So that's an inversion right there. That's an inversion, and that's gaslighting. That's what the New World Order do all the time. They gaslight you all the time. Why? Why do they do that? I don't know. You could go on a long philosophical journey on why they do that, but they do, right? You can observe it. And so that's what he does. He calls himself a truther, but all he does is lie. So that's an inversion. That's a sign. That's Luciferian, in my opinion. And maybe it's unbeknownst to himself. Maybe he's so compartmentalized that he doesn't even have any idea what forces are at play. But when I got those text messages from him, I have not had a friend in my adult life who sent me messages like that ever in my adult life, 20 on. That's just not in my world. And then I'm getting this and I'm shocked. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, dude, this is crazy. Are you joking? Oh, I'm a comedian. I can say shit like that because I'm a comedian. So I'm absolved of all moral culpability. And so, yeah. Anyways. Yeah. Joshua is right. Actually, you are right, Joshua. I will admit that. For everyone in the chat, never bring up Owen Benjamin in the chat because this is what happens. It has happened a couple of times, hasn't it? It is quite funny. But you know what? No, you're right. But I actually feel the need to speak to it a bit because it was something that happened to me. It happened to me, not you, right? And it happened to me publicly. And I didn't want it. I didn't ask for that. And I didn't want to deal with that. I didn't want to have this public fucking thing with Owen. At the same time, I actually learned a lot from it. And I think a lot of people that follow me actually learned something from it. So I do appreciate you making fun of that. And you are right. Spruce Healing Initiative says Joshua is right. He is right. I do agree with him. And I guess I'm what's the word? I can be self-critical enough that I can admit when I was wrong and I can admit when somebody else is right. And Joshua is right. But Joshua is also still here in the live stream commenting. So he is right, but he's still here. So I will say that. But no, but I guess I just felt I have felt the need to, not the need, but when people bring it up, I have addressed it and I don't have any shame about it. It's just that this guy is misleading a lot of people. And, I riff on Henry Kissinger, or I riff on Jacob Rothschild, or I riff on Zbigniew Brzezinski and talk about how these people are horrible and they're leading the world through the New World Order and doing terrible things. Well, Owen's doing the same thing. And so I guess because I experienced Owen, I mean, if I never experienced a thing with Owen, would I spend the time calling him out? No, because I probably would never have seen it because I never spent that much time watching his stuff. But because I did, and it happened to me, again, not you, I felt the need to share it, just like I share a lot of things that have happened to me. And these are the things that actually often are sometimes perhaps my greatest insights that come from my mistakes. And I've been sharing these mistakes with people for a long time. And I think that's why people come to me. So see, Josh, you're starting to look like a troll. And I might have to hide you, though you did have some nice things to say at some points, but you're starting to look like a troll. There you go. It's all good, man. You didn't expect what would happen. And he did make a good point about Peterson when you were defending him. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Because everything that Owen criticizes Peterson for, he does. Everything. So Owen never had a good point about Peterson because Owen is not an idol. He wants to tear down idols. And so he goes to tear down Peterson, but everything he criticized Peterson for, he does. And the thing that he does that's worse than Peterson is that he's a compulsive, pathological liar. And he lies without fear of hurting anybody. He just lies. Peterson doesn't even do that. Peterson might be working for the New World Order. Maybe he is. It's hard to prove that. But I can observe that Owen's behavior is much more New World Order-esque, call it, than Jordan Peterson's is. Jordan Peterson is, yeah, he's kind of brought this New World Order light, call it, with a lot of the things that he's now proposing and taking sides on, Israel, the whole war machine thing being one. At the end of the day, total up the hours of content of Owen Benjamin telling lies, and then total up the hours of content of Jordan Peterson telling lies, I would put money on that there's more total hours of Owen Benjamin telling lies than Jordan Peterson. And yeah, you could make the case that Peterson has more effect, which he certainly does because he's far more influential. But again, I judge a man by his fruits. And so the thing that Owen wasn't, he was right about Peterson in the sense that, Peterson's now shilling for the New World Order. So what? Anybody else who was paying attention could figure that out. I just didn't because I didn't have the time. So a broken clock is right twice a day. And so, but it sounds to me like you're still attached to your cult leader there. That's why you're continuously pushing me on this. And it is funny, and I'm indulging you because I don't have any insecurities or sensitive feelings about talking about Owen. I mean, he's just a loser that I have no respect for. And so just like I do Henry Kissinger or Zbigniew Brzezinski or George H.W. Bush or Barack Obama or any of these other agents of the New World Order, I will talk about them because they're horrible people and they make the world a worse place by the things that they contribute. Owen's the same thing. He's a net negative in the world. Yeah, he says some truth or gravy. Sure, Obama had some great zingers, right? George W. Bush had some great zingers, So what? But look at their track record. Look at what they did. And again, if it smells like a pig and looks like a pig, it's a pig. And so that's where it is with him. And I think this whole conversation with Owen is actually, I think it's actually kind of an interesting thing to explore. And I don't regret exploring it. And I think if there's still some people in this stream, not everybody was turned off by it. So, but yeah, I will give Joshua credit for what he said is that, if you do bring up Owen, I will riff on it. If I feel the need to. I have to tell you that, hey, thanks for the super chat there, Pandora Wake. Is that Pandora Thompson? It looks like a black girl in the thing. I can't tell. And again, I have no hard feelings towards her whatsoever. But if there's something to learn in it, I think it's valuable. And so I don't, whatever. It is what it is. Yeah, Barron says, George Bush helped put food on our families. Remember that zinger? You're putting food on your family. Like it's, yeah. Okay, here, shrimp's got some gravy. Okay. Hey, Curtis, in a previous stream, you mentioned the 10 or 12 rules the New World Order follow. One being created, they have respect, free will. Can you elaborate? So what I was referring to was the maxims of equity, the main 10 maxims of equity. There's 10 or 12. Just Google them. I don't really feel like going over it again. Um, uh, but that's just Google it. The 10 maxims of equity, or the 10 or 12 maxims of equity, that they appear to use those things to absolve themselves from legal culpability. And so all Western law is based on those things, and they use them. And it's like, there's one called clean hands, which is he who seeks equity must do equity. And so that means that if you want equity in law, and equity fundamentally means what's right, not the social justice version of distribution and all that. Forget that. In legal terms, equity is, in lawful terms, equity is what's fair, what's right. And so in equity, you can go beyond statutes if you know how to access equity. And equity is there. And it's written into every act and statute, but you kind of have to figure out how it's there. And that's kind of that's not really the best way of explaining it, but that's what it is. Barron says Peterson is against equity, but for equality and opportunity only. So yeah, so that this is a different subject. Equity in law is not this whole equity versus equality thing that the social justice world, totally different term. That's not the equity I'm talking about. Equity in law goes back to Roman civil law and the maxims of equity. It's not about the social justice thing. It's a completely different thing. So yeah. What do I think about communitarianism in relation to the New World Order? I'll tell you what, I had some dude, I don't think it's you. I hope it's not you. I had some guy email blasting me for years about communitarianism. You got to get into communitarianism. Why do I need an ism? Why do I need a new ism? Like, who cares about communitarianism? Why do I need an ism? I live the way I want to live. I want freedom, liberty, and prosperity. Why do I need a new ism? I'm gonna orientate myself and my family the way that I see fit, and that might be differently than the way you see fit, and that's fine. And that's the world that I want to live in. You want to be a thanks, Pandora. You're not the Pandora that I was talking about. I'm glad to hear that. And I appreciate your super chat. But I want to live in a world where if you want to be a communitarian, you can do that. And I want to live in a world where I want to live the way I want, and we can coexist if we want to, and be neighbors and exchange fruits and vegetables from our garden. That's the kind of world I want to live in. And so, yeah, this whole thing about communitarianism, I don't care. There's a new way on how the world ought to be. All these isms, that's what they are. I just don't care anymore about political ideology. It's like, who gives a shit? It's like, I just want to live my life the way I want to live it. And that's to not impose on anybody. And I don't expect anybody else to impose on me. I just want to live my life the way I want to live it. And so you can call it any kind of ism you want. I don't care. But all these things of just, have you heard about this thing and this thing, or about this new political idea? I just don't care, because I don't care about politics. I only care about law. And so it wasn't you. Good. No, thank you. There was some dude that was hammering me for years about communitarianism. Soleil says, Curtis, who are some good YouTubers I can watch to educate myself about gravy stuff? I don't even know anymore. I don't even know. I shared that one earlier. I don't even know, because none of it's on YouTube anymore. It's not on YouTube anymore. It's gone. You can't YouTube. I don't know how you find stuff on YouTube anymore. You can't search things. You used to be able to, but then I'll see somebody send me a video of Franco Collins. He's a good one. And it's a YouTube clip. And I'm going, how do you find this stuff on YouTube? It doesn't work anymore. And so I don't even know. I don't even know anymore. Franco Collins was a good one. And maybe you have to go off YouTube. Maybe you got to go into BitChute. Maybe you have to go onto Rumble or Odyssey. Odyssey is very difficult to search and use. I think the platform was good to start, but I can't manage it. And BitChute loads so damn slow. And I don't know, I just don't have time for any of it anymore. Fanparanadjan, I can't pronounce your name. We're almost 5 hours in. Can we get the real deep gravy? Maybe. Tell me what you want me to talk about. Maybe. Do I raise my own meat? Yes. Well, chickens. We raise chickens. And we can't do ruminant animals up here, really. Maybe we could do sheep or goats at some point, but yeah, no, we do our own. We're totally do our own eggs and our own meat for chickens, which is sweet because we just butchered 30 chickens in October. And man, we're enjoying that meat. We had a really lovely dinner tonight, I'll tell you. And so Josh Mitchell, are you in touch with Matt Powers? Yeah, actually, I just got an email from Matt. Him and I just had a little exchange. I don't know. He wants me to do something at his conference, and I might. But yeah. What's my biggest takeaways from Jordan Maxwell? Nothing anymore. I surpassed his value to me. I guess I don't really think there's anything else in there for me anymore. Jordan Maxwell was the first guy I heard talk about admiralty law and maritime law long time ago, like way before I was even really exploring that stuff. Like in the 2000s, in the early 2000s, I was listening to Jordan Maxwell, and I wasn't even, just because I was stumbling on it, because YouTube used to be such a gravy train. You could just end up on these rabbit trails of all this great stuff. And I was listening to Robert Bernard, Canadian crazy free man guy. But anyways, I would get into that stuff, and he was the first guy I heard talk about that stuff. But then when I met Cal Washington, that all that just changed, because then I found actually the best way to learn the law was to, well, first of all, read the law, but second of all, go to individuals that knew something and pay for their time, or at least just get private meetings with them. And I would say the same thing to you. If you're looking for the real gravy, it's no longer online. I mean, Twitter, from what I can tell, is got the best stuff. TikTok, I can't even look at TikTok. I hate it. I've never installed on my phone. Freedom Farms has a TikTok account, I guess, because we need to, and we advertise there, I think. But I can't even look at that content, even though there's lots of great content creators on there. I just hate the format. I just hate it. It's so instantaneous. I guess I'm just old school. You know, I used to listen to records. Like I'm not old, but I'm 44. I mean, I grew up with vinyl and tapes. And so I've always been a long form guy. And I just hate all this, even the truther content on TikTok. I hate it. It's just so instant. And those videos are people just like, they're playing an old G. Edward Griffin video, and it's just some guy and he's going, and he's just pointing to the video, and that's his contribution to the content. It's just fucking bullshit. I hate it. Sorry to, you want another thing to trigger me? Is TikTok. I hate it. I can't stand it. And so to the point about where is the gravy, the real gravy is in private conversations. It's offline. That's where the real gravy is. And so you got to meet a guy like Cal, and these guys are everywhere. These guys are all over the US. All these guys that studied with Winston Shrout and stuff, there's hundreds, thousands of them that you'll meet. And if you value the information, you should be willing to pay for it. That's how I see it. And I did. I spent tens of thousands of dollars on the pursuit of this information, literally, because I traveled to places to meet people. I paid people consulting fees. And I paid to learn about letter writing. I paid to learn this stuff in the private. And that's the best way to learn that stuff. And so, unfortunately, it means that you have to skin. And in this day and age, with the absolute cesspool of just garbage content that's out there that has no context, and that's what I hate about TikTok, is they'll show these short clips of some really good video that if you watched the whole 3-hour thing, you'd actually learn something. But you just want to watch an instantaneous 30-second clip and just bam, 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 bam. I hate it. I can't stand it. As a content creator, it really pisses me off because I like long form, but long form doesn't pay money. Well, it does. And the way we found out that the way that works is in courses. That's how we make money at long form content, because people will pay for that and then they get value out of it. And so you have to go up the value chain. But in the truther community, TikTok content is absolute shit. You will not learn anything from it because it's too out of context. It's just too much crap and you're all over the place and you're getting mixed messages. And it's a total New World Order psyop, in my opinion, because they can't hold back the truth anymore. But what they can do is inundate you with the truth so that there's so much truth that you don't know what the hell's true. And that's the scam. And that's what they do. And so, if the question is, where do you find this gravy online? The answer is, it's not online. That's the answer. That's the hard answer. And that's the hard truth. If you want the gravy and you want to get through the gates, you have to go through the gates yourself, and you have to initiate relationships and conversations to get that gravy. And I did. Yeah, I learned some things from Jordan Maxwell, but not really. Not really. Like, I was watching, man, sometimes when I'm doing these streams late, like my mind just starts to lose it. But yeah, Jordan Maxwell and all the old John Birch Society stuff. Even up until way before TikTok, but there was good truther content that was coming out up until maybe 2016 is when it really all stopped, when Trump got elected, and then the media industrial complex just went hammered. It was over. And so there was this window of time where you could get into some of that stuff and find the right path. But then with Trump, the whole QAnon psyop came in, and it just completely misdirected people by intention. Because my belief is that, like I said earlier, is that they can't hold back the truth despite all the censorship. They still can't, because the frequency of the content, they can barely keep up with it. And maybe they'll get to a point with AI that won't be the case. So they can't censor the truth. What they can do is just let the floodgates open. And I think that's the kind of the stage that we're in right now with where we are in society, is that's the revelation that we're in, is that they can't hold it back anymore. So they just let it all out. And I think that's why they're sacrificing Israel. That's why they're just throwing Israel under the bus now. Because what's going on in Israel is not even good for the average Israeli. It's not. It sucks. That whole Palestinian genocide is a nightmare for everybody. I mean, more so for the Palestinians, obviously, because they're the ones getting genocided, but it's not nice for the average Israeli. It's not nice. It sucks. But they're throwing everybody under the bus right now. And that's what I've said before. It's like all this middle level management that got caught. They're just they're just throwing them all under the bus, and they're all cannibalizing each other. And it's a big, not literally, metaphorically, they're sacrificing each other. They're selling each other out, because they're all trying to hold on to that last little bit to get their payout before the whole thing falls apart. And so, so Soleil says, since the gravy's not online, who do I recommend to speak? I don't know. What I would say is start paying attention to the people around you and what they're saying. And maybe sometimes what it'll be is you'll be in the chats here and you might say, well, I live in I live in this place. And then somebody goes, oh, I'm there too. And you'll find people. I mean, if you're in the US, this stuff's way more popular there than it is in Canada, because there's, I think, estimated 1 to 2 million American nationals living in the US. What's an American national? An American national is an American, not a citizen. Well, technically you're a citizen too. We still have a birth certificate and a passport. But American nationals are people who have been able to live on the constitutional side of the law in the US and outside of the Washington, D.C. corporate racket. And they do exist. And I've met a lot of them in the United States. And they don't have driver's licenses and they don't pay taxes but they get all the benefit of the system without any of they're the beneficiaries. They're not the trustees. And so that's what I would say is you need to start meeting people, and maybe you look up meetup groups, maybe look up law society stuff, like look up because people meet up, people get together. That's how I learned all the gravy is all the shit that I loosely talk about on these streams. The real gravy I learned all in the private, from flying out east to go meet a guy, flying out east to have a 2-hour lunch with a guy. I've done that, that kind of thing. And it's all in the private, because you can't, without risk to yourself, you can't say certain things online because people take it out of context. People use your words against you. It's not worth it. Like I sometimes I just wish that I could just blurt out the things that I've learned. But I don't, because it would be dangerous for me to do that, because if I wake up too many of the sheep, then the shepherd will be angry at me, to put it simply. And so, yeah. Just looking at some of your guys' comments. Sometimes I lose, like you guys, sometimes I think you guys are saying things to me, but you're just kind of bantering with each other. Yeah, Christina says, I think having no internet would be a good thing. People have to learn to be neighbors and friends the old way. I agree. And that's why fundamentally, I have no fear of the New World Order, and I have no fear what's coming, because I think just like the whole COVID thing turned a lot of people into better people. It also turned it, if you were already on the path to being a better person, I think it made you a better person, at least in what I've witnessed. And if you were already on the path of being a worse person, it made you a worse person. And so I think everything that the New World Order throws at us right now is actually going to get us closer to the Creator, because as we look at it's two juxtapositions, it's a dichotomy. It's that you look at the life in the city and what the New World Order wants for you. And then you go, well, if you have any conscience or you're reasonably awake, you go, well, I don't want any of that. So what's the alternative? Well, look at all of it. Pick your poison. the pharmaceutical and medical industrial complex. Do you want that? No. What's the alternative? Holistic health, natural medicine, natural remedies, God's creation, nature, not man's throw it in a blender and add a bunch of petroleum, right? Which is pharma. Look at food. Well, same thing, really. Same dichotomy. Do you want chemical laden poison or bugs or whatever the latest genetically modified garbage is? Or do you want God's creation? Do you want to drink the water from the earth? Do you want to harvest the vegetables from your own soil? Do you want to pick the fruit from your own trees? God's creation. Go down the line with any of these things. And so in a way, the New World Order is actually doing us a great service by making their system look so much more retarded than it's ever looked, that it's actually turning a lot of people towards God, which I think is actually this incredible blessing. It's an opportunity. And so I think all of it is meant to go this way. And so I don't have any fear with any of it. I think it's actually all good and super optimistic about where everything is going. I'm not optimistic for the masses, but I don't care about the masses. The masses will do as the masses do. I only care about, what's going on in my world, really, in a selfish way. I mean, I care about humanity in general, but I can only affect it so much. I can do these streams, and I think that's my effort to try to put something out as public as I can to help steer the needle and move, people towards good and creating value and being a steward of the earth and, be the best you can be. The internet made things better. Gardening and being as God does every time. Yeah, sure. At the same time, though, the internet made me a better gardener, because I wouldn't be doing any of this if it wasn't for the internet. I learned how to farm from watching videos and reading books. And those books I ordered online, so the internet has brought a lot of us together. I've met a lot of you guys. I mean, I still, I go to Kelowna every now and then, and I bump into people who watch my streams. It's cool. And people are always really nice. And so I think it's a catch-22. One of the maxims is that which is not prohibited is assumed to be legal, but bylaws seem to break that maxim because the regional districts say they can say what you can do on your parcel. Can they? So that's one thing I would challenge you on. They can say what you can do on your parcel when you give them the authority to do so, when you let them on your property and you engage in their, when they're asking you to act and you sign on the line or you pay the fee or you agree without conditionally agreeing. I would challenge you on that, because I don't know. I think one thing I'm going to do at some point, because I haven't done it in a long time. You guys tell me what you think. I used to do events a lot, and that all stopped during COVID, obviously. But that's hopefully not coming back, at least in the same way, or at least without the same fear, because a lot of people just won't bother paying attention to it again. So I think it'll be harder for it to get traction. I used to do like so many events, and in an effort to diversify my revenue streams offline, I've been thinking about doing events again, actually, because I used to do a number of events. I used to do a 5-day workshop on my farm, and it was awesome, and people were so stoked. and they got so much value out of it. And I really enjoy doing it. I really enjoy doing things in person. I'll bounce an idea off you guys. You let me know what you think. But I've thought about building another workshop that's with me in person, and it's limited to like 40, 50 people at a time, because I can't really give quality attention to everybody's questions and concerns if there's too many people. So you have to do these things, smaller groups, but that does make them more expensive. Like, we used to charge $1,500 to $2,000 to come and do these events at my farm, but the value is there. Is that I've thought about doing another workshop, having people here on my homestead. I wouldn't give away my address publicly. You'd have to, I'd say it's in southern BC, and you buy your ticket. And once you buy your ticket, then we'll give you the address. But just to filter out haters, is that I've thought about doing a workshop here, and probably wait until this is more finished. That's basically going through everything that I know about freedom and liberty. That includes the law, but I'm not using that term legally, because if I just said that legally, then I would mean that's only what it was, because that's what includes means, is the inclusion of one is the exclusion of everything else. But we'd look at food, we'd look at energy, water, shelter, all that, but we'd also look at the law. We'd also look at a whole litany of things. And things that I wouldn't normally do online, especially with the law. Like I only go so far with that, and that's just to protect myself and my family, and to be responsible with information, because information is powerful, and it can serve you or it can hurt you. And so I'm just curious what people thought about with doing that kind of thing. Is that I might do that. I might do that in a year or so. Started talking about it with my wife a bit, but we would host like a 5-day event here, and you'd have to kind of get accommodations in the neighboring areas, because I don't really want a bunch of people camping up here, but there's accommodations close that if people were into that, then I would offer that kind of thing. And so if that interests you, ping me and let me know. And then I can, because it is one thing to, have this conversation online and whatnot. And it is limited in the sense that YouTube could take this stream down any minute. They've done it in the past. Or my channel could get a strike for saying certain things, or I potentially say something that's doesn't help without deep context. And so that's what I would say. What about flat earth, Curtis? Gravy or potatoes? I think flat earth stuff's pretty interesting. I gotta say it's very, very interesting. Again, I only have so much time to spend on things, that aren't moving the needle for me, but I think, with the flat earth thing, it's kind of like, if you've been down the rabbit hole and you can recognize that the New World Order has pretty much infiltrated and got themselves into everything and lied about everything, well, why would they tell the truth with what the earth is? So, and I mean, too, and I don't call myself a flat earther or whatever, and because I can't prove that. I'm not this, that, or the other. I don't really care, because it doesn't change anything in my life. But it is interesting. And it is funny that nobody can get to the moon again, right? That is kind of funny. It's kind of, what is that? They could do it in the 60s, but they can't do it now. With, like, the computer is 10,000 times smaller and more powerful, and you can't get to the moon. And then there's the whole thing of they can't really get that far out into space because there's no proof that they have, because they could fake all of it. And then there's the moon landing. And then what's up with that, So no, I think it's pretty cool. I really enjoy it. There's a girl on Twitter that I follow, What Do I Know? She shares all that kind of gravy. And I think it's cool. I think it's interesting. But I'm not losing sleep over it. And I don't really care one way or the other, whether it's round or flat. It doesn't really move the needle for me. But I do find it interesting. And I think because I've been a truther for so long, I can um I can compartmentalize these things a lot more. They don't rattle me anymore. Like they used to really rattle me. Like I read uh that book, The Franklin Cover Up. Have you guys ever heard about that one? It's about a horrible child sex trafficking ring that was run in the US by a guy who was a church pastor and was the CEO of a credit union and was like a model citizen. This guy named what the hell is his name? Larry King, but not the Larry King from CNN or television. Lawrence King, who was a murderer of children. And when I first got into that, I was like, this is like, I was morbidly disturbed by it. And thank God I didn't have kids at the time that I discovered that stuff. I got into all that crap, all that evil shit, the black pill stuff. I was into that stuff way before COVID. So all these people woke up to child sex trafficking and all that shit, that evil stuff, COVID, because it was all coming out. But I was into that stuff years prior. And I kind of went down the rabbit hole with it so long ago. And I'd kind of seen, like when Isaac Cappy came along, like I already knew all that stuff. Not the individual things he said about certain celebrities, but I knew all that shit was happening. And so it wasn't anything new for me. And so I guess with all that stuff, I can kind of compartmentalize it now. And I go, oh, that's kind of interesting. And I don't go into the dark stuff anymore because I don't need to, because I know that it's there. I don't need to see it anymore. Yes, crimes should be called out. Absolutely. Would never debate that. Yeah, Jimmy Savile. I knew about Jimmy Savile almost 20 years ago. That's old news. That's old truther shit. But, relevant and true nonetheless. But yeah, so I mean, with all that stuff, whether it's the flat earth thing or I don't know, terrain theory or any of that stuff, I go, yeah, it's cool. I'm interested. Tell me more, but I'm not going to stop everything to go down this rabbit hole now. Cause I spent 20 years going down rabbit holes and, I don't need to go down rabbit holes anymore. I can look at the information and look at it in a very objective way. And if it doesn't serve me, I just kind of get rid of it. It's like all that stuff. It's just like it can be very dark and it doesn't really help you, and sometimes it can. I mean, for me, all the stuff that I learned about the law absolutely helped me in leaps and bounds. But I was never going to find that stuff out on YouTube. You couldn't, because even Dean Clifford, who's a friend of mine, he's so careful about the things that he says, and he wasn't in the past, and I think that's why he got himself into trouble. Probably he would admit that himself. But this is the thing, like I said, is like, this is a theme I've riffed on in these streams for years, is that the time that we're in, I believe, is the time for you to step up. And I often use this metaphor of going through the gates. And I just use that as a metaphor of getting to that point of liberty or sovereignty that now has significant utility in your life, and it's actually done something for you. And that's the kind of place that I'm striving to be better at, getting further into, and I can hope people can kind of follow me there in some way, but only you can take yourself through the gates. And so you will not reach any major milestone of figuring out how the matrix works by just watching videos online and listening to my live streams. You won't. You have to take major steps in your life So you have to meet people that are doing the stuff. You have to join some clubs, get into some meetups, find out who's doing law stuff. You know, what do they call it? The law community. There's different names that people use. There's those secured party creditor guys in the US. They're pretty interesting. Who's doing the stuff, and you need to meet up with them. You need to actually connect with them physically offline, because there is an unspoken thing in that whole space, in that, because there's this guy, Winston Shrout. He was one of the main pioneers, or at least wasn't the main pioneer, but he was a guy that made calling solutions in commerce popular. And he brought in this whole thing showing people the uniform commercial code and how the whole system works. And he went a little too big, too quick, and he disappeared. And he's been on the run for years, because if you wake up too many sheep, the shepherd will be pissed off. And so a guy I learned a lot of stuff from a couple of years ago, and still do from time to time, actually, he said to me, we just got to get him off one at a time get him off the boat one at a time. I think I've said this in many live streams. It's like, you can't there is no magic bullet of some profound, and this is what truthers believe. This is what a lot of truthers think. And I find even guys like David Icke, I see them kind of falling victim to this. I call it, it's maybe more of, it's a limiting belief, or sort of a cognitive bias, where they think that there's going to be this one thing we can tell everybody that's going to just blow it all up. And I think the flat earthers often think that the flat earth stuff is, if we can blow this whistle, this is the one that's going to set everything off. And I don't believe I think that's a false, I think it's a cognitive bias, because it's sort of, and there's a name for that bias, in that you're kind of the hero of your own story. And so you're really compelled to tell this one truth, because this is the truth that's going to set everybody free. It's going to save the world, and you're going to be the hero and all that. And I think a lot of people in the truth space fall victim to that. And I probably have at some point too myself. And no disrespect for those that do that. I'm just kind of observing something that I can see happening. But I don't think that's the way it is. I think it's far more complicated and non-Hollywood than that. It's not like this one hero is going to save everybody, like Trump's going to save, Elon Musk is going to save everybody here, or this one truth, this one thing that if we reveal this, it'll reveal everything. I don't think it works like that. I think everybody's on a long story, and your story is just as important as mine or anybody else's. And your journey and your story is what's going to help figure it out for you. And you have to just step up and do that. And that's the time that we're in, is that we're in this time where it seems that God is asking us to step up and really own it. And that's what I try to do with my work, and showing how we live off grid and all that. And I try to demonstrate that in a bit of my stories and analogies when I talk about the law, to kind of show you the amount of work that I've put into this stuff. Like, none of this stuff that was valuable was learned in Jordan Maxwell videos. It just wasn't, because I'm sure Jordan Maxwell knew some of the principles too. And that it was a little bit of a here and no further thing, which a guy like David Icke calls out. But I think sometimes that needs to be that way. And I'm surprised sometimes that a guy like David Icke doesn't say some things that, I don't know, he seems to fall into the drama of what people are saying sometimes. And maybe we all do to some degree, but I'm surprised guys like him and Alex Jones kind of have, I don't know, I'm surprised that they just haven't figured things out for themselves a little bit better. And maybe they have, and they're just not showing it. And then hopefully that's the case, but I don't know. Christina says it makes it really hard to speak out for personal liberties when the evildoers begin holding our jobs over our heads. Well, that's it. That's why you need to not have a job. That's why you need to work for yourself. That's why you need to be an entrepreneur. That's why you need to be a farmer. That's why you need to not have a job, because if you have a job, it's at risk. And you're right. And they will, because it's an economic game. This whole system is about commerce and consent. And it's a game of money, but it's also a game of consent. And you can choose to work there or not. But if you want that paycheck from that job, you're going to have to bend the knee, so they say. So, and I sympathize with you, but this is the time we're in, is that everybody needs to step up. If you want to get through the next 10, 20 years and don't want to be eating bugs and using central bank digital currencies and be forced into a universal basic income where it's basically a technocratic communism, you have to be self-employed. You have to. It's the only way. Well, it's not the only way. I take that back. It's one of the only ways to, let me even rephrase it. It's a significant way to get towards freedom. It's one way. There's other ways, but generally speaking, at this day and age, if you're working a job where some new CEO comes in and he just calls the shots and changes everything, you're hooped. So, yeah, and Christina, I hear you, and that's the point. And so all I can say to you is, you know where it's going, you know the answer. It's not easy. It sucks. It's hard. It's a pain in the ass. It's going to uproot your life. But what are you going to do? Do you want to live in a gulag? Do you want to live in a digital gulag or not? And so everybody's got a different answer. Everybody's got a different context. And so that's all important, because I can't just say to you, mimic what I'm doing, because that might not suit your context, or it might not be needed. You might be able to do something else. There's an infinite number of possibilities one can take. But again, what I say when I analyze the world and what's going on and what might continue to happen is that if you look at their messages and their words that they publish, they tell you exactly how they're going to do it, when they're going to do it, even with fairly rough timeframes that have been quite accurate. And they even disclose the little tricks that they use to trick you with propaganda. They even disclose that kind of stuff. So it's all there, it's, so that's what I would say. Ike and others were attacked. Oh yeah. I'm going to leave you guys with one more analogy, and I'm going to shut this down, because this has been a 6-hour live stream. So I did deliver. I did promise that this would be a long one. This is officially the longest live stream I have done to date, and will be the last live stream that I do this long ever, or at least for the near future, unless some other platform makes sense to try. But going forward, the real gravy we'll do gravy for 2 hours on YouTube. But sometimes my best thoughts come out at the end of these, when I start to really maybe my mind getting a bit foggy sometimes helps me in a way, creates a sort of a creative limitation, like a chord progression or something like that, or a time signature. But I wanted to leave you guys with an analogy that I've been thinking about for a long time. That's kind of funny, is and that's my last little bit of water. When you there's sort of a scale of being a truther. Okay. There's almost like it almost goes in. This is where truthers can be just as dumb as people who are lining up to get their 7th booster. And I guess there is 7 boosters now. And it's that if you live in this world where And it's almost like the scale of you could almost do. You guys ever see that Hot Crazy Matrix? That guy does the Hot Crazy Matrix. It's like one of the best viral videos of history. This man is explaining to other young men how to rate women on the Hot Crazy Matrix. Anyways, it's this chart, right? And it's go check it out if you haven't seen it. It's if every young man needs to see that video, the Hot Crazy Matrix. Every young man has to watch that video. It is one of the best pieces of content ever. But kind of thinking about, you can rate women or men on a scale of 0 to 10 hotness. You can kind of rate truthers on a scale of 0 to 10. And pick your truther content creator, whether it's somebody like Amazing Polly, who I love, or it's David Icke, who I love, have great admiration for, or it's Alex Jones, who I have great admiration for, or it could be somebody you can get a little bit more dark stuff. Maybe it was Isaac Cappy, or you can get into the really esoteric stuff of Franco Collins, or whatever. I don't need to drop a bunch of names. It doesn't matter. There's almost a scale of how truther are you. Whereas if you go too far, so if you're on a scale of 0 to 10, so let's say a 0 is, or let's say 1. A 1 level truther is somebody who just woke up during COVID. Okay, you just when you saw the vaccine madness and the masks, it woke you up because you're like, this is crazy. I can't believe I'm seeing this. What's going on? And then you started looking deeper. And basically people who woke up during that period of time have had a machine gun assault of content because they woke up during the TikTok era. And that wasn't a coincidence, but they woke up in the TikTok era where there's like a literal dam that's been broken of content that is just you're swimming in a sea of clips that have no context. Not the stuff that I watched when I was younger, all the long form stuff that you used to be able to get. You can't get that stuff anymore easily. It's all TikTok clips. It's garbage content, but that's your level 1. And then you start going up in the levels of being a truther, and you start to question things more, and you start to become more skeptical. And then this whole idea of controlled opposition comes in. And then you start to think everybody's controlled opposition. You start to go, he's controlled opposition, he's controlled. And so the level of truther you are is how far down the line you are to assuming that everybody's controlled opposition. That is where it gets crazy. That's where you go too far with it, is that perhaps the happy medium, if you want to be in the world and observe and interact and call a spade and call out bullshit when it's there, but also don't call everything bullshit, because you can get into this trap where if everything is bullshit, then you can't trust anything. And then you just basically hide in your apartment, peeking out the blinds to see if they're spraying today. And I have known truthers that are like that, which that's when you get so far down the truther rabbit hole that everybody's controlled opposition and you can't trust anybody. And now you don't have any friends. And so that's where it goes too far. And so that's where I would say it's important to focus primarily on yourself and your prosperity. And, another content creator I like, who I've had a couple nice exchanges with on Twitter, who's really sweet, is Really Graceful. She makes those videos. They're very similar to James Corbett in the earlier days, but a bit more produced with a woman's voice. And she's a mom and she's a homesteader. And I helped her with some stuff that she was asking questions about homesteading, and I helped her with some things that I had answers for, and I had a couple of nice exchanges with her. But she's where was I getting with her? Is that, yeah, she's a woman who has obviously orientated herself to focus on her prosperity. She's a mom with multiple kids, and she's married, and sounds like she's in a stable relationship. So though she doesn't share much about her personal life, and she shouldn't, and I'm glad that she doesn't, but I just, in some of the exchanges I've had with her, I could tell that she's a mom, and as a stay-at-home mom, and she makes videos, and this is she's a good example of where one might want to orientate themselves towards, if you're into being a truther and you want to go down the rabbit hole, is that don't go down the rabbit hole if you're by yourself and you don't have a lot going on. Don't go down the rabbit hole. Get some stuff going on. Get some stuff going on. Okay. So that if you see a video of Elon Musk, like last night, where he's saying, fuck these advertisers, whatever, that you're not like David Icke. And again, love David Icke, but sometimes, I think he's a little, not that he's wrong. It's just that it's like, why are you directing so much energy towards that? When you see, okay, so Elon Musk does this thing and it's trending. And so now everybody feels compelled to chime in on this thing. And he's going there, I told you guys he's controlled opposition, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, who cares? Who cares if he is? It doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter in your life if you're orientated towards your own prosperity. See, that's what I'm trying to say, is that all these little things are important, but they're not as important as your life. They're not as important as you getting to prosperity, because you're going to need to prosper. Because if you're not prospering, you're in the New World Order meat grinder. And so that's what I wanted to leave you guys with, is just that thought. And I really wish all of you the best. And thanks for joining me on this stream. It's been a slice. It's officially my longest stream ever, 6 hours. It's crazy how long I can talk for. It's unbelievable. And so I don't know. I'm thinking about running some kind of private workshop. And if people are interested in that, you can reach out to me. If people want to reach out to me, I don't like giving out my email publicly, but if you do want to reach out to me, I get a lot of emails, and my team help me filter them, which is helpful, because sometimes people just want to email me and they just have 16 paragraphs of something where they could have just asked me something more straightforward, or just been a bit more polite. Some people just don't have a lot of manners when it comes to writing. But if you do want to reach out to me, you can. The way to do that is on my main website, which I'm going to update at some point soon. I'm going to make a new one, but theurbanfarmer.co is my main website still. And so you can go into like there's a consulting thing, and you can just email me there. It doesn't give you my email, but you can type it in and then it will email me, and then I can respond. And so for anybody who's been interested in having me consult for a project of theirs or anything like that, I'm doing that again. So you can reach out to me that way, or whatever. Or if perhaps you liked the idea of me hosting a workshop on my land, and then having a workshop that could go further into things that I don't want to share publicly, if that does interest you, please let me know, because your guys' feedback is how I have crafted my entire career as a content creator. I listen to what people say, and I try to provide value. And so, yeah, that's where we're at. So yeah, somebody's like, go 8 hours. No, I'm already like, my whole family my wife and my son wake up at 4 a.m. every single day. And I'm up probably at 4:30. We just don't sleep in. And we're just early morning people. And so whenever I do these late streams like this, it creates a problem for me in the morning, because then I don't get a lot of sleep. And so, but I'm stoked to do it, and it's fun to riff and do this stuff, and I appreciate you guys tuning in. So again, freedomfarmers.com is the place to support me. And I think that offer closed, but if you wanted to sign up last minute, you probably would be able to, because I doubt they would turn you away. But all right, folks, this has been fun. See you guys in the next one.